We say a very special good morning to you, wherever you are following this broadcast. And we're into the Windward Islands 50 Overs Senior Men's Tournament 2025. And we're at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground where we have St. Lucia, the hosts, up against Dominica. And the Dominicans, they have won the toss and decided that they will take first knock. So looking at an initial glimpse of the Dominican batting card: Stefan Pascal, Jelani Robinson, Kavem Hodge, Gillen Tyson, Vincent Lewis, Courtney Anslem, Gian Benjamin, Kyron Phillip, Jad Joseph, Taj Tavernier, and Ursino Fontaine. It's going to be Shawnil Edward opening the attack for St. Lucia. This first delivery just sprayed into the onside, and a wideish mid-wicket comes across to stop it from going for any possible run. So a dot ball to start things off for the St. Lucian team. They're bowling. Kimani Malius, the St. Lucian captain, feeling that one at the wideish mid-on position. A very strongly packed onside field. It's a backward square on the boundary, an orthodox square leg. This one is driven into the offside, but very tamishly. Fielder coming in from mid-off, preventing any possibility of a run. So another dot ball by Shawnil Edward, who has really acquitted himself well so far, being elevated to this senior setup for the St. Lucia team. Lovely weather here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for this encounter. The final preliminary round stage in this year's competition. This one driven straight back up the track, and if the bowler naturally coming over the wicket, the left-hander, this one played just right of him, and on this occasion the batsmen were able to go through for a single. So the Dominicans, they're off the mark. So Pascal, he's on one, and it brings Jelani Robinson into strike for the first time. Barely any spectators here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground to take in this action as Edward moves away from us. Here at the commentary position, the northern end of the cricket ground, this one is dug out by Robinson. So good start to the over by Shawnil Edward. This one is right up in the block hole. The batsman having to come down heavily on it and just restricts them to a single. 2 without loss. Dominica winning the toss. I'm sure they'll be looking to at least upset the momentum of the St. Lucian team, who have won both of their previous games. Second game rather convincing at the Mindu Phillip Park in the previous round. Yesterday was the rest in the competition as Edward over the wicket. This one is well pitched up, driven through the onside, but can't beat Melius, who moves smartly to his right. And the ball is into the keeper, Noel Leo. No possibility of a run. So a good start by Edward. Just 2 runs off his first 5 deliveries. So the sun now out in all its glory here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground as Edward moves away from us. Into Pascal. This one is driving. Ball is down to mid-on. The fielder moving to his right. Can't prevent the single. Taken off immediately. So the end of the first over with Dominica men 3 before loss, having won the toss and deciding to bat. So quite some developments. So overnight, over the last couple of days, with the situation as it is here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, with the Dominicans being without the captain, who has been, would understand, maybe in his opinion, fortunately for the West Indies T20 international squad, Alec Atanaz, who has been called in to the West Indies squad. They've had a number of injuries. Also the workload of Alzari Joseph being managed, with Shamar Joseph being drafted in, and also St. Lucian Johnson Charles being called up as well as a team affected with some injury, with Brandon King and Shimron Hetmeyer out of injury. So that has been the situation there up in the USA. We start with the series, the T20 International Series against Pakistan. So we're going to have the action continuing from the Players Pavilion and Keon Gaston, who's going to be taking it on, who's really developed leaps and bounds from the latter part of last year, and certainly this year has had some performances that have been eye-catching. So he's got 2 slips. There's a man down at third man, a man squaring the offside. This one is pushing the outside, and it's a catch. He's out, caught behind first delivery, so his success continues. The batsman coming forward, Pascal, looking to drive, getting a thick outside edge, and Leo taking it comfortably behind the stumps. And Dominica, they've lost a very valuable wicket, that of Nelon Pascal, going caught behind by wicketkeeper Noel Leo of the bowling of Gaston. And St. Lucia able to pick up a wicket of the first ball of the second over in this match. They have now been reduced to 3 for the loss of 1. It's a relatively early success for St. Lucia. Wicket in the second over of the match. Only 3 runs on the board. And this one outside the off stump. Pascal playing rather loosely outside the off stump, gets an outside edge and a comfortable catch to Noel Leo behind the stump, just moving smartly to his right. Wasn't that exaggerated, but was able to pull off the catch. So the Dominicans, to give an idea of their lineup for today: Stephen Pascal, Kavem Hodge, who is coming in at number 3 right now, Kamal Hamilton, Gillen Tyson, Vincent Lewis, Courtney Anselm, Jelani Robinson, Gian Benjamin, the keeper, Kyron Phillip, Jed Joseph, Jelani Joseph, and Taj Tavernier. Also, Asani Fontaine. Okay, Jelani Joseph not out in this. He's not actually in the squad. He's out. He has just probably missed that one there. So that's a Dominican lineup. And as we told you earlier, Atana is not available for this match, which could prove crucial for the Dominicans. They've already lost an early wicket, 3 for 1. Gaston aborted in his approach by the umpire, who just moves to his left. Probably a fielder not probably in position, or the batsman not settled yet. So we're going to have the second ball of the second over. So Gaston with success of his first delivery. Here he is. And this first delivery, this one is pushed into the onside. That Hodge coming forward. And no run. So Gaston is immediately on a proper line and length, keeping the pressure on the Dominican batsman. So Robinson, he's on 1, looking on from the non-striker's end. Could the early loss of Pascal, who has had some runs in this competition, update you with his stats as we go along. Yes, our efficient statistician, Roland Cox, is assisting me. And this one from Gaston is just played again quietly into the offside. Can't get a run. But a wayward throw there from the fielder at the short extra cover. And it's cleanly backed up by Melius in the offside to avoid the possibility of an overthrow. So 2 matches, 2 innings for Pascal. And he had 107 runs for a high score of 79. So he's really been among the top scorers for the Dominicans. Actually just behind Atenes, as Gaston once more. And delivery down the leg side, just worked up. Let's see if there'll be any signal from the umpire. The long leg just comes in. Rifles return back in. Leo does well to scoop it up on the half volley. There's a leg by now being signaled by the umpire. So the score inches up now to 4 for the loss of 1. Admission is free to the ground, so those of you who might be following this live stream could get an opportunity, spread the word to come on over to lend some atmosphere here at the Darwin Sami Cricket Ground. You can simply count the spectators around the ground. As Gaston again over the wicket. This one is a good delivery again, and actually the batsman just coming across and in the end allowing it to go through to the keeper. So Robinson remains on one, and another good over coming down here by the St. Lucians. We had the first over sent out by Shonil Edward, none for three, just conceding 3 runs in his first over, and Keon Gaston not conceding any runs yet, picking up a wicket. And it's his 5th delivery, just 1 leg by of the over. Here he is again. Can he finish cleanly? This one is outside the off stump. Another good delivery, good length. Just slightly wide outside the off stump. Leo does well to come across. Takes it. The over comes to an end. And after 2 overs, after deciding to bat after winning the toss, Dominica men 4 for the loss of 1. So yes, so looking at some of the aggregates at the end of round 2, some of the leading batsmen. Sunil Ambris and Vincent and the Grenadines, 137 runs with a high score of 124. And Dylan Douglas, he has 129, high score of 120. So there have been 2 century makers, and Alec Atenes, as we told you earlier, unavailable for this game, off to West Indies duties. He's got 91 from his 2 innings, 128 with 91, his highest score. But it's going to be Shonil Edward. The left-hander is over the wicket. And this one is full, almost Yorker length, just coming down heavily. On that one, there is Hodge. And again, the batsmen are restricted from scoring. This one was well pitched up, and for a moment there, Hodge probably thinking he could have played an expansive drive, but then maybe some movement through the air. He had to come down quickly and heavily on it, and it got the inner portion of the bat and went just to his left. Edward maintaining very good consistency so far in his spell. So this delivery just worked off the body, thought of a single. The fielder is coming in again, rifling a return, looking to effect a direct hit. The keeper, Noel Leo, couldn't get up to the stumps quickly enough. So it's probably good thinking there. And the opportunity for the run out just being missed. A direct throw certainly would have had Hodge in some anxiety. But all's well that ends well. And Hodge continues. Not yet off the mark. So if it's off the pad and he works it neatly, could go close to the boundary. The long leg fielder is coming around. Does so now. Does well to pick up. And the return comes into the keeper Leo. So Hodge is off the mark. 6 for 1. Picking up 2 in the process. A good looking shot. This one just drifting down the leg side and neatly worked off the pad by Kavem Hodge. First real sign of Edward straying from the Immaculate line he has held here this morning. I'm sure he'll be looking to make amends. So this delivery, he certainly does, outside the off stump, and the length was good enough. And Hodge was smart enough to allow it to go through to the keeper, knowing where his off stump was. No run, 6 for 1. And we're in over number 3 here in this Windward Islands Super 50 Men's Tournament 2025. And after this round of matches, we having the playoffs for the championship, and also for 3rd and 4th places. One delivery outside the off stump. He's appealing for a catch, and Hodge walks, coming forward. A very well delivered one there from the left-hander. Perfect length, perfect line. Hodge having to come forward, got the outside edge, and the St. Lucians certainly a cock a hope. As you have seen, the back of Hodge, this one is true to the keeper, and Leo makes no mistakes. And definitely, we see it in the replay, good one from the bowler, Sean Edward, and really backing up his first over, picking up his first wicket in this innings. So we see in the back of Calvin Hodge, caught by Noel Leo of the bowling of Sean Edward for 2, and Dominica certainly under some pressure, 6 for the loss of 2. So the Dominicans setback. I'm sure having won the toss, they would not have wanted to be in that situation, losing 2 wickets inside the third over of the match. And Taj Tavernier will have a lot of work to do if he's going to have to stay around with Robinson, who has opened the innings. He's just got 1 run so far, and he's already faced 3 deliveries, but he's seen the back of 2 of his teammates. First, it was Stephen Pascal, caught by Leo of Gaston for 2. Both batsmen out in similar fashion, pushing outside the off-stump, the outside edge found, and they paid the price. It's Sean Edward. Deliveries again right on the pad, and the appeal goes up. William by a finger go up. Very confident. There's no review system here. Yes. And we can probably do it from up here, but still that doesn't count. There's no tram lines. There's no ultra edge. But certainly a very good shot coming there from the St. Lucians. And they're on their toes. And at the end of over number 3, the Dominica men 6 for 2 and feeling some pressure here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground versus the host nation, St. Lucia. Edward at the end of his second over, 1 for 5. Very good figures indeed. And Gaston, 1 wicket yet to concede a run. And again, our statistician Roland Cox presenting us with some figures. Keon Gaston has been outstanding with 8 wickets so far in his 18 overs of 2 matches. 8 for 75, and that was before this game. So that will remain at 9 for 75. St. Lucians looking to attack a bit more. They're now 6 on the offside. Or rather 7. We're including the 2 slips that's accompanying Leo behind the batsman. This one is down the leg side, wide call. So extras, I'm sure will play a useful part in this innings for the Dominicans, as for any team in limited overs format. 7 for 2 now. And the extras will certainly be crucial. 2. Also currently the leading contributor to the innings. Gaston, 1 for 1. Batsman Robinson wasn't properly settled. Just walked square of his wicket. The umpire signaling dead ball. So you can hear the St. Lucians being encouraged out there in the field by the captain, Kimani Melius. Who's at the orthodox cover position. As Keon Gaston into Robinson. Robinson is driving into the offside. But again, can't get a single straight to the fielder. Gets a return back into the keeper. But we see no ball being signaled by the umpire. So we're also going to have a free hit. So Gaston probably looking for the extra effort there, overstepping the front crease and conceding the extra, which now moves up to 3, 8 for 2, Dominica, and we're into over number 4. They won the toss this morning. Batting. Gaston, this one is looking to pull this one powerfully through mid-wicket. It's all the way down to the vacant mid-wicket region. The fielder only has to run to retrieve a good shot It was short enough. Robinson got into his wicket, no real pace on that one, and really hammered it with disdain all the way down to the boundary for 4. So that will ease some pressure. The first boundary of the morning of the bat of Jelani Robinson. He's moved to 5. Previously lost Stefan Pascal for 2 and Kavem Hodge also for 2. Robinson waits again. Gaston on this occasion is the one who aborts the attempt. The dead ball signal coming from the umpire. Gaston. Over the wicket. This one is worked off the hip. Again, it's short. Will just be one bounce to the fielder down at long leg. And they'll just get a single. The return comes over the head of the keeper. But 3 players in the area to back up. And John L. Eugene looks like just collects cleanly on the overthrow. High over the keeper's head. It's brought Robinson, or rather Tavernier, into strike. And another single to Robinson, who's up to 6. Tavernier is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery, finding the sort of length that he started with in his previous over, Keon Gaston. That one almost unplayable. A batsman drawn into the forward defensive shot. And the ball just eluding the outside edge and into the gloves of Noel Leo. So lots of work to do for this pair. We've got Gillan Tyson, Vincent Lewis, next 2 batsmen to come. I'm sure they'll be looking on with lots of anticipation open at these 2 with ease some of the pressure. Yeah, not necessarily the order that we had called earlier, because you've seen some fluctuation based on what we had initially thought to the Dominican batting, but they've lost 2 crucial wickets in 2 of the leading scorers in this year's competition, Stefan Pascal and Kavem Hodge. This delivery is on the pad, just worked off nicely by Tavernier. He will get off the mark, and they're coming very comfortably for the second run. The return comes into the keeper, Leo. On that occasion, Gaston just train on the pad a bit and making it easy for the batsman just to work that one on the onside. It's just the long leg and the mid-on the onside. As I told you earlier, there's a very heavy concentration on the offside, which gives an indication as to the line of attack that's going to be offered by Keon Gaston. Here he's over the wicket. This one is played on, and they'll get a quick single, as you said. There's very sparse fielders on the onside, and the field at mid-on couldn't get it quickly enough. And also the bowler in his follow-through wasn't able to stop the single. So very good thinking by the Dominican batsman to be able to get that single, and rather comfortably in the end. It's going to be very crucial that they have that approach this part of the innings, especially with 2 wickets down. Need to accumulate the runs at every possibility. So one more legal delivery in his second over from Keon Gaston. 1 for 10 so far. Robinson is just looking to play at that one outside the house. Maybe at the last moment just withdrawing the bat, playing inside the line. But it's a good delivery, bringing up the end of over number 4. And at the end of it, Dominica, 16 for the loss of 2. And definitely that over easing some pressure for the Dominicans, which they were able to at least get a boundary to ease some of the pressure. Robinson, he went up to 6. And Tavernier also got off the mark in that over. He's on 3. But the St. Lucians, I'm sure, would be very happy with the 2 wickets they've picked up so far. So Kenny Melius will continue with Sean Edward from the northern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This one is on the pad this time. and will make it way to the boundary. Leg by, signaled by the umpire. No chance of that one being cut off. Isn't actually a fine leg. There's a long leg in position. So, very smart boundary there for the Dominicans, though not off the bat. But Tavernier was able to get himself in a good position to get that one just off the pad and down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg by Shawnee Edward. Once more, extras continuing to be the leading squad. It's a big appeal, and the batsman is just turning his back. The umpire, again, not interested. His second major appeal that's been turned down from Edward in this innings. Yes, batsman looking to work that one on the onside, and we're not directly behind the bowler's arm, but can be reasonable, the umpire's opinion, that might have been going on the leg side, despite the fact that it was actually the left-hander coming over the wicket. So some good, consistent bowling by Edward and Tavernier. Now with some added pressure on him, there's the silly mid-on in the captain Kimani Melius, now signaling for the wide third man to move to his right at third man boundary. Shawnee Edward looking to keep up the pressure. This one delivery well pitched up. Plays it off the inner portion of the bat. Initially intending to drive through the offside, but off the inner portion of the bat, and it goes to a very, very short fine leg position, and there's no run. So Shawnee Edward has been very impressive in terms of his consistency here this morning. This one is again on the pad. Again, the batsman Tavernier cannot really take full advantage of it. Displays it on the onside and more pad than anything else. And again, for the left-hander, Edward is a very heavily packed onside fielder. The contrast for Keon Gaston has a very packed offside field. Again, this is right up again to the batsman, and maybe just getting it off the toe of the bat. Again, the St. Lucians appealing. So there's really been a lot of consistency from Shawnee Edward here, right up in the block hole again. And Tavernier does well to get his bat down quickly on that. And it allows for the St. Lucian fielders to apply even more pressure. And Tavernier, yes, definitely this one well up. So Shawnee Edward has maintained a proper length in this over. This one again up on the pad. He works it off. And we'll get the single this time. The long leg coming off the boundary. Get an easy single. So Tavernier up to 4. And the Dominica scored a 21 for 2. These two having to do some repair work. So there's 7 extras. 5 leg byes, 1 wide, 1 no ball. Tavernier is on 4. Robinson is on 6. So Tavernier will retain the strike. The end of that over. So Keon Gaston will start his third. Still in attacking offside field, 2 slips. Man at point. Short extra cover. Mid off. There's also a mid on. This time there's a short mid wicket and a long leg fielder. This one's the delivery that's worked off the body. The short mid wicket coming in rather quickly. John L. Eugene, the Rifles, the return back into the keeper. 21 for 2. So the St. Lucians feeling like they can drive home the advantage. Gaston to the delivery down the leg side, a very acrobatic stop by the keeper, but they'll still get a wide. This one very wide down the leg side by Gaston. He's not really been able to be as consistent as probably Edward has been at this time. But the pressure not being released totally for the Dominicans, but the extras are continuing to play a very handy part. Moves up to 9 extras. We're into over number 6. Robinson waits as Gaston is outside the off stump to him. Compensates well, good length. The batsman not able to come forward for the expansive drive, neither was it short enough for him to go on the attack. Jelani Robinson, maybe not among the runs as the Dominicans might have liked so far in the competition. Waits a bit as Gaston prepares on his runs. So 73 runs in total before this innings for Robinson. And Gaston is giving him one that he has to come forward. Defenders at an attempt for a direct throw, but the throw misses, the stumps at the bowler's end. And in the end, Robinson gets another single. He's up to 7. Tavernier comes into strike. So Robinson, 7 balls, 9 runs rather from 7 balls. Just 1 boundary, the only boundary in the innings. Gaston passes the umpire now, and this one is outside the off stump. This time he slashes outside the off stump, wide being called. Very wide indeed. Robinson could have elected to let that one go through rather than offering the possibility of a nick to the keeper, who has been involved in both dismissals so far. Noel Leo with the gloves. Gaston and moving once more to this delivery again, wide outside the off stump, and again call wide. So his radar a bit off at the moment, Keon Gaston, and his personal tally of wides go up to 4. Into his 3rd over, 1 for 15. Maybe trying a bit too hard, but Tavernier gets into his stance once more. Where's for him? This one outside the off stump. This time it's close enough, but again Tavernier allowing to let it go through to the keeper. So this over is going to be a bit longer. 26 for 2. Jelani Robinson looking on from the non-strikers end. Tavernier, 4 from 11 balls. So it's been a bit of a pedestrian start from him, but under the circumstances, it's understandable. This one outside the off stump, just encouraged just to push the bat. Generally beaten on this occasion. So Gaston luring Tavernier into the forward defensive shot. It misses the bat completely. Just 1 bounce in front of the keeper. So the concentration just winning on that occasion. Tavernier could well be advised to let those wide deliveries go. He had a couple of wide deliveries in the over. Probably just tempted to try to get some bat on that one. This time he looks to drive through the offside of the ticket's outer portion of the bat, down to the boundary, crosses the rope now. The inner portion of the bat, but it was close enough to the pitch of the delivery and got a lot of bat under it, more of the outer portion of the bat. Nonetheless, the final result is what that would interest him. He gets his first boundary. He's up to 8, and Dominica quietly inching up to 30 for the loss of 2 after 6 overs. I'm reminding you that you're watching Windward Islands 50 over senior men's knockout cricket at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Host team sent Lucia up against Dominica. And we've already had 6 overs in the innings. Sean Edward, this one is pushing to the onside, and fielder comes in from mid-on but can't prevent the single. So the Dominicans looking a bit more confident. And Sean Edwards, impressive spell so far. 3.1 overs, 1 wicket, 7 runs conceded. He's operating from the Northern commentary box and here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This delivery, the batsman looking to drive to the outside, a peach of a delivery. Coming forward there with Tavernier. Had no idea that one would have whistled past the outside there. Some good pace, good carry through to the keeper. And a very impressive delivery there from Sean Edward. Probably putting a little bit extra on it. We've noticed that he's been quite full to the bat. But that one on the occasion, just probably pulled back slightly. It wasn't a back of a length or anything of that sort, but it had good pace, good length, and just snuck under the bat of Tavernier as he pushed forward. Edward once more. Tavernier gets one that's right into the block hole, does well to squeeze it out, square of the wicket. Will get a single as Robinson calls him through immediately. And the Dominicans 32 for the loss of 2 now, and they've really done well to retrieve the situation thus far after the loss of those 2 reasonably quick wickets. Looking to do some repair damage here. Repair the damage, Robinson and Tavernier. Robinson into the strike. This one is well pitched up. Driven over the bowler's head. Lovely shot, just coming forward gracefully, straight back over the bowler's head, as straight as can be. And the ball just going over the rope. And definitely a situation where the fielder could only come across to pick it up out of the boundary rope. So a very good shot there on that occasion by Robinson. Very impressive looking shot, and bringing his tally now up to 12, and the Dominican scored to 36 for the loss of 2. On that occasion, batsman having the better of the bowler. Lovely presentation of the bat. Edward once more again is worked off the pad. There's a field having to come across to his left, really come across and can does so initially. Will it roll into the boundary rope? No, he saves it. In the end, the return comes in, so a bit of acceleration by the Dominicans. So Robinson will pick up a couple. Up to 14. He is now on the Dominican scorecard, having a semblance of respectability, up to 38 for the loss of 2. Again, we say good morning to you wherever you are. Edward with the fine delivery of his 4th over. Delivery just worked off the pad. The backward square has to come off the boundary. They'll get an easy single. Strike being rotated, but they end up the over. They return a bit wayward to the keeper. But no damage done. The over comes to an end. So Dominica men up to 39 now for the loss of 2. And we've had 7 overs completed. Dominica winning the toss this morning on the wonderful conditions here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And the ground looking in magnificent condition. Not just the inner facilities, but the perimeter access really inviting to the ground. Gaston will continue. So Kimani Melius deciding that he will keep confidence with his opening pair. We're going to start over number 8. This one is on the pad. They get an easy single, just worked off the body there by Robinson. One more to the score. Moves into the 40s. Tavernier will come into strike. So Robinson now looking a bit more fluent, much more confident, much more acclimatized to the situation. He's on 16 or 14 deliveries. Tavernier, 2 gas on this one. He's just dabbing it down to third man. The first slip diving to his right. Can't prevent the single. One more to the score. And Tavernier moves into double figures. He's on 10. So a rebuilding process here by the Dominicans. Having lost 7, Pascal caught by wicketkeeper Leo up the bowling of Gaston for 2. He faced 6 balls. And Kavem Hodge, the prize wicket, also caught by the keeper. This one is edge but short of the first slip. Just one bounce and preventing the possibility of the catch. It's like McKenny Clark at first slip. So that one just falling short of the first slip fielder. Robinson lives on to fight another delivery. 41 for 2. Robinson waits for Gaston. A bit wide on the crease. Good delivery outside the outstump. On that occasion, Robinson not offering a shot, just coming across, covering his wicket and allowing it to go through the keeper. Yeah, and as you were telling you, Hodge, just pushing out one outside the outstump to Shawnil Edward. Well taken by the keeper. Both batsmen going for 2. 2 of the leading Dominican batsmen. There before Alec Atenez, as we told you earlier. This one is short and pull. Will get another boundary. I don't think it will hold up here on the surface at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. Short by Gaston and no real pace in that one. Robinson off the back foot, taking full advantage of that short delivery and pulling it down to the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So that's the second really attacking and authoritative shot by Robinson and getting a very good looking powerful boundary there, pushing his tally up to 20 and the Dominica score to 45 for the loss of 2. Gaston would need to make amends. He's into his 4th over. Final delivery. This one is well up this time. This time Robinson having to really dig that one out. Gets it way down to the fine leg position. The over coming to an end. So some amends being done there, but that one right up into the block hole to end the over by Gaston. But he's been a bit expensive. His 4 overs conceding 26 runs, but his wickets column making a contribution to the solution effort. 1 for 26. We've already had 8 overs completed. So we're going to see how long Melis will continue with this attack. But Edward will continue from our position here at the northern section of the Darren Sammy cricket ground. The media center end. And still a lot of emphasis on the onside field, giving some protection to the left-hander coming over the wicket. This one is well pitched up, played into the offside, just a bit to the left at the man at mid-off who comes smartly to his left. And the return comes into the keeper, restricting the Dominicans to just 1. Robinson moves up to 22 of 19. Soon you're going to be hearing the voice of Claudius Emmanuel for the first time this morning. So we have the cloud under the sun, much cooler conditions out in the middle. This one is down the leg side, way down the leg side, and the keeper doesn't take it cleanly. Leo really having to move across to his left. This one very wide away from the keeper. Well, I thought it might have been off the arm, maybe just unsighted by the bowler, but a leg by being called. But the keeper, Leo, really having to move a lot to his left to prevent that one from going into the boundary. So a very good effort by him, restricting them to just one leg by. Once more. Edward, this one is up on the thigh, the appeal coming, but more in optimism than in conviction. The captain, Kimani Melius, leading the charge, but then withdrawing the appeal rather quickly, noticing that that one was definitely way up high on the thigh and maybe could have just been pitched just outside the leg stump. 48 for 2. So these two have done well to retrieve the situation. A 42-run partnership. When you have 6 for 2, and this one is looking to drive through. The also gets off the inner portion of the bat and can beat the mid-on fielder who moves in smartly. Screened momentarily by the captain, Melius. So again, impressive bowling by Shawnil Edward. 4.4 overs, 1 for 16. Strike rate of 28 and economy of 3.43. 2 deliveries left in his 5th over. This one is on the off, some lovely looking drive through the offside. Will definitely cross the boundary. Robinson looking very much in command there with that drive. Getting that left pad out. Getting to the pitch of the delivery. Full face of the bat. And the fielder could have only run to retrieve. Very good looking shot. Powerful. On that occasion, the bowler Edward a bit too wide, allowing the batsman to free his arms. He's been consistently on the pad of the batsman, attacking the line of the leg stump. On that occasion, Robinson's eyes lit up and really sunk into that juicy half volley. Edward continues from the northern end. This one is down the leg side, wide call this time by the umpire. Just moving into his stump. And then in the end, just allowing it to go through to the keeper. Thinking that it might have been safer to just collect the wide than to offer a bat and offer a nick down the leg side. Robinson getting delivery well pitched up, and he goes with the full blade of the bat. Lovely shot on this occasion, all the way for 6, hitting that one on the up, getting this one, getting under it and raising his bat. And as we told you, he seems to have been settling in. His eyes probably now opened up and seeing it much better on that occasion. And Shawnil Edward being punished all the way over the long off region for the first maximum of this innings. That also brought up the 50 partnership for the Dominicans. And in 43 balls, so it's really been, especially in the last 3 overs, an acceleration by the Dominicans. A very good looking shot there by Robinson. He's moved to 32 from 22. And Tavernier, he's still to really free the shackles, but he's there nonetheless, carrying on the recovery for the Dominicans. He's got 10 from 18. As you see St. Lucia ringing the first change from the southern end, and it's going to be Eli Box who is going to take up the attack. 9 overs completed. 59 for 2. End of the spell. Gaston 1 for 26. Off his 4 overs. Bit expensive in the end. Economy 6.50. Edward That last over is spoiling his figures a bit. Start of a new spell here by Eli Box. His first delivery is into the onside. A no run. Keeper coming across quickly to pick up. 59 for 2, Dominica. Having won the toss and deciding to bat. We're into over number 10. This one is an attempt for him to play on the onside. Comes off the pad. Stifle appeal from the St. Lucians. So Eli Box. Left-hander. Bowling round the wicket. This one is short and hit into the short cover position. No chance of a run. So good tight feeling. Just one slip for Eli Box. 3 deliveries. No runs yet to score off him. This will be the first. Just worked off the body. Edward moving down to the fine leg region. Does well, a slide in stop. But in the end, the 2 runs completed. 61 for the loss of 2. Tavernier on 12 now. 13 extras. Robinson on 32. 61 for 2. Eli Box. This one is a bit shorter. Allows the batsman Tavernier to stand up tall and hit it down to the long on fielder. They'll collect an easy single. Pushing score to 62 for 2. Just 3 runs conceded by Eli Box in his first over. The left-hander, can he finish strongly? This one is worked off the pad, but Shonil Edward is there, the short fine leg position. The over comes to an end. So after 10 overs, Dominica winning the toss and deciding to bat. They're up to 62 for the loss of 2, with Tavernier on 13 and Robinson on 32. 62 for 2. Take you through for the next period of play will be Claudius Emmanuel.
Thank you, Ryan. Good day to all. Bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 62 for 2. Dominica bowling change. Tyrell Chico coming in. This is Chico's first game. Replacing Lee John in the 11. So Chico will bowl to Tavernier. Good start by Chico. Full delivery. And a little hint of a way swing. On the stumps and pushed away by Tavernier onto the onside. No run. So the Dominican pair of Tavernier and Robinson in a very good job. Partnership of 56. Solitary slip for Chico to Tavernier, who's coming forward. And the ball going past the outside edge. Not really carrying to Leo. And no damage done. So Melius using a slip in McKenny Clark. He's at backward point himself. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on. No mid-on. Mid-on, yes. Mid-on. Forward square, long leg. Deep cover. Chico to Tavernier. Full delivery driving. Wants the single. But it's not on. So power play situation done. So we've had 10 overs. So more than 2 on the boundary. In fact, St. Lucia currently having 3 long leg, third man and deep cover. So Chico from the edge of the 30-yard circle will move into Taj Tavernier, who drives nicely, but fielder at mid-off coming nicely to his left. Auguste, but not able to stop the single. So one more to Tavernier. He goes to 13, or is he 14? 14 he is. 63 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the Chico over. So Chico getting an opportunity to demonstrate his all-round ability. He's with the ball now over number 11. He'll now bowl to Robinson. He's getting a good delivery. They go through for the single and made quite comfortable in the end with Melius and the other fielder there. That's Eli Box, almost colliding on the edge of the square. Single to Robinson, taking him to 33, and the total 64 for 2. Chico now ball to Tavernier, who swings it away, but on the bounce to the long leg fielder. Gaston the man. 1 to Tavernier to complete the over. Yes, the first one from Chico. So just a 3. So good start from the tall seamer. After 11 overs, therefore, the Dominicans 65 for 2. This is day 3 of action. Windward Islands Super 50. And of course, the 2 venues here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground and at the Mender Phillip Park. Well, in Castries, at the Mender Phillip Park, Grenada versus SVG. Well, Grenada is rattling along, 85 without loss. And here, Eli Box continuing to Robinson, who gets a good delivery and plays away to point. There's no run. So 16 overs completed in the park in Castries. Grenada 85 without loss. Jeremiah is the man who's pushing things along. Here at DSCG, Libox sends Robinson back. In fact, it's Tavernier going back. And plays up to mid-on. No run. Dominica today, as Ryan told you, without their captain, Ali Catanese. It's probably already in Florida with the West Indies team. Maybe we're going to see him in action tonight as West Indies start another series, this time against Pakistan. Off the back foot goes Tavernier for his 16th run. Dominica 66 for 2. As Eli Box will bowl to Robinson. Solitary slip in place. Comes in, bowls off the back foot. Keeper not taking as Robinson missed that. No edge there. And Eli Box will continue. 2 deliveries left in his over. Off the back foot, punching away is Robinson. Out to the sweeper, Edward. Doing the work and getting the return back in as Robinson gets a single to go to 34, 67 for 2. Libox again to Tavernier this time, who defends away to the short extra cover position to complete over number 12. At the end of it, Dominica 67 for 2. So the men from Nature Isle already losing Stefan Pascal, caught Leo Bol Gaston 2. Big outswinger from Gaston. And Pascal pushing at it, caught at the wicket, and then Hodge also caught Leo, the wicketkeeper, this time off Shonil Edward for 2. Dominica was 6 for 2. But these two have really put their heads together. Good partnership of 61. And they're looking to repair things for the Dominicans. Chico continuing to Robinson, who's driving up to mid-off. Auguste is there, and they pick up one more as Robinson goes to 35. So for Chico, the slip that was there in the previous over has been pulled away. So third man wide, backward point, extra cover mid-off, deep cover mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary as well as long leg. Chico to Tavernier, short, hooked away, pulled away, down to long leg. Straight to the fielder. Gaston with the throw back in. As Tavernier gets another run, goes to 17. 69 for 2. To come for Dominica, Tyson, Lewis, Anselm, Benjamin, Philip, Joseph, and Fontaine. Chico from the northern end, moving into Robinson, down the leg side. Even worse, it's a no ball. A tall figure of umpire Cuthbert McVeigh with the signal. And so one more to the total. Interesting behavior by the two umpires today. In the previous two games, we were being acknowledged. Signals were coming in our direction. But today, we are not being served by the umpires. Chico hooked away out towards mid-wicket and will go into the boundary for 4. Chico was short, another no ball. Well, in fact, it was a free hit, the previous delivery, wasn't it? Yes. And short, and Robinson going back and pulling away. But umpire McVeigh signaled a no ball. So the free hit remains. Chico with successive no balls here. As Robinson pushes on to 39, 75 for 2. And Chico guilty of overstepping. Will have to push himself back a few centimeters as he delivers. But the free hit is on. Comes into Robinson. Slow, pace off, but too wide. And so free hit still on, in my reckoning, yes. Umpire McVeigh with the signal. Interesting. I don't know if Mr. McVeigh heard me. He's turned back and is signaling to us, which is what we have had for the previous 2 days of action at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Chico to Robinson. Free hit still on. Hit away out towards the sweeper who comes off the cover boundary. On the bounce to him, Singer to Robinson. He goes to 40 and it's 77 for 2. The official scorers are at the far end, the southern end of the ground. We are bringing you the production from the northern end. And so the umpires tend to make 2 sets of signals. One to the official scorers and one to us. But so far, Only the last one has come from Mr. McVeigh. Full hit away out towards the mid-on fielder over his head, and it'll go into the boundary ahead of him for 4. Descat going back, not able to make a catch of it, not able to pull it away from the boundary. So 4 to Tavernier, taking him to 21, and the total 81 for 2. So a bit of a ragged over from Chico. 2 no balls, 1 wide, the full toss, and needing to have better control as he comes to the top of his mark. Bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Chico to Tavernier, good delivery, on the money, whipped away. Good work by McKenny Clark coming from mid-wicket. Quickly to his right. And keeping Robinson on strike. Robinson being sent advice long range. I think it's coming from the Dominica dugout saying stay there, bat. He has done well. He's faced 35 deliveries, 21 years. He is part of a partnership of 75 for the 3rd wicket. Chico to him, short, hooking at it and missing down the leg side. No wide call, so end of the over. Chico achieving a dot ball to complete it. And over that had some 9 deliveries. So end of the 13th, Dominica batting first. They're 81 for 2. Robinson is 40 and Tavernier on 21. The St. Lucia side, as we told you, with Chico coming in, missing out today, Lee John. So that's the one change for the St. Lucians, who have had a 100% record with 2 wins from their games so far. And so Dominica lost 1-1. Delivery that starts the 14th over, and struck on the pad there is Robinson, but no response from the umpire. Eli Box in his 3rd over, moving into Robinson, goes back to a delivery that's on about the leg stump, making room, looking to play into the offside. Doesn't have it, and so it's a dot ball to Melius at short extra cover. Eli Box, flighted delivery, shorter, chopped away out towards the sweeper. Single to Shonil Edward as his return comes back in. One more to the burly figure of Robinson. He goes to 41. Equally burly is Tavernier. He's 21. Is forward and can't score. So the 2 stockily built batters building a solid foundation for Dominica after the initial phase was not that good. Tucked away out towards long on for 4. Full delivery, and Tavernier really jumping on it and hitting it away along the ground, way out of the reach of the long on fielder and into the boundary for 4. So he goes to 25 with the boundary, and the total 86 for 2. So this partnership going on and on, prospering all the time for the Dominicans. And well, you'll have to say the ascendancy is actually now with them. It was not so at the start of the innings, because they lost 2 quick wickets. 6 for 2 it was. And what a break now being called at a strange time by the umpires. It's 1 delivery left in the 14th, But I think there was some sort of interruption as the ball went into the boundary, so the umpires have taken advantage of that and called for the drinks break. So 13.5 overs gone, 86 for 2 Dominica. Pascal caught Leo bowl, Gaston 2, Hodge caught Noel Leo bowl, Edward 2, Robinson 41 from 32, Tavernier 25 from 38. And the bowling figures: Edward 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. Gaston 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Chico 2 overs for 17. And Eli Box 2.5, not for 10. As the players refresh themselves, we will also take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so we're about to resume after the break with Eli Box to Tavernier, driving away, and they'll not get the single as the ricochet from the right leg of Melius being picked up by Eli Box. So end of the over, 14 completed. The Dominicans, they are 86 for 2. And, well, we said it was a strange water break. Well, the ball was lodged in a gutter, I think, at the boundary edge. And so the time taken to try to retrieve it or get a replacement, the umpires called for the drinks break to save time. Chico, 2 overs, not for 17, being brought in. Of course, this is a 50 over game, and so we have lots of overs to come. Chico, short hooked away nicely. The fielder at the square leg is taking it on the bounce and stopping it from the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Shonil Edward was there, came off the boundary quickly, and it would have called for a really spectacular diving effort, but he chose to intercept it from the boundary. 88 for 2. Robinson going to 43, and partnership pushing to 82. So Chico will move in again with 2 men on the leg side boundary. Comes in short, and so umpire McVeigh with the signal of yet another no ball from Chico. So Chico overstepping once again. 89 for 2. Free hit is being signaled. And Robinson will look to capitalize. Chico to him. Slower delivery. Hit away out towards the deep cover sweeper. And Auguste, in fact, Tariq Edward, it looks like, with the fielding. And one more to Robinson. So Chico overstepping the crease and then, well, doing well to restrict them in the free hit. Tavernier now in strike. Chico moving in. Tavernier hooks away to the long leg fielder. Straight to him. Gaston is there. Single taken. So one more to Tavernier. 26. He is 91 for 2. Chico, who doesn't say much when he's on the field, doesn't strike you as a very expressive type of cricketer. Seems to just go about his stuff in his own zone almost. Comes in to Robinson. Oh, good delivery outside the off stump and past the outside edge into the gloves of Leo. Lovely delivery from Chico. Much fuller length, different line on the off stump. And pushing at it was Robinson. Ball just straightening. Going into the gloves of Leo. Chico would feel that that's where I need to stay. Does he have that discipline to do so? 2 deliveries left in his over. The 15th of the innings. Coming again to Jelani Robinson. He's not on the line. Down the leg side. 4. Poor delivery from Chico. Wayward delivery. Down the leg side. And Robinson latching onto that and whipping it away fine. And down to the boundary for 4. Taking him to 48. And 95 for 2. So this has been the story for Chico. His first over. 2 no balls and a wide. And he's come back with the second one. 1 no ball, a good delivery, and then a very poor delivery down the leg side. We're moving again to Robinson. Delivery on the off stump, pushed away to mid-off. And the over will come to an end. One that you can best describe as a mixed bag. End of the over from Chico. His second is considered 26. It's 95 for 2. So Melius looking at his bowling options. He has used 4 so far. So Edward, Gaston, Eli Box and Chico. He's got up his sleeve, so to speak. Edward. That's Tariq. He's also got Shadrach Descartes, whom he can go to. Still with Eli Box. Over number 4 for him. Off the back foot goes Tavernier. And can't beat the man at backward point. So Auguste, the man doing the fielding. Eli Box again. Round the wicket. To Tavernier. Goes back and goes long and straight. Over. Oh, caught. Oh, at long off. My word. Keon Gaston judging it well. Well, I thought that had enough to clear the boundary at long off. But it didn't. Keon Gaston moving smartly across to his right. And taking a well-judged two-handed catch to bring about the loss of Tavernier, who goes back with disappointment. Caught Gaston. Bowl Eli Box 26. And the partnership broken at 95. No, partnership broken at 89. So 95 for 3 as Tash Tavernier goes away. Caught Gaston. Bowl Eli Box. As Senior Fontaine coming out for the Dominicans, the under 19 player. An opportunity for him to put his hand up for his team and demonstrate that he is worthy to be at this level and contributing to the Dominica effort. So breakthrough coming for St. Lucia in the 16th over. And these two, Robinson and Tavernier, doing a good job because they came together when Hodge departed at 6 for 2. And so the partnership worth 95. So success for the spin of Eli Box. Good work from Gaston on the boundary. So Eli Box picking up his first and helping in the St. Lucia cause. At Mendofeller Park, they're going a little faster than us. 114 for 1, Grenada. Batting first against SVG. Slip in place as Fontaine about to face his first delivery. Very short extra cover in Melius himself. So Descartes in the slip position. Backward point extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Eli Box to Fontaine, edge and dropping short, I think, of Descartes. Definitely came off the edge. We'll look at it on the replay. And just not carrying to Descartes. A bit of bounce there for Eli Box. It's going to come in again to Fontaine, who doesn't play on this occasion. Into the gloves of Leo. So midway in the 16th over, St. Lucia with a breakthrough. Eli Box round the wicket to Fontaine. Fontaine forward. Keeps it away from the slip. Backward point is covering in Auguste. And Fontaine remains on knot. 2 deliveries left in the over. Eli Box to Fontaine. Fontaine back. Hits it back along the track on the onside. And the over is completed. In fact, there was 1 ball left. And so the end of the over. End of the over. 16 completed. 95 for 3. So a wicket maiden there, delivered by Jaden Eli Box. As McKenny Clark is getting ready to come in for his first. Clark starting is over outside off stump and into the gloves of Leo. So Robinson getting close to his half century. McKenny Clark has been given an opportunity to perform here. He's got a ball that is 16 overs old. What can he do? Bit of a challenge for a young seamer coming in. No support in terms of men in the slips. As Clark misses his run. So he's been asked to bowl here. It's really a question of control, hitting good areas, and keeping the batsman quiet and looking to focus on economy, and mostly economy, you'd say, off the back foot by Robinson out towards the cover point sweeper. And one more to him, he goes to 49, 96 for 3. And so Clark, without the support of the slips, having to demonstrate good control, look for seam movement, changes of pace, important for him as well. He's got one batsman set, that's Robinson on 49, but the other just starting his innings. So maybe that's an area of focus, looking to put pressure on the new batter. Clark to Fontaine, looking to get off the mark, will do so, pushing away into the offside. To the right of Chico at mid-off and getting a single. So Fontaine won, 97 for 3. Robinson, maybe the linchpin of the batting today for Dominica. Certainly with the absence of Atenes and the dismissal of Pascal and Hodge. A lot depending on Robinson. Needs to bat throughout the innings. Forward edge, is that catch taken? And Robinson walks. Well, no more for Robinson. He has to walk away. Good delivery from Clark outside the off stump and pushing, a very tentative bat at it. It went low to Noel Leo, who was equal to it, coming up with the catch, taking it two-handed before it hit ground. And disappointment for Dominica. Robinson maybe looking to run that down to third man to get the 50, but he has run it into the gloves of the keeper. So he goes, caught Leo, ball McKenny Clark for 49, and Dominica 97 for 4. Maybe a case of the commentator's curse there on Robinson. Just seeing that he needed to really bat for the balance of the innings with the others batting around him. That has not been so at all as Gian Benjamin comes out, the keeper for Dominica. Well, he has to do batting from now on, together with Fontaine and company. Number 6 batter coming out for Dominica. And Clark demonstrating that, well, even if I don't have slips, I can hit the edge and bring the keeper into play. Of course, he was assisted there by Robinson, looking to run it down. And so success for Clark in his first over. 97 for 4, Dominica. And you'd think in a bit of bother here, because with the loss of Robinson that was well set, it means that they need to maybe take a few more overs to rebuild this position, whereas they could have accelerated with Robinson pushing past his half century. Benjamin, left-hander, and so Clark will look to angle across him as he stays over the wicket. Benjamin to face his first delivery. Turns it away to the long leg fielder as they take one. Benjamin getting off the mark. And a total 98 for 4. Both batsmen on one. Clark, who has benefited from the exposure of the West Indies Academy, will look to complete his first over. A few days away from CPL action. Turning out for the TKR. Comes in, bowls to Fontaine, back of a length delivery, played away to backward point, and the over coming to an end. So a successful one for Clark, his first, picking up the wicket and conceding just 3. So 17 completed in the innings, and Dominica 98 for 4. I say Dominica, but Cox's screen has Dominica men, and so let's get that straight. Dominica men 98 for 4. Of course, the women very much part of the game nowadays, but this is a men's competition, and Dominica men batting. Benjamin about to take strike, and Eli Box will continue. For the left-handed Benjamin, he has changed his approach and will go over the wicket. Previously he was round the wicket to the right-handers. Comes into Benjamin. Forward and plays back to Eli Box. He's operating with a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Also deep cover, that's the boundary riders. Eli Box to Benjamin, back, swinging away to the backward square leg fielder. Clark is there, fires the return over the head of Leo, but he has support on the offside. So 1-2 Benjamin. He's on 2. 99 for 4. The slip comes in position for Fontaine. That's Descartes. Eli Box round the wicket to Fontaine. Pushing away to backward point fielder. Ogis no run. So for the right-hander, long off mid-wicket and deep cover. The fielders on the boundary. Eli Box to Fontaine, clipping nicely to the mid-on fielder. Quick single, return coming in from Eugene, but missing the stumps at the far end. Good single to get Fontaine on 2 and bring Benjamin in strike. The Dominica dugout like in the single. 100 coming up. Maybe the applause were for the 100. I think they were for the 100. 100 coming up for Dominica in the 18th over. Benjamin, the left-hander. Eli Box to him, flighted deliveries forward and plays back to Eli Box. So Dominica, after 2 rounds, 1 victory, 1 loss, they are in 3rd place, down the track, whipped away, out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is there, Edward. And so it's a single to Benjamin. He goes to 3 as the 18th over is completed. And Dominica, 101 for 4. So after 2 rounds, and Lucia 2 wins from the 2 matches. Net run rate 2.09. SVG number 2. 2 games, 1 loss, 1 win. Net run rate 0.05. Dominica, identical record with St. Vincent, but a lower and negative net run rate of negative 0.32. Grenada, well, they are yet to get off the mark in terms of points. 2 losses from their 2 games. There's a break of competition tomorrow, and of course the final games are on Saturday. Clark starting a new over. Off the back foot, Benjamin looking to play square into the offside. Leo not taking the ball. Bit of a noise as that passed Benjamin, but no damage done because the catch was not taken. So, or the ball was not taken. Not sure whether it was a catch. So today we have Dominica versus St. Lucia, and in the Phillip Park, Grenada versus SVG. Clark down the leg side. Good take. Good stop by Leo. But wide call by Paya McVeigh. So Clark 2 wide there down the leg side. 1 more to the total. 102 for 4. So a victory today by St. Lucia will keep them on top of the table. Dominica can move from their 3rd position if they win. I think Grenada not in contention. Shot chopped away down to backward point. The fielder will not be able to come across. And it's away to his left for 4. So nicely put away by Benjamin, getting on top of that. And hitting it to the left of Gaston at wide 3rd man for 4. He goes to 7. 106 for 4. So the 2 games on Saturday, 1st place plays 2nd place for the title, and the 3rd place playoff is between teams coming 3rd and 4th. So St. Lucia in pole position, and of course should they win, they will play that game. So it is looking like now, well, currently St. Lucia 1, St. Vincent 2, Dominica 3, Grenada 4. So if it continues like that, it would be St. Lucia versus SVG here on Saturday, and Dominica versus Grenada in the park for 3rd place. But of course at the end of today, that can change. Clark to Benjamin, short, and chopped away down to Melius at backward point. And there's no run, so it remains 106 for 4. So interesting format for the competition. Normally you have it strictly on points. The team that has the most points at the end of the round robin is declared the winner, but an opportunity maybe for more cricket. So the numbers 1 and 2 playing. A swing and a miss by Benjamin as he advanced on Clark but didn't make contact. So the 2025 Windward Super 50 Championship heading towards conclusion. We have had good cricket. We have had some decent scores. 405 for 7, St. Vincent. 354 for 5. Outside the off stump, the appeal going up quite confidently. But umpire McVeigh is having none of it. Benjamin's suggesting maybe that brushed my body somewhere. was not my bat. Well, you'd not know from Noel Leo because he tends to appeal with everything he's got. Shot that came back, and well, to be fair, McKenny Clark didn't really go up with a lot of conviction. I think joining in support of his teammates. 106 for 4. One delivery left in is over, the 19th. To Benjamin. Benjamin drives nicely, partially stopped by diving point fielder as their scout. The ball eventually picked up by Eli Box as they took one. End of the 19th. Dominica 107 for 4. Fontaine is 2. Benjamin 8. And Eli Box completing his 5th over. He's got 1 for 13. So 3 scores over 300 so far. SVG 105 for 7 versus Dominica. Dominica 354 for 5 versus Grenada. And St. Lucia 307 versus Grenada. Eli Box with his 6th over balls to Benjamin. Goes back and plays away to Melius. And there's no run. Eli Box to Benjamin. Turns away but can't beat the short square leg fielder. And there is no run. Over number 20, Eli Box to Benjamin, who pulls to the mid-wicket fielder, who is coming off the boundary, limiting the scoring down to a single. As the left-hander goes to 9, 108 for 4. Dominica still with Tyson, Lewis, and Sam Phillip and Joseph Jed to come. Eli Box to Fontaine, sweeping away fine, past the keeper, will not go to the boundary. Chico will pull it back, and they will complete 2. No signal from the umpire. Yes, belated signal from umpire George, the Grenadian. 1 more to the total. Fontaine stays on 2, 110 for 4. Eli Box to him again. He's sweeping, finds bat on ball and will get the boundary on this occasion. Nice meaty blow, making full contact on this occasion. And away to the backward square leg boundary for 4. So loose delivery, capitalized upon there by young Fontaine, taking him to 6. And the total 114 for 4. 1 delivery left in the 20th. Eli Box will move in again to Fontaine, who goes back, makes room, finds the offside, and getting a single to Edward, who gets the body in to stop it from going behind him. So 1 to Fontaine, who goes to 7, 115 for 5. The Dominican scoring at 5.8 as we have a change and Ryan O'Brien comes back in.
So we're going to have McKenny Clark continuing from the northern end. This one is outside the awesome. A bit more pace shown in the start of this 3rd over by McKenny Clark. 1 wicket for 9 runs so far in his spell. Dominica continuing. You heard earlier they won the toss this morning, 115 for 4. So Jelani Robinson, top scored so far. Just one shot of his half century, 49 from 43 balls. Clark turn just on the edge of the 30-yard circle, moves away from us. Passes umpire McVeigh, and this one is short and pulled by Fontaine. I feel that mid-wicket trying to cut it off. But the single was there for the offing, and they get the single quite easily. 116 for 4 now, Dominica. We're in early trouble, losing 2 quick wickets for 6 runs on the board. But they've got themselves in a decent position. We're into over number 21. So if you're just joining us, you can look at the scorecard as McKenny Clark comes round the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. This Benjamin is playing outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact, flirting dangerously outside the off stump. Well, the first to go was Pascal, who was caught by wicketkeeper Leo for the bowling of Gaston for 2. And then Kavem Hodge was caught by the keeper Leo as well for 2. And Tavernier caught Gaston of the bowling of Eli Box for 26, and Robinson caught keeper Leo of the bowling of Clark for 49. As Clark once more, this one is worked off the body down to the fielder coming off of the backward square position. One more to Benjamin. And the score moves up to 117 for 4. Benjamin into double figures. He's on 10. Fontaine. Ursino Fontaine, who's just back from duty with the Windward Islands under 19s, facing at the far end here, or the players pavilion end. This one just worked off the body, maybe taking the glove. The short backward square position. They get a single. So Fontaine moves to 9 and Dominica to 118 for 4. So for Clark, to the left-hander, there's a mid-off. It's a man at backward point. There's the orthodox point position. Short extra cover, and a man sweeping on the deep extra cover boundary. This one is short, well over the head of the batsman. And umpire McVeigh. This moves up to the stump to indicate that it's the end of the over. And at the end of McKenny Clark's third over, Dominica men 118 for 4, 20 extras in that, and we've had the completion of 21 overs, and 118 after 21 maybe acceptable by the Dominicans. They've still got 6 wickets intact, so they really need to ensure that they bat throughout the innings if they're going to set the St. Lucia team a formidable total that they can defend. So we've had Shawnee Leonard with 5 overs, Gaston with 4, Edward 1 for 27, Gaston 1 for 26. Jaden Elibox was very inconsistent, but he's got a wicket to his name, 1 for 19 off his 6 overs. Came back well in the latter half of his spell. Terrell Chico, 3 overs for 26. No wicket. McKenny Clark, 1 for 12 off 3. And now we're seeing the introduction of the off spinner, Tariq Edward, a former West Indies under-19 player in his own right. He's going to be taking up the attack from the southern end here, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And St. Lucia in a good position to qualify as one of the top 2 teams in the preliminary stage of the competition. This one is short of a good length, just played into the onside by Fontaine, and there's no run. Kimani Melius at mid-on, he picks up. Edward again, this one is short, gives the batsman sufficient time to get on the back foot with very good feeling, that extra cover, and there's no run possible. Edward short again. This time the batsman gets in his wicket, pulls it down to a position near the orthodox long on fielder. It's like John L. Eugene down there. He picks up, but the batsmen go through for the single. So Benjamin will come into strike. Both batsmen on 10, 119 for 4, Dominica. Now we see man going down at the long leg position. There's a deep mid wicket. Man at a backward square, or rather forward square on the onside. And also a mid on 3/4 way to the boundary. And it's short again. This time Benjamin into his wicket and pulls it powerfully all the way past the wide mid wicket region down to the boundary for 4. Sean Edward there couldn't get her wrong in time. 123 for 4, and a very powerful shot there by the diminutive left-hander. A bit stocky as well, but very strong base. This time he goes all the way, another maximum in the innings. Very good shot there by Benjamin, getting under that delivery from Tariq Edwards. So Edward being taken to task, and that's just the second maximum in the innings. We saw the first from Jelani Robinson, and now Benjamin, despite being a bit short in stature, just getting under that one, good base, and just getting under that one, powerfully built. And that one went all the way over the wide mid-wicket region and somehow found itself onto the ramp. That's part of the Johnson Charles stand, closer to the southwestern end of the stand. One of the few spectators in the stand having to come around to get the ball back into play. So Benjamin in a no-nonsense mood. It's gone to 20 of 19 deliveries. Two fours and 1 6. Striking at 105.26. This one is short, and he's again getting into position to pull an attempt down there, diving attempt there by the fielder. Edward can't stop it. So another boundary. So Tariq Edward being roughed up in his introductory over, conceding 15 of his 6 balls, and really roughed up by the batsman, the Robinson. And Robinson showing that he's quite competent with about Benjamin, 24 runs off 20 balls, and has really accelerated things for Dominica in that last over. 133 for 4. We've had 22 completed. So Dominica hoping that these two can continue with the sort of aggression that we saw between Robinson and Tavernier, that really brought to recovery after losing the first couple of wickets for just 6 runs. And now these two looking to really pick it up. 6.05 they're going at. So Clark will be continuing from the northern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Last wicket going on the score 97. This one is pushed into the offside, but straight to the fielder. And Kimani Melius is in the way. Feeds it cleanly. So McKenny Clark, 1 for 12. Just starting his 4th over. Turns edge of the restrictive 30-yard circle. And umpire Max Vane looks down at the front crease. This one is short over the shoulder of the batsman. Signal now by the umpire. Well taken by wicketkeeper Noel Leo, who has been very much in the play today. Some very acrobatic saves, and also taking 3 catches behind the stumps, accounting for Pascal, Robinson and Hodge. Clark turns, looking for his second wicket. To the delivery, the batsman is looking to work that off the pad. We'll look to see a signal from the umpire. Yes, leg by being signaled now. Yes. The scorers are probably a bit busy with their hands, so I think we're doing the acknowledgement for them here from our commentary position. There's one more to the total. So Dominica continuing to build on their total. 21 extras, making a useful contribution. Chi and Benjamin gets the delivery well pitched up on the leg stump. No ball called, so the extras continuing to mount. One more. And the front foot no ball. The signal coming from umpire McVeigh of the free hit. .3 overs. Of those 22 extras, 9 leg byes, 8 wides and 5 no balls. In other words, there have been 13 unforced errors by the bowlers used today by St. Lucia. McKenny Clark, short. Benjamin is under it, pulls all the way over long leg for 6. So he's showing that he's tough, getting under that one. And McKenny Clark, not quick enough, got into a very good position quickly. And Benjamin helped that over the long on boundary for another maximum. So he's now hit 2 sixes in his innings and has really increased his strike rate to 136.36, beating that of Robinson, who had 113.95, and picking up his second maximum 30 of 22 balls. Looking to be the danger man, the aggressor in this Dominican batting lineup so far. Lovely shot, comes across, pushes into the offside. The fielder from mid-off has to come to his right, he feels, but not before 1 run is completed. 142 for 4, Dominica. Always known to be fighters. Good conditions here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for cricket. Clark away from his one is short, and this time is pulled into the onside, but straight to mid-on. Can get a single. So the over comes to an end. One in which he conceded a maximum to Robinson. His figures now 1 for 20 of 5, McKenny Clark. And Dominica, they scored to 142 for the loss of 4, winning the toss and batting. And at 23 overs, their strike rate 6.17. And this partnership proving pretty healthy. Right now it's up to 45, the last wicket falling at 97. So we're going to have for the first time today Shadrach Descott from the Southern or Players Pavilion. So for Descott, the left hand, the right hand over the wicket, he bats left. And there's a third man, there's a backward point, there's a cover, and a mid-off. This one is driven down to the other field on the offside, sweeping on the on the boundary. Return coming back into the keeper. But they get 1. That's Benjamin rather. Benjamin moves up to 32, and it's Fontaine who's on 10 that comes into strike. Shajak Descott looking to get among the wickets for St. Lucia. We're now using the 7th bowler. This one is played into the offside. Straight to the fielder. Can't score. .143 for 4. St. Lucia leading the table before this round of matches. 8 points of their 2 matches. Descott again. This one is delivered that just worked off the body. And no call from the non-striker as the fielder coming in quickly. Eugene prevents the possibility of a single. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 2 matches, 4 points. Also with 4 points, Dominica. Grenada yet to pull off a win at the bottom of the standing. This one played back up the track. Descott. Freddie busy in his follow-through, could only stop it. But only no chance of a run. So at the end of the round today, we'll be surely having an exact position as to who will be coming up for the top places on tomorrow's final day, when we'll have team Saturday when the teams at the top, first and second, meet for the championship title, and 3 and 4 into the playoff for 3rd place. This one down the leg side. Stifle appeal from Descott, urging the keeper to hold on cleanly. A Fontaine taps at the crease. Descott is one down the leg side. Another good take, an appeal from the bowler, maybe just brushing the pad. Yes. Okay. Well, the shot of the keeper, I suppose, put down. Okay. Well, an opportunity going to begging. It's a bit unsighted there. The batsman looked to working on the onside. Leo moving to his left. He's really been busy all day. 3 catches already and having to move across at some wide deliveries on that occasion. Probably some glove onto that one. We heard the stifle appeal coming from the bowler, but in the end, Leo wasn't able to hold on. So the partnership will continue. So a chance going to beg in 143 for 4. 24 overs completed. We're going to have Gaston being brought back into the attack. Previously in his first spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 1 wicket. That wicket of Stefan Pascal. And at one stage, with the 2 wickets going down, if there's 6 runs on the board, it looked like St. Lucia might have made early inroads. But we've seen some good resistance from the rest of the Dominica batting lineup so far. Pascal going for 2, Hodge for 2. But he had Robinson 49 and Tavernier 26. His delivery is driven straight over the other batsman. A diving effort there to probably pull off the catch. And the diving save in the end there by, looks like Tarek Edward just in front of us. 2 runs completed despite the effort by Edward. Did well to pull off the boundary. The ball was slowing up now and again, but a bold shot there by Benjamin, who continues to play aggressively. He's gone up to 34 off 25 and really taking the attack to the St. Lucian bowlers. It's been very positive. Benjamin. The delivery outside the off stump, wide of the off stump. Benjamin just allows it to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. So he hasn't played loosely. He's played rather positively and very aggressively Benjamin. But it's quite aware that there's still lots of time in this innings. 25 possible overs after this one. The left-hander waits. Gaston. This one is coming forward, playing into the offside. Square the wicket, just back with the square, straight to the fielder Melius. Rifles the return back in. No chance of a run. 145 for 4. Dominica. Umpire McVeigh having to do some repairs to the stumps. Reapplying his bails. 145 for 4. Benjamin on 34 is on strike. This one is short and he's just standing on the back foot. Plays his square on the outside. Straight to gully. And there's no run. So an attacking ring of fielders on the offside. It's also the third man and a man sweeping on the deep extra cover boundary. Mid on in Tariq Edward. And a backward up square on the onside. Gaston moves away from us once more. And this time he's looking to swing out that one outside the outside a bit loosely. This passing the outside edge. Seeing that one well pitched up in his hitting arc. Stretching that right leg. Trying to get to the pitch of it. Could be beaten for pace. Can't pick it the movement. Not exactly behind the bowler's arm. But a good delivery nonetheless from Gaston. And tempting the batsman to play an aggressive shot, driving outside the off stump, and that one passing perilously close to the outside edge. Gaston this time is playing it defensively upon the offside as the over comes to an end. So Benjamin ending in defense. He's on 34. Fontaine is on 10. And after 25 overs, the halfway stage of the Dominican innings, the Dominican team 145 for 4. And quite an interesting stage here in this game. Dominica winning the toss and deciding to bat. And 145 at the halfway stage. There's 4 innings, 4 wickets going down, 6 wickets remaining. Robinson was the last one to go, caught by Leo off the bowling of Clark for 49. That's the wicketkeeper Noel Leo. Descart will continue. From the southern end here, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This one is called wide. There's passing under the armpit of Fontaine. 10 from 26, looking very patient. Quite organized. One of the youngsters coming through in the junior systems in Windward's cricket. Just represented the Windward's at the under 19 level, the regional competition. This one is just played off the pad. They'll get too easily. If they're looking to slide, but doesn't pick it up cleanly. So in the end, they get it comfortably. The Windward's outfit coming third in that competition, behind Barbados and the USA. So it's good to see that the youngsters graduating from one level and moving to the next. So Fontaine on to his senior team and moving on now to 12 in his innings, 12 of 27. Waits for Descart, and Descart forces him to play this one out to the short mid-wicket region. This time there's no possibility of a run. And part of our crew here, having to bring it alive, is young Jonathan Daniel, who was also part of the Windward setup for that just concluded tournament. This delivery is again forcing the batsman into defensive stroke. The fielder coming in from mid-on. No run. I'm sure he'll be proudly looking on at his teammate, Fontaine, who is on strike. Fontaine on 12, the aggressive Benjamin on 34 from 30 deliveries. Looking on from the other end. And the Scot is finding Fontaine, looking to get inside of his wicket to play a ball on the onside. Gets too square of it, and in the end makes no contact and being struck somewhere in the midriff region. So psychological victory there for Descartes. He'll be beating the young Fontaine for pace. See that the more experienced Gian Benjamin comes down to have a word with him. Probably imploring him to play much straighter, because that one just skidded off the pitch and it wasn't really that short for him to attempt that pull towards the onside. He's coming forward and driving elegantly into the mid-off region. That one off the middle of the bat. The fielder coming across, no run. Yes. The delivery is coming on the back foot. Descartes shot on that occasion. The ball going down to the man sweeping on the deep extra cover boundary. The over coming to an end. And at the end of it, Dominica 149 for 4. We've had 26 overs completed here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in this Windward Islands 50 over senior men's tournament for 2025. And the tussle on for the second position in this company of actually teams are going to qualify. And at the moment, St. Lucia seems to be pretty clear, at least to qualify for one of the two top places, whereby St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica will be looking to tussle to see the situation in terms of getting in to the top two. But again, we'll have to wait until the end of today's round of matches. So it's going to be Keon Gaston will continue from the southern end. 5 wickets, and now is the second of this new spell. 1 for 28. And he's bowling to Fontaine, who plays it up to the short mid wicket. No chance of a run. Gaston will be held up momentarily as Fontaine needing some attention to his laces. Time to give you a quick look at some of the bowling figures. Sonny Edward 1 for 27 off his 5 overs. Gaston is continuing 5.1, 1 for 28 so far. And he gets a short delivery. Fontaine gets the keeper is coming around. Will he get it? Inducing the fall shot, and the young batsman Fontaine being induced into playing a pull shot. Definitely poor judgment. It was lying on or about the off stump, looking to pull it on, and the extra pace on that occasion, and simply just spoon the catch to allow Leo to have his 4th catch of the innings. So Fontaine perishing, caught by wicketkeeper Noel Leo off the bowling of Keon Gaston for 13. And the youngster spent 34 balls out in the middle, looked rather resolute and content to stay out there to assist Benjamin in retrieving the situation for Dominica. But they've now lost their 5th wicket for 149. And Gaston picking up his 2nd wicket, and he's now got 2 for 28. So probably induced into that fall shot. And seems like we are also going to have a water break at this point in time. So also probably a good time for us to take a break here from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and we'll be continuing in a very short moment. Well, we're back here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we've just seen the completion of the water break with Keon Gaston getting a wicket off the second ball of his 6th over, and Dominica on 149 for 5. We've got Jed Joseph, the new batsman. This one is down the leg side, wayward, wide cold. It'd be a bit too enthusiastic. Wide down the leg side. This time it's well taken by Leo. Already with 4 catches. We just had one put down off the bowling of Shadrach Descartes. Descartes' second over. But so far it's really done a good job behind the stumps for St. Lucia. Keon Gaston moves away from us. Passes umpire McVeigh. This one is short, and Joseph is just dabbing that one down to third man. They've already completed one. We'll get a second rather easily. The fielder just picking it up wide on the third man region. Bounce into the keeper. Leo takes it well. So the 150 up for Dominica. 152 for 5. And we'll give you some stats on that in a bit. We're into over number 27. It's going to be Joseph. It's off the mark with those 2 runs. Just getting inside of his wicket and stylishly plays it back up the track, going on to the onside. Good looking defensive shot from Joseph. Getting well behind that one. And there's no run. 152 for 5. Reminding you that we're bringing you the action live stream here from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This one is attempted drive, dangerous lead, not getting sufficiently close to the pitch of the delivery. Good ball from Gaston. The penultimate delivery of over number 6 in his effort for St. Lucia today. 2 for 31. His figures. Just pushing at that one. Maybe looking to feel bat on ball. Joseph. And beaten outside the off stump. The bowler should take some credit rather than accuse Joseph of any indiscretion. Here he is facing once more. He's looking to turn out one on the onside. This one is struck on the pad and appeal, and he's given out by umpire McVeigh. The finger coming up. Umpire Cuthbert McVeigh very slowly indeed, and he brought it way below his chest. And eventually we were able to see that hand coming up, and it looked a bit perilous on the Joseph's part, just going across the line there shortly. At that time, looking to play across the line would have been better advised to present the full face of the bat. And Dominica losing another wicket. Joseph was just come to the crease, going leg before wicket to Keon Gaston, and gives Gaston his 3rd wicket. And Gaston now with figures of 3 for 31, and C in the back of Jed Joseph. Looked good for a short time when he was there. Played 1 or 2 defensive shots in the approved manner, then going across the line, maybe tempted by that delivery, well pitched up to him. But Gaston able to breach the defense to pick up his 3rd wicket, and that makes his figures look so much more impressive. And he's got his 6 overs completed, and he's now got 3 for 31. So St. Lucia now sensing an opportunity to make further inroads in the Dominican innings, but Benjamin is showing lots of defiance. He's on 34 and will be on strike as the over had come to an end. So the left-hander is going to face up to Shadrach Descartes. It's going to start his 3rd over. Gaston 3 for 31. His figures looking much more impressive after the end of that over. after picking up 2 wickets in it. So Descartes is waiting on the backward square fielder to get into position. And there's a long leg, also orthodox mid wicket, and a mid on the onside. This one outside the off stump. And Benjamin just throws across, just kicks some turf away from his stance. And there's no run, no shot offered. 34 to his name. And he's really looked astute. A figure of defiance for Dominica. Shadrach Descartes. This one is short, and Benjamin just gets inside of it. Wide call down the leg side. A bit inconsistent in his line there, Descartes. To the left-hander. And you can say that Benjamin has really been disciplined in terms of balls that he's let go. So lots of time left in the innings. He's getting inside of this one and guiding it down to third man. Dominica comes in, sends a return back into the keeper. They get a single. So Lewis will come into strike for the first time. Vincent Lewis coming in at number 8 for Dominica. Takes guard. And his number is number 8. I've been told as well by our statistician Roland Cox. And umpire Emran George has given him his guard. And Descartes to be into this one. He's looking to just guide that one. Gets off the mark immediately. Fielder coming in off the third man boundary. Making it easy to complete the single. So Lewis is off the mark immediately. Brings Benjamin back into strike. Descartes. This one is driven. Lovely looking shot. Passes the mid off. Lovely shot by Benjamin. Getting the opportunity there. Descartes over pitching on that occasion. Getting well in line with it. Stretching that right foot out the left hander. And going through the line. Beautiful shot. Mid-off had no chance. And is no longer in position. And it made its way all the way down to the boundary for 4. So Descartes guilty of over pitching there. And allowing Benjamin chance to free his arms. A lovely boundary by Gian Benjamin. He's on 39 and he's cutting on this occasion. We'll get a single down to third man. We'll take him into 40. And Dominica to 160 for 9. Impressive knock so far by Gian Benjamin, who's also going to be holding the gloves for the Dominicans when it comes their turn to field. Descartes. This time to Lewis. And Lewis is just taking out one on the body. Dead ball signal. No shot attempted. Just taking it on the body. The batsman looking a bit perplexed. But it was quite obvious that he didn't offer a shot. So dead ball called by umpire George. We see the over actually come. Okay, well, we've had 28 completed now. Dominica 160 for 6. And sensing a sort of a momentum shift in the innings, slightly leaning towards St. Lucia. The loss of a couple of quick wickets. 160 for 6. But it's never over until it's over. And Gian Benjamin is looking rather determined out in the middle to stay out there and push the Dominican total as far as possible, 160 for 6. There's 22 overs remaining. Start of a new over. In the end, the possibility of a run negated there. The batsman could have opted for the single there, but in the end, a bit of confusion. And Gaston, starting his 7th over, was able to come across and screen sufficiently. And Benjamin, too, thinking that he would try to face as much of the remaining overs in this innings. Gaston over the wicket, rather round the wicket to the left-hander. This one is played deep into the offside. They're coming for this, or rather was thinking of it. The fielder coming off and the keeper pushed back, having to jump to take that one way over his head. But in the end, they had to settle for 1. So Benjamin moves to 41 and Lewis comes in to strike. 161 for 6, Dominica. Winning the toss and batting this morning. So it's been a rather competitive session of play so far. Keon Gaston looking to make further inroads. 3 for 32 his figure so far. And this time, solidly in defense is Lewis. Coming forward, presenting the full face of the bat. Into the offside. And no chance of a run. The Dominicans would be thinking of a total, I'm sure, way past 200. With the remaining resources in the pavilion. So we should looking to end the innings as quickly as possible. This one is way down the leg side, easily called wide by umpire McVeigh. That one really sprayed far down the leg side by Gaston. Has been guilty of being inconsistent at times. And on that occasion, the batsman Lewis not trouble at all, just watching as it goes past. Just moving out the right foot across and allowing it sufficient space to go through. Would have known it would have easily been called a wide down the leg side by umpire McVeigh. Extras again contributing rather handily. 26. This one is again worked off the body. We'll wait for the call from the umpire. No run call at the time either, so we won't get a signal from the umpire as Leo moved quickly to his left to prevent the possibility of a run or an extra being taken. Benjamin wisely sending Lewis back. So Lewis, 4 balls, 1 run to his name. Continuing to fight the good fight out there in the middle. Brilliant sunshine. No threat of rain at this time in this competition. Windward Islands men Super 50. Gaston is on his shot. He's looking to pull that one somewhere. First of all, a big swing of the bat from way outside the off stump and probably ill-advised shot because there's a man at deep backward square. Could have gotten an edge to the keeper, and if there was anything substantial on it, could have even found its way down to the long leg region, and it had some good pace on it. So Lewis there may be a bit ambitious to that delivery from Gaston. Just 1 more to complete his 7th over. This time he makes come out. Is it that? Let's see. Yes, even sounded like it might have been of the helmet. Yes, I was wondering because I was pretty concerned, and it went quite a distance down to the long leg region, so it's also the end of the over, so it's quite interesting. It sounded like it was the helmet, but I was surprised that it made its way so far down to the boundary region, so we're going to have most likely some assistant singlet dead ball, so quite a bit confused for the concussion check. Yeah. Yeah, so there'd be no signal. There'd be sort of like the signal of the dead ball. And because for a moment I thought it might have been even some sort of contact at the back of the bat, since it had gone all the way down to the boundary, the long leg region. So a quick delivery there from Gaston, and the batsman Lewis trying to get into position. As I told you, he was looking a bit ambitious even to the previous delivery. But on that occasion, of the helmet. So they're having a slight check for the concussion test. So to bring you up to date, 162.46. We are just about 29 overs into the play. And even our statisticians looking to get the whole statistical setup for that scenario in place. But quickly to let you know, Stephen Pascal was caught by wicketkeeper Leo of the bowling of Gaston for 2. Dominica today after winning the toss and deciding to bat. Jelani Robinson caught by keeper Leo of the bowling of McKenny Clark for 49. Kavem Hodge caught by wicketkeeper Leo of the bowling of Shonil Edward for 2. Tad Tavernier caught Keon Gaston bowl Jaden Eli box for 26. Ursino Fontaine caught Leo of the bowling of Gaston for 13. Gian Benjamin is not out on 41, and he's really played a splendid inning so far of 36 deliveries. We're having the start of another over from Shadrach Descartes, and he's looking to push it off the offside, coming off the inner portion of the bat, and that one is bobbing in the air, going wide of the mid-on fielder, and in the end, the batsman completing 2. So what a situation. Again, might have been even beaten for some pace there, and that one really carrying far. It seemed to be a defensive prod. It ballooned way to the right of the mid-on fielder. But Dominica, again, ensuring that they've kept their wickets intact. Lewis has gone up to 4. Benjamin on 41 of the non-strikers in. Descartes again. This one is played into the offside. Big shout up, no. Score remains on 165 for 6. Serving over number 30. Descartes still looking for his first wicket. Gaston 3 for 34, leading bowler and wicket taker for St. Lucia. This one is ball over the short fine leg region down to the boundary for 4. So on that occasion, Lewis getting more bat on that one and gets another boundary, but not in total control. But in the end result is what counts, and Lewis moves up to 8 and Dominican total to 169 for 6. He's going to take his mark again from umpire George. Now there are 3 deliveries left in over number 30 by Shadrach Descartes. He's bowled him on the outside. Thought he was looking to drive, and off stump just struck Shadrach Descartes right up to the batsman, looking to come forward, looking to drive. A big gap between bat and pad, and his off stump being knocked back. So the luck of Lewis just running out at this stage, bowled by Descartes. So Dominica losing the 7th wicket with the score at 169, and Descartes now getting some success in the right hand column, 1 for 19 of a probing 3.4 overs so far. Vincent Lewis, bowled by Descartes. Yeah, a lot happened while he was out there. Faced 10 balls and just played down the wrong line to that one from Descartes. So Descartes now able to get a wicket. 1 for 19. So we've just had a break for the new batsman to come in, plus a couple of the fielders getting an opportunity for a light break. So live action brought to you from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in this Windward Island Senior Men's 50 over tournament. Dominica versus St. Lucia at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Stream to you live. And Mr. David Oliver and his technical crew with him. We've also got Roland Cox as our statistician. And in a moment, you will be hearing Claudius Emmanuel for the second time today. As Shadrach Descott is tossing the ball from hand to hand. The southern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Passes umpire George, and this delivery is wide ball called now. Batsman not having to offer a shot. Tyson. Gillen Tyson. Number 9 for Dominica. Also 9 on the back of his shirt. We've had similar occurrences previously. As the case was with Joseph, it was? Lewis, rather, yes. Lewis came in at 8. Ball for 8. What a situation. So, I'm sure Tyson would not want to be dismissed for 9. He's playing this one into the offside. Squarish. The over. Tied so far by Descott. Kimani Melius moves to his right to pick up. One more delivery left in this over. First to have the completion of 30 overs in the Dominican innings, 170 for 7. So the battle has swung one way and then to the next. This one is played back up the track. So a good end to the over by Shadrach Descott. So Dominica 170 for 7 minutes of toss and batting. And that's their position after 30 overs. And to continue will be Claudius Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. So 170 for 7. Had 30 overs. Shanil Edward coming back for another spell. 5 overs. 1 for 27. No maidens. And he will bowl to Benjamin. Jovan Gian Benjamin. 41 from 36. And he's been joined by Tyson. So Tyson is coming at number 9. Number 9 on his back. Edward to Benjamin. Forward. Will get a single. As Edward not picking up in the follow through. Oh, they're going to go for a second. Oh, the St. Lucia fielders falling asleep there almost. And well, Benjamin and Tyson very keen to take all runs on offer. Taking 2 for a ball just pushed up to the short mid-on position. The St. Lucian fielders ball watching there. 172 for 7. Benjamin with the gifted 2 goes to 43. Edward to him. Short, very wide. And Benjamin is not a tall man, so he couldn't reach that at all. Wide call by umpire McVeigh. A tall figure of McVeigh standing there waiting for our acknowledgement. Eventually got it. 173 for 7. But the thing is, umpire McVeigh signals to us, but not umpire George down the leg side. And no signal from umpire McVeigh on this occasion. As Edward down the leg side, maybe clipping the pad as it passed Benjamin, who would be a little disappointed that he didn't get some bat onto that. And had he done that, could have gotten a boundary because there's no fielder on the boundary at long leg. Fielder is inside the circle. Edward to Benjamin. Shot chopped away. Benjamin wants a single. Will eventually get it as it beats Melius in the circle at backward point. Clark completing the fielding on the deep cover boundary. One more to Benjamin. He's 44. 174 for 7. This is the 31st over. Gillan Tyson is on strike. Mid-wicket, deep cover, deep third and long leg. The boundary riders for Tyson. Jumps back in defense and plays away to short extra cover. No run. So Tyson has shirt number 9 coming in at 9. Vincent Lewis came in at number 8. He had number 8 on his back. He scored 8, and I think he ate a banana before he came into bat. Edward to Tyson, who plays away into the offside. No run. It's quite interesting how these things can happen. In fact, in the first game, Grenada versus St. Lucia, or was it the second game? The Murray twins, Kirsten and Kurt, they ended up with identical figures. 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 48. Could you believe that? Twins ending up the innings with identical figures. Edward will come into Tyson. Tyson is across his stump, struck on the pad, and Edward was almost running towards the keeper in celebration, thinking that was a foregone conclusion. But I think you'd find that's probably pitch outside leg. But to be fair, there was not much support for Edward. Leo didn't go up in his usual eager manner. And that looks like pace off. And Edward just kept on running towards the striker stumps in celebration. But of course, he didn't get the call from the umpire. End of the over. 31 completed. And it's 174 for 7. At the Mender Phillip Park, Grenada pushing along. 247 for 4. As Descartes starts a new over. Benjamin playing it to Eli Box at backward point. And there's no run. There's been 100 at the Mender Phillip Park for the Dominican batter. Johan Jeremiah getting 100. Descartes to Benjamin, drives over the infield on the offside. Sweeper comes off the boundary. Edward, they stayed at 1. That doesn't look like Edward, as Benjamin gets a single. He goes to 45. Is that Auguste? That's Lee John, the substitute. Clipped away by Tyson at mid-wicket. No run. So in Castries, they're at the 42nd over. Grenada 248 for 4. So Jeremiah has been dismissed. I think he got about 110. Descartes. Play on a miss by Tyson. Loosely and into the gloves of Leo. No run. So Descartes midway in his 5th over, 1 for 21. The wicket of Lewis, we had bowled in his previous over. It's coming into Tyson, who's forward. Looks quite compact, just pushing in defense. Keeping out Descartes. In fact, Johan Jeremiah getting 121 for the Grenadians. 121 from 134 deliveries. Clipped away by Tyson. And the over coming to an end. So a good one from Descart. And 175 for 7. So at the Menopole Park, the final update on that game, 248 for 4. Darren Ned is 48 and has been quite consistent in his what we have seen from him. Got a half century in the previous game and is currently on 48. Closing in on a half century is Gian Benjamin, who's in strike. Shonil Edwards starts a new over, but he's down the leg side. Called wide by umpire McVeigh. So 176 for 7. So Benjamin 45 from 41. Needing all the support he can get from Tyson, Anselm and Phillip, the batters, to come after Tyson. Turned away, pace off delivery to backward square leg. The return goes to the striker's end but misses. One more to the diminutive left-handed keeper. He's 46. And Dominica men 177 for 7. Edward in his 7th over, 1 for 33. Gaston, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 34. A wicket for McKenny Clark and 1 for Descart. Edward, Tyson lets it go. Ball angled across him and making it very clear that his objective, his job is not to look to flash and get quick runs, but to just stay there with Benjamin. Still plenty of overs. 17 after this one. So Benjamin really needing the support of his teammates. Outside off stump again, Tyson shoulders arms and allows it to go. The tall figure of umpire McVeigh, very erect, standing tall. He looks like an umpire. The height and just the demeanor, very cool, doesn't say much, but a man you can see who loves the game. Edward, short, ducking under it is Tyson, and umpire McVeigh coming quietly forward and making the signal. I think umpiring was made for people like McVeigh. They don't say much, but they are there consistently and communicating through signals. In contrast, umpire George at point now, very small of stature. Outside off stump again from Edward. And Tyson allowing it to go. So contrasting build between the two umpires, the tall figure of McVeigh and the much more slender George. But Mr. McVeigh signals to us, but Mr. George doesn't. We need to get Mr. George to communicate to us outside our stump, perhaps in the second innings. End of the over as Leo does not take. End of the 33rd with Dominica 177 for 7. Benjamin is 46. And Tyson is yet to score. Has faced 14, but I don't think he's too bothered. He knows the importance of the support that he needs to give to Benjamin. And as they have a discussion at the end of the over, I'm sure they are discussing exactly that. As Kimani Melius brings on Jaden Elibox for another spell. He's had 6 already, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. The wicket of Taj Tavernier, who was caught Gaston for 26. So 177.47. Dominica scoring at 5.36. And, well, how much can they get? We have seen scores of 354 and 300 at the DSCG so far in the 2 previous rounds. How many can Dominica get? You'd think they need more than 300. Down the track and driving nicely through, long off for 4. Oh, what a greeting to Elibox, and Benjamin getting to his 50. And what a way to do it. It has come from 43 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s, using his feet nicely and slapping that through to the left of the mid-off fielder and into the boundary for 4. Strike rate of 116.3 for the little left-hander. Elibox to him back, pulling, can't beat. Short mid-wicket in Descartes. 181 for 7 with the Benjamin boundary. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Deep cover on the boundary. Elibox to Benjamin. Benjamin sweeps, looking to do so fine. Doesn't make contact. Umpire George walks away, not really taking on the appeal. He had already calculated that it was missing. Dot ball. 181 for 7. Elibox over the wicket. Benjamin down the track. Hits through the extra cover fielder. And away behind him for 4. I think Melius there on the edge of the square, suggesting that he didn't get a good bounce. But it was powerfully hit by Benjamin. Maybe through the hands of the captain. It's away to the boundary. 54 now to Benjamin, who's getting a little busy as Dominica's total goes to 185 for 7. Field change. Deep backward square leg comes into the circle. Mid-off goes to long off. Elibox continuing to Benjamin. Benjamin outside the off stump, whips that away into the vacant backward square leg boundary for 4. Oh, this is good stuff from Benjamin, setting himself up way outside the off stump and being able to access the backward square leg position that had just been vacated and getting the boundary. Oh, this is good stuff from the left-hander. Goes to 58. 189 for 7. And number 16, You Beauty, doing well. You may think he's challenged for height, but certainly not challenged for smarts and execution prowess off the back foot. Goes along the ground to long off. And keeping the strike. At the end of the over, going to 59. 190 for 7. And, well, if I had company at the microphones, the performance of Benjamin would make for a very good discussion, especially how he handled the last over. Getting 3 boundaries in the over and pushing his score to 59. 190 for 7. Mechanic Clark being brought back. St. Lucia having used some 7 bowlers. Interesting. 1 over for the off spinner Edward. Clark comes back. Benjamin forward. So prepared to really pace himself throughout the innings. He knows this is just the 35th over. And if he bats well and gets support from the rest of those to come, of course Tyson included currently, he can get to 100. Plenty of time to do so. We have seen Jeremiah do it at Mender Phillip Park today. Clark to Benjamin, back defending. Good delivery into the body and played away into the mid-wicket position. Shadrach Descart there. So Clark coming back for his 5th over, 1 for 20. Tyson, well, he knows his role. Has been in support. 14 deliveries. He's yet to score, but doing his job. The man to push it along is Benjamin, who waits and has to wait even further because Clark got there, but was not in a position to deliver. Dominica scoring at 5.5. They would want to get to 300. Of course, a lot depending on whether Benjamin stays there. Clark to him. Short pulled away. Out through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Had to wait on that, but did so. And slapping it away with aplomb out towards the mid-wicket boundary. And as long as he had beat the short mid-wicket, it was a boundary. 63 now to him. 194 for 7. And Benjamin, well, he needs to be an agriculturist here. He needs to farm that bowling. And he has done it well so far. His 63 has come from 50. And he will be calculating. I think he recognizes he's midway in the over. Clark to him. Oh, he plays at that, I think, although he may suggest that he pulled the bat away at the last moment. There's also a very belated appeal coming from Leo, but umpire McVeigh just indicating to his counterpart 2 deliveries left. So Benjamin walking away, composing himself back into his stance as Clark again. Short, pulled away, miscue. It went back to Clark, but it wasn't a catch. So that one rushing on to Benjamin a lot quicker than he anticipated. And dot ball. 1 delivery left in the over. Benjamin would be looking for the single. No change in the field. So St. Lucia, maybe not even attuned to that, will allow the signal, the single. Pace off and the single taken. Benjamin running it down to third man. Gaston picking up. End of the over. Well played by Benjamin. Getting 5, pushing on to 64 and taking strike. Or in fact, taking the single to take strike at the start of over number 36. The scoreboard that the players will be focused on the wall there, been manned by a young national player. 195 for 7, showing 35 completed, 15 remaining. Number 6 on 64. And nothing on the number 9 because he hasn't scored. McKenny Clark finishing his 5th, 1 for 25. Bowling change? No. Eli Box continuing. He has had 7, 1 for 32. So Kimani Melius with a lot of options. He has used 7 of them. A little surprising that we haven't seen Edward Tariq. It is true that his lone over went for 15. But the left-hander is there. Off the back foot. Benjamin chopping it away. To Chico at deep extra cover for the single. And 1 to the total, 196 for 7. Benjamin goes to 65. So the off spinner is a good matchup against the left-hander, but the left-hander tore into him. 2 fours and a 6, and we haven't seen him since. Driven into the offside, straight to extra cover though, by Tyson. So he stays on not. Eli Box round the wicket to Tyson. Tyson forward. And keeping the pose. Playing back to Eli Box. Midway in the over. On the bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Eli Box to Tyson again forward. Playing it away to extra cover. Doing his job. Soaking up deliveries. 3 dot balls. Eli Box to Tyson. Tyson forward. This time the line is more leg stampish. And just playing away into the offside. His job is to play out this final one so that Benjamin can be in strike at the start of this one. The next one. He does so. Pushing it into extra cover. And completing his job for the over. 196 for 7. Tyson, well, 19 balls without scoring. 65 is Benjamin. 49 Robinson, 26 Tavernier, and 13 Fontaine. Those who have contributed and been dismissed. Over number 37 about to start. McKenny Clark to come up for his 6th. He'll bowl to Benjamin. Short and let go by Benjamin. Ooh, belated call of wide from umpire McVeigh. Has McKenny Clark stopping as he was going back to his follow-through. A very late call from umpire McVeigh. Maybe getting the signal from the square umpire George, who would have been well positioned to assess the height. And a case there where, of course, Benjamin is not tall, so it's easy for the delivery to have gone over his head. That's the conclusion of the umpires. 197 for 7. Clark will come in again. Round the wicket to Benjamin, who gets one that has him tucked up. As it falls at his feet, picks up for Clark. Would have gotten the nod from Clark that it was okay to do so. Because this can get you out, you know. Yes, this can get you out. In fact, I remember as a young under-19 player, I got myself into trouble in an under-19 match against Dominica way back in the 80s. Picked up the ball and was given out to handle the ball short and guided away. Backward point. And Melius picking up. So the batter had been no business using his hand to pick up the ball. We have the example of Haynes, Desmond Haynes, brushing the ball away on a tour of India back in the 80s and being dismissed down the track. A swing and a miss from Benjamin. So, dot ball. Of course, this game of cricket, so many different ways of a batter being dismissed. But there are some that don't happen that regularly. Those are handle the ball, obstructing the field, run out, backing up too far, so-called man-cad when you're at the non-striker's end. McKenny Clark looking for conventional dismissals. Short, whipped away, swung away, out towards square leg. Chico is onto it. The return comes in and Benjamin will make it home to complete 2 as he goes to 67. 199 for 7. 2 deliveries left in the 37th over. Benjamin and Tyson, they have put on 30. Well, not they, because Tyson has not contributed. But to be fair, he has been there and he has run between the wickets. So absolutely, he has played his part. Clark bowls to is driving out to the sweeper. He'll be looking for another 2. The throw will come in. He has to be quick. He is. And, well, no ball. So they've run 3, but they have run 2, but they'll get 3. As Mr. Clark has again infringed with that front foot. 200 coming up for Dominica. 202 for 7. Benjamin advancing not by 3 but by 2 to 69. And now gets an opportunity to get a boundary with a free hit. Clark to Benjamin with a free hit available. Full toss. Ooh, and he missed that. Oh. And Clark to Benjamin. End of the over. 37 completed. 202 for 7. So 13 overs left in the innings. Dominica 202 for 7. So Benjamin will expect Tyson to continue to support as Eli Box starts over number 38 and defends yet another ball, the 20th he has faced. Eli Box again. Faster delivery, clipped away, and Tyson gets off the mark. And a bit of irony in the applause from his dressing room. Getting off the mark on his 21st delivery, 203 for 7. Benjamin on 69. But don't undervalue the effort that he has put in. Very valuable. Off the back foot, chopped away, slapped away to the deep cover. The tall figure of Chico is there, getting a bounce return in. Benjamin goes up to with his 70th run, 204 for 7. Tyson in strike, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover. But from what we have seen from Tyson, I don't think he's interested in those fielders. Eli Box to him, playing quite sedately back to the bowler. And A dot ball delivered by Libox in his 9th over, 1 for 35. He comes round the wicket to Tyson. Tyson back and blocks it away back to the bowler. 204 for 7. Final delivery of the Libox over to Tyson. Tyson gets a delivery on the stump, pushes it back to Eli Box and completes his job for this over. Dominica scoring at 5.4. They're 207 for 7. 204 for 7. Gaston 3 for 34. A wicket each for Edward, Eli Box, Clark and Descott. McKenny Clark into his 7th over. He will bowl to Benjamin. Start of the 39th. Round the wicket he is. Short chopped away. Misfield by Melius will allow the single. On the edge of the circle at backward point. 71 Benjamin. 205 for 7. Update from the Menderfellow Park. Grenada 320 for 5. After 47.5. Daniel McDonald on 39. Clark goes over the wicket. And will bowl to Tyson. And off the back foot, Tyson, the first stroke of violence from him. As he thought he's got some room outside off stump, flashing the bat at it. And not making contact though. So, McKenny Clark, 7th over, 1 for 32. Not bad in terms of overall economy, 5.05. But maybe a little disappointing in that more has not come in the 4th column, the wickets column short. And ducking under it is Tyson. And into the gloves of Leo. So McKenny Clark, who has had good experience at the academy level, both at the regional 4-day, also turning up for the recent tour by the Sri Lanka Academy. So young man, but lots of experience behind him. Loose delivery. And attempted to work it away. And McKenny Clark, well, he was interested in that, asking umpire McVeigh, what about that? How is that? But that was way down the leg side and quite high. Mr. McVeigh not really taking on the appeal, just signaling leg by. As Dominica get one more, 206 for 7. Leg buys up to 10. 32 extras. 16 wide, 6 no balls. Clark over the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. Short and quite a quick one. And Benjamin looking to slap it into the offside. Finding that a little too quick. And bouncing past the top edge of his bat into the gloves of Leo. So Benjamin 71 from 64. Wants to extend the innings all the way to 49.6. Clark to Benjamin. Short, well above his head on this occasion. Wide call. Not surprising. And I think umpire McVeigh was easily able to adjudicate that because it was quite short. 207 for 7. Umpire McVeigh also saying one above the shoulder for the over. Clark looking to complete the over to Benjamin. Full toss, slapped away, 4 runs. Over the inner ring and into the extra cover boundary for 4. So very poor delivery by McKenny Clark, capitalized upon by Benjamin as he pushes 3/4 way to his 100. 211 for 7 after 39. The partnership between the two actually were 42. And, well, Tyson has contributed just a single. 5.4, the rate of scoring by the Dominicans. Clark finishing his 7th, 1 for 37. And they control just not being there as consistently as he would like. Mender Fuller Park progress a little ahead of us. They have had 48 overs. 323 for 5 Grenada. Here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, start of over number 40. Eli Box pushing Tyson forward and getting the single past the right hand of extra cover. 1 to Tyson. 212 for 7. Eli Box to Benjamin, a swing outside off stump and missing. Eli Box again. Benjamin on 75. Hits that down too long off on the bounce safely for the single. Eugene, who has been quite out of action. I think Eugene probably has fielded 3 or 4 deliveries throughout the entire innings. 76 he is, 213 for 7. Tyson pushing back to Eli Box. No run. Eli Box to Tyson. Tyson goes towards the onside. Work for Eugene. 1. Only 1. Low return coming in. Tyson going to 3. 214 for 7. 1 delivery left in the 40th over. At the end of which Ryan O'Brien will come in for the commentary. Benjamin back, forcing to the deep cover sweeper for his 77th run. 215 for 7 after 40 overs. Dominica scoring at 5.4. So Benjamin 23 away from 100. And let's see how close he can get to that. So 215 for 7 as we invite Ryan O'Brien to bring an end to the innings.
Thanks, Claudius. And I'm sure that Imani Melus and his men would hope I could bring the end as soon as possible. But it's Gian Benjamin who has really defied the St. Lucians. A lovely knock from him so far. He's going to be on strike at the start of a new over from Tariq Edward, who's just had 1 over previously. This one is down the leg side and it's beating the keeper. It will be wise. Let's see how close it goes to the boundary. Crosses it now and signaled by umpire McVeigh. So his first over went for 15 and he's already sent down 4 wides. The first delivery of this over. So not a good game so far for Tariq Edward. And the Dominican men going to 215 for 7. 220 for 7. And what a knock by Benjamin. He's on 77 auto. Comes forward and is appealed by the keeper. He's pushing at this one outside the off stump, but not making contact. Leo Edward adamant looking for the affirmative response from the umpire. But umpire McVeigh having none of it. This next delivery cut square. Kimani Melios at point. He feels there's no run. So Tarek Edward already conceding 20 runs in just 8 deliveries. Eligible. It's on a reverse sweep by Benjamin. Lovely shot. And will now go down to the backward point position. Had he been batting in his normal position. But a lovely switch hit by Benjamin. Showing some versatility. And he will move into the 80s with that shot. And Dominica up to 224 for 7. Benjamin to 81. It's been a fabulous knock from him. 72 balls, 1 4, and 2 6s. Another switch hit. Same result. So again, Edward very expensive. 28 now of 10 deliveries, and he had sent down 5 wides previously in his first spell. Coming back for his second one was the 6th bowler used by St. Lucia during the innings, and it's proven to be very expensive. So the right arm off spinner finding Benjamin in a very combative mood. He's on 85, comes forward in defense on this occasion. Quietly on the onside, the bowler just walks across to pick up, and there's no run. Some respite for the bowler. 228 for 7. Benjamin on 85. Tyson, who's been resolute at the other end. 3 of 30 deliveries. This one is just playing it into the offside. Short extra cover comes in, picks up, and no run. So we've had the completion of over number 41, and Dominica men 228 for 7. Benjamin, the man to really pull things around for Dominica. At one stage seemed to have been struggling to get to the 200 mark, and now they're on 228 for 7. And Gillon Tyson showing lots of resilience. Just 3 runs of 30 deliveries. Lending great support to Benjamin. So it's going to be Tyson, who is going to face Chico from the southern end of the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. His delivery is pushing it down to long on. Eugene will have to come up the boundary. Can't stop the single. So one more to Tyson. Brings the left-handed Benjamin on strike. Benjamin has grown in confidence since the start of the innings. Coming in at number 6 for Dominica today. Dominicans winning the toss. Tyrell Chico. None for 27. Looking for his first wicket. And the breakthrough for St. Lucia. Coming around the wicket, and Tyson is now one over his head. Down to the vacant long off position. 4 runs. That one was pure contempt. Chico coming in too close to Benjamin. And he's been rather aggressive, and maybe something for the St. Lucians to think about. Benjamin just freeing his arms, that one in his arc, and continuing his attacking style of play, and has rushed on to 89 of 76 deliveries, and Dominica pushing up to 233 for 7, win over number 42 in the Super 50 Cup. St. Lucia versus Dominica at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This one outside the off stump. and an attempt and taken by Leo, some desperation in the appeal. So Benjamin certainly in control out in the middle, and this partnership frustrating the St. Lucians. Last wicket was Lewis, who was bowled by Descartes for 8, and the score was on 169. So these two have really kept the St. Lucians yearning for another wicket. This one is just guided down past the short backwards square on the offside. This one will go all the way to the boundary for 4. A human effort there, but in the end, unable to pull off. Say Clark it is, trying to really stop that one, unable to pull it back. Tariq Edward rather, trying to pull it back, and in the end, another boundary for Benjamin, gets closer to his century mark. 93 of 78. Tariq Edwards is probably trying to use the back of the arm to flick it back rather instead of executing the slide and beating him down to the boundary. Chico. Put a bit expensive in this over. This one is a short delivery. Benjamin just drops his arms. Wide call by the umpire. Standing at the southern end. Emran George. So the St. Lucians finding it difficult to get a breakthrough for the 8th wicket. Good def being shown in the partnership of 69. Good def being shown in the Dominican batting lineup. This occasion, this one is just guided. On that occasion, Edward just comes across to pick up. 238 for 7. 39 extras. Very valuable and healthy contribution to the total. One more delivery to end Chico's 4th over. It's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. Benjamin just driving through the offside a bit airily. Will just go one bounce to the man is back with a screen, maybe some spin. Might have eluded him. The return comes in to the keeper Leo, but in the end they go for a single, and Benjamin inches up even closer to the landmark. He's now up to 94 and the score to 239 for 7. Yes, so the scorecard there up for you to have an indication as to how this innings has progressed and the wonderful contribution made by Benjamin. So Chico has completed his 4th over, none for 37, and his economy 9.25. Edward has been rather expensive, going at 14. So Melius is going to go back to his strike bowler, Keon Gaston, from the northern end here, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. It's gotten a bit cooler. Maybe the sun just passing under a cloud here. Few dark clouds over in the distance, down at the southern part of the Bosiju area, but no immediate sign of rain. We've had an uninterrupted play so far today. St. Lucian's a bit slow in getting the action going. Coming up just before 1 o'clock, and full 8 overs remaining in this innings. Dominica 239 for 7. Gaston ensuring his field set is what he wants. The towel flapping behind him. Benjamin comes forward, plays it sensibly into the offside. One more to him. Now up to 95. The Dominicans to 240 for 7. Tyson has really played a really responsible knock. 4 from 31. Kimani Melius is crossing over to the offside, making some changes to his field. The long on going down to the boundary. In McKenny Clark. And there's the orthodox mid-off, almost 3/4 way to the boundary. Then there's the mid-wicket coming into position. And there's also the deep backward skew on the boundary. This time the batsman is coming across. Tyson, very stylishly and looking more and more confident. Happy that he's played a supportive role for Benjamin so far in this partnership of 71. So it must really be a frustrating situation for the St. Lucians. Picking up a couple of quick wickets and then finding this resolute 8th wicket stand up 71 between Tyson and Benjamin. Tyson it is on strike. It's only looking to get inside the wicket. Wide call by the umpire. Going on the leg side, well taken by Leo. So Gaston in his 8th over. 3 for 36, looking to get the breakthrough. Some patches of brown here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. The sun back out in all its splendor as Gaston moves away from us. Outside the awesome, he just comes across and guides it down to third man. There's Tyson. Again, picks up a single. Looking more and more confident, just coming across his stump and opening the face. And just running that one down to third man. It brings Benjamin into strike on 95. 81 balls. 2 sixes in his innings so far. Gaston turns at his mark, looks around at his field. Will he make an adjustment? No, he's going to start his approach. Runs away from us. And Benjamin is just looking to play that one on the onside. Does so quite well. We'll get a single. Fielder just coming in. Can't prevent the single. McKenny Clark. One more to the Dominica total. 243 for 7. Benjamin. Again, one strike away from a well-deserved 100 here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. He's on 96, but it's Tyson who's going to be on strike for this next delivery. And he's pushing at one outside the awesome, gets it to face the bat, but can't beat the short extra cover. The captain, Kimani Melius, falls to his left, prevents any possibility of a run. Benjamin, dominating partner in this partnership of 74. The current strike rate of the Dominicans, 5.67. At this stage, quite useful. As Gaston in once more. This one is again played confidently, back up the track. Nice song off the bat from Tyson, and as his innings progresses, looks more and more confident and has done good enough to keep Gaston from making further inroads. The over comes to an end. And at the end of 43 overs, Dominica men 243 for 7, winning the toss this morning here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground and deciding to take first knock against St. Lucia in this Windward Islands Senior Super 50 Cup match here. Both as you said, Lucia. And again, the St. Lucians being frustrated by this 8th wicket stand. Skipper Melius having to really be at his wits' end to rotate his bowlers to see how well he can get another wicket. It's going to be Terrell Chico continuing the attack from the southern end. And it's Benjamin, who just won it away from his 100, is hitting that one square down to the deep backward point region. Just a single. He won't mind. There's sufficient time, lots of overs remaining. And he's going to be the mainstay of the remaining innings of the Dominicans. And as long as he stays there, it's a great prospect of the Dominicans reaching as close as possible, maybe to a 275, if not more, here in this encounter. Especially batting first, they need to set a decent and challenging total for St. Lucia to chase. But so far, Benjamin has led the way. He's on 97 after earlier knocks of substance from Robinson, 49, and Tavernier, 26. His delivery is Tyson playing an ambitious shot all the way for 6. Lovely shot, getting inside of his wicket and disdainfully helping that one over the deep backward square boundary. Lovely shot by Tyson, just pulling that one out of the bag. It was on the up and got into his wicket. I told you he was growing in confidence throughout this innings and showing that he has capability of the bat. It's been a sensible innings from him. Took some time to really get his eye in, build his confidence, and to support Benjamin at the other end. And now playing some shots on his own. Lovely shot and picking up a maximum there. Bringing up the 4th 6 of the innings and the first for Tyson. He waits once more for Chico. Gives himself some room. No ball called by the umpire. He looks back and also signals both directions. Free hit now being signaled. So the St. Lucians getting a bit ragged. Chico also expensive. Going at 10.38. Himself and Edward into double figures as far as their economy. This one again, almost a replica of the previous 6. So Chico coming in for some shoddy treatment here by Tyson. His 2nd maximum in the over. And again, Tyson showing that he's been there long enough and that he's now really starting to go on the offensive. So 2 6s in this over, and Dominica rushing up to 257 for the loss of 7. And Benjamin of 97, I'm sure, looking on with great admiration from the non-strikers end. What will Chico do? None for 51. His figures getting ragged in 4.3 overs. He's taking his time about it, just turning at his mark. 2 good swings of the bat from Tyson. Chico is driving powerfully down to long off. Fielder coming across. So Tyson now coming out of his shell, playing some shots. He's gone up to 18. And it's 18 of 39 deliveries. And I'm sure that Benjamin will be harboring thoughts of bringing up his 100-run landmark. In this over, 2 remaining from Chico. 2 for 52. 4.4. Field well spread. It's a long off. Cover, deep extra cover. 3rd man, backward point on the offside. As Chico into Benjamin. Pushes it into the offside. He get a single. Will they push for the 2nd? They settle for 1. Quick underarm return comes into the keeper. So Benjamin is up to 98. It is 259 for 7. 1 more delivery left in the over. Tyson has been particularly rough on Chico this over. Comes back into strike. Looking pensive on his way back, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Turns at his mark. Passes umpire George now, and this one is delivered that is dabbed into the offside. The thing of a quick single, at least Benjamin. Maybe shouldn't at this point. Just needs to retain the strike. He'll be facing up in the next over for possibility of bringing up his 100. in over number 45. So we've had 44 completed. Dominica 259 for 7. And a decent total thus far. And the partnership up to 90. So this has been a wonderful effort by these two for the 8th wicket, making the St. Lucians pay out there, keeping them in the sun much longer than probably they would have anticipated. Probably with the fall of the 7th wicket, we're hoping that they would have been able to wrap up this innings probably half an hour earlier, but seeing that they'll be taking the full distance. Last wicket that of Lewis, ball by Descartes for 8. This one is worked off the pad by Benjamin. Will he think of coming back for a second? Yes, he does. This will be the 100. The return comes in to the bowler's end, and there's lots of celebration, lots of shouts from the Dominicans. Lovely innings. Good effort there by Benjamin. Wonderful knock. 100 and even 100 at this stage. Just played into the offside. Came back for a second run and 185 balls. 1 4 and 2 sixes. Just 39 dots in his innings. And what a wonderful knock coming off 130 minutes. Well done, young Benjamin. Gian Benjamin playing a wonderful knock here today for the Dominica team. And I'm sure it's one he'll remember for a very, very long time. So Keon Gaston realizing the 100 for Benjamin, coming off the first delivery of his 9th over. 3 for 40 his figures. So lots of celebration there by Benjamin. Surely relieved and happy for his effort. This one is outside the awesome and he slaps it all the way down to 6 over the extra cover. Lovely shot, just getting under that one. And it seems like he's now going to step it up a bit, going up a different notch. Lovely shot by Benjamin. And he certainly impressed it to the other Darren Sammy cricket ground. And now taking the St. Lucian bowlers to task, almost disdainfully making room and just swatting that one deep over extra cover for a lovely 6 at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. So we have the long off fielder now coming back to the boundary. Benjamin settles, waits as Gaston around the wicket. He's off the back for cutting edge. Probably took it. Did he take it? Not taken by the keeper. So an opportunity there going a begging. So Benjamin going full tilt, getting an under edge. And Leo, who has been so precise in his innings, maybe I given an opportunity previously in the innings, but 4 catches taken, putting that one down, just diving to his left. It was a bit low as well. Gaston, this one is played nicely up the pad by Benjamin again. Will run close to the wideish mid-on boundary. The fielder's coming across. A wide return to the keeper. And Leo being drawn to his left. So Benjamin joining the century makers in this year's competition. Yeah. Ambrose previously 124 and Douglas 120. So a chance for him to go past those figures. And retains the strike. And he's just playing forward in defense to that one. Got some much better line and a decent level. I think that's where the St. Lucians made the trick today. They were pretty consistent, especially Shawnell Edward at the start of the day's innings. But as the game progressed, the consistency and the discipline to maintain the length and the line really waned, and the Dominican batsmen took full advantage of it. Benjamin is sitting at one from wide outside the awesome, getting this outer portion of the bat. We'll get a single rather easily. Over coming to an end. Benjamin on 109. Tyson on 18. and Dominica to 270 for 7, and the prospect of a 300-run score very much on the cards. But before this innings, Benjamin just had 43 runs. So really a turnaround of fortunes for him. So now it's certainly going to place himself among the top 5 for sure. Or definitely in the top 3. What will St. Lucia do to get this breakthrough? Because the options that they've got. Gaston has 1 over remaining. Jaden Eli Box has finished his quota. But it's going to be Shadrach Descartes with 5 overs remaining, who's going to take it up from the southern end. 1 for 21 his figures. I'm surprised he wasn't brought in even earlier, being one of the more experienced players in the central line. This one is outside the off stump. Not called by the umpire. So Descartes being brought in to see if he can stop the acceleration in scoring. Benjamin 109 from 91 deliveries, and you could have seen the relief and the celebration after getting to his century. Descartes, this one is being charged and all the way. Could it be 6? Yes, it goes all the way. So he's now toying with the bowlers, charging, moving his feet, using the crease, both laterally and otherwise. And that one was a solid hit. And daring Descartes and playing through the line. Lovely shot all the way over long off for maximum. 115 Benjamin. An impressive innings by the left-handed Dominican. Descartes, the semi just guides it. And it's a good stop. The short third man region. Edward, diving stop. Gaston. Descartes looking for his second wicket. Tyson is advancing momentarily. Pace off delivery. Dominica, I'm sure, will be going into the second part of this match, feeling like they would have carried some sort of momentum with them. 277 for 7. This one is a well-directed one, good length, Yorker length. Tyson does well to keep it out. And there is no run. 277 for 7. Tyson is on 18 from 42 deliveries. He's played his role. Has kept Benjamin company and has now started to score some runs on his own. Descartes. This one is an attempted whip off the pad. Goes all the way for 4. The fielder just watching it well away from the backward square fielder. Good timing by Tyson on that occasion. Just getting up on one leg and helping it backward or square. Kimani Melu just coming into your shot. Really having a lot to think about. And what a way to continue for the Dominicans. 281 for 7. The 300-run mark in sight. We've had 46 overs completed. And with Benjamin on 116 and Tyson on 22 after 46. The Dominicans showing that they've really wrestled the initiative back from St. Lucia. Shawnell Edward, 1 for 33 from his 7 overs. He got the initial breakthrough. But the Dominicans have really pulled things back with this wonderful partnership of 112 between these two, Tyson and Benjamin. And in the process, Benjamin bringing up his 100-run mark. And since then, accelerating, he's currently on 116. So it's going to be Gaston. Will continue. Seems to be at his wit's end. 3 for 49. His final over. Can he get the breakthrough? Benjamin gets the delivery well up. A misfield by the St. Lucians. They're getting a bit ragged. Melius not stopping it. And it goes down to long off to be cleaned up. One more to Benjamin. So is that a reflection of the despondency of the St. Lucian players? And being in the sun, I'm sure much longer, probably with the fall of the 7th wicket. When Lewis went, probably would have thought that they would have wrapped up the innings. But they're faced with an 8-wicket partnership that's currently standing on 113. Certainly taking the win out of the sails of the home team as Tyson comes into strike. Charged by charged by the batsman, and he's taken good catch down on the long off boundary. So Tariq Edward taking the catch along, or powerfully struck. It was rather bold, got to the pitch, charged the batsman, but in the end, Gaston picking up his 4th wicket with a useful innings from Tyson. 22 from 43, being adventurous, striking at one, down to long off, and a good sharp catch taken there by Tariq Edward to see the back of Gillan Tyson. This partnership finally broken. So that would certainly bring some relief for the St. Lucian team. Good catch taken by Edward. Normally with those situations and a big partnership, players could be under pressure, maybe nervous, but he showed no signs of nerves. Tariq Edward taking off a good catch, Australian style, to see the back of Gillan Tyson. A good knock under the circumstances, 22 from 44. 1-4 and 2 sixes. 2 in 1 over. From Chico. Chico 5 overs done for 53. And it's Gaston 4 for 40. So his team will be looking to see if he can even pick up further Dominican wickets even before the innings quarter of 50 are completed. 12 so far for the tournament. This one is looking to work off the pad. The keeper partially stops it, and immediately Benjamin calls new batsman through for a leg by, now being signaled by the umpire. Benjamin will come into strike. The strategy certainly to face as many balls as possible until the end of the innings. This over, 3 balls and 3 overs left. Down the leg side wide ball, now being signaled by umpire McVeigh. So Gaston now 4 for 50. But has sent down 9 wides. More than any other bowler. Extras 43. I'm sure that's something the backroom staff will be looking at on the St. Lucian end. Attempted ramp there by Benjamin. Doesn't make contact. Another dot ball. 284 for 8 Dominica. Benjamin will be looking to push his style and also push Dominica past the 300-run mark in the remaining 3 overs and 2 balls of this innings. Gaston. There's 2 deliveries left in the spell. Short. Benjamin looking to hit that square. Just gets it off the inner portion of the bat. Finds Kimani Melius in the way at short extra cover and can get no run. 284 for 8. Can the St. Lucians get the remaining 2 wickets? Can Dominica get to 300? It's all left to be seen. I think that will be the sort of targets that both teams would be looking at this point in time. The Dominicans looking for 300 to have a psychological advantage against their opponent. This one is A drive attempt to the offside, but comes off the inner portion of the bat. They're coming quickly for two. Is Benjamin, as that one found its way into the onside of the inner portion of the bat, and a no ball called to and free hit being signaled by the umpire. Some indiscipline again by the St. Lucian bowlers. Another no ball being sent down by Gaston. So frustration for the St. Lucians. Hans Akimbo now bringing out the teapot. There is Keon Gaston. Certainly would be disappointed of offering such an opportunity for Benjamin, who's at 119. Gaston passes the umpire. This one is well pitched up and he digs it out, guides it into the offside. Fielder just stumbling to his right. Couldn't prevent the single as Benjamin quite rightly scrambles down to the what will be the striker's end for the start of the next over. And Dominica men winning the toss and deciding to bat this morning would be quite pleased with the respectable score that they've achieved after 47 overs. They're 288 for 8, having lost 2 quick wickets at the start of the day's play, 6 runs on the board only. And now they've seen themselves at 288 for 8. And St. Lucia will be looking to use all the resources they have to see if they can restrict the Dominicans under 300. But I'm sure they would not have anticipated that they would have had maybe such a target to chase, maybe let's say after the first half of this innings. But Gian Benjamin has really played a sterling knock for his team and has really set things up nicely for Dominica to go full tilt in the final 3 overs of this innings. So Shonel Edward will be brought back, this time from the southern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Started this morning at the northern end. And he'll be bowling to Benjamin. Will Benjamin show him the same contempt that he has shown the previous bowlers the last couple of overs or so? This one is outside the off stump, pretty close to a wide call. But getting away with it, umpire George deciding that it was certainly within reach. And Benjamin, not a tall man by any means, but has really stood tall in this innings here for Dominica. 120. And he's eyeing the highest score of 124 so far in this series by Sunil Lambris of St. Vincent the Grenadines. Just bowled down on this occasion, just playing an expansive drive outside the off-stump and missing, and actually Jonil Edward finding the stumps, premeditated shot by the batsman. As I said, commentators curse probably for the second time today, and a really lovely knock coming to an end, now being congratulated by some of the St. Lucian players. Gian Benjamin being bowled by Jonil Edward, and certainly a good breakthrough for St. Lucia, seeing the back of Gian Benjamin, who was gone, bowled by Jonil Edward for 120 in 100 balls, and certainly it was a great knock by the young Dominican, one that you remember for a long time, 1-4 and 4 very attractive sixes. So Dominica, they have lost their 9th wicket of the score on 288, and you can hear the applause, maybe outside mic effects, the appreciation shown by the Dominicans for the very great rearguard action by the diminutive batsman Gian Benjamin, coming in at number 6 for Dominica and being the 9th wicket to fall of the score on 288 and a personal contribution on 120. So it's going to be Kyron Phillip, the number 11 batsman, to come in to face Shonil Edward, left-handed to left-hander. He's driving, looking into the offside. A single taken. One more, 289 for 9. So off the mark immediately, showing a very good push, exhibiting some ability of the bat. So it's Courtney Ansem who will come into strike. Has faced one ball previously, not yet off the mark. And can Shonil Edward improve on his figures? So far, 2 for 34. Not a bad effort so far. Was quite miserly in his opening spell. His delivery is just driven way past the bowler, very straight indeed, just to the left of Edward, down to the boundary for 4. The fielder down at the wideish mid-on had no chance of stopping it. So this final pair now showing that they have some competence with the bat. The Dominicans proving that they've got a pretty long batting lineup. 293 for 9. And it seems like they're really going to target getting past the 300 run mark. Can the Solutions restrict them under that landmark? Good shot by Ansem. He's on 4. Off the mark. This one is wide outside the awesome and called to as well. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly, Leo. And the call, the signal of wide, coming from umpire George, standing at the southern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Dominica, I'm sure wanting to use up the full quota of 50 overs. Ansem and Philip, I'm sure too will have that same idea. Want to make full use of their batting opportunity. This one's a short delivery. Wasn't getting under it, no ball called. So the Solutions offering lots of opportunities for the Dominicans here. 295 for 9. Being a bit wayward in the closing stages of this innings. Certainly frustrated by that century stand for the 8th wicket. This one is hit high up in the air. Will it go all the distance? Yes, it does. It has sufficient on it, long and hard. So Dominicans continuing to play freely. That's Courtney Ansem with a maximum and just attacking Shonil Edward. So showing disdain for the big left-handed fast bowler. So the 300 comes up in 317 deliveries, 237 minutes, 26 fours and 8 sixes. Rather impressive by the Dominicans, and I'm sure that the camp will be feeling rather relieved and confident of a victory here in this match. But it's pretty decent conditions here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. But after seeming to be in a perilous position in the first couple of overs, the Dominicans, I'm sure, pretty happy with the situation as it stands now. And this one is just set up the edge. Partial stop will restrict them to 2. Coming back quickly for the second. So Ansem showing some ability with the bat. He's now gone up to 12. And the Dominican score to 303 for the loss of 9. Windward Super 50. The Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. A quick look at the scorecard there. Pretty impressive, that 120 standing out by Benjamin. So we've got 2 bowlers who have bowled out. Keon Gaston, these 10 overs, going for 55 runs, but his wickets column would please him. 4 for 55. I think up to 12 wickets in the competition so far in 3 matches. And McKenny Clark it is who will take it up from the northern end of the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground to start over number 49, the penultimate of the innings. This one is well up to the batsman, driven past the bowler, very straight indeed. If you're having to come across, restricts the possibility of a second run. This last wicket pair has already put on 16 for the final wicket. further frustrating the St. Lucian team. Dominica 304 for 9. Dominated by that 120 run knock by Gian Benjamin. Bowled in the previous over by Shonil Edward. John McKinney Clark looking to pull the backward point closer to a third man position. This one is well pitched up. Batsman just coming down on it. The field so well spread. They can go through for a quick single before Kimani Melius walks in to pick up. 304 for 9. 405 for 9. It's a left-handed Kyron Phillip. 2 off 2 deliveries, who is going to face. Up to McKenny Clark. Clark coming wrong the wicket to the left-hander. His delivery is short and is an attempted swing of it across the leg. Pace-off delivery from Clark. And good one bounce take by wicketkeeper Noel Leo. Well, Leo's going to have a lot of work to do. Always difficult to keep and open an innings. He's been involved quite a bit in this inning so far. 4 catches with the gloves behind the stumps as McKenny Clark moves away from us. This one is outside the off stump, but wide enough for the batsman to open up his arms, striking it down to the long off position. They're coming back for 2. So Kyron Phillip making full use of the opportunity, the left-hander, to push the Dominican total up to 307 for 9. And his personal tally to 4. Ansem. Courtney Ansem is on 13. And extras 46. And not far from being the second joint top score of 49 by Robinson. This will deliver that short over the batsman's head. Wide call by umpire. And umpire McVeigh having no difficulty with that signal. Very, very short by McKenny Clark, just ballooning over the batsman's head. And Kyron Phillip remains on 4. Dominica 308 for 9. 8 legal deliveries left in the innings. Turns out his mark. Hard work for the St. Lucians out there. This one is a weight off again. Low to the keeper, Leo, who takes it just below the knee roll of his pad and wide up the awesome. So McKenny Clark going away from the left-hander, pushing it wide outside the off stump. And Phillip, they're striking at it, not really getting across sufficiently to get any bats on ball. And Leo takes it behind the stump. Clark with the final delivery of his 8th over. This one is delivered that the batsman attempts to hit square on the outside. The bat just thudding into the pitch, taken by the keeper. So Clark's contribution in this innings will end at 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. And that wicket was that of Robinson, whom he had caught behind by Leo for 49. So we've had 49 overs completed. The final over coming up, 308 for 9. And this final wicket partnership of 20 continuing to keep the St. Lucians out in the field. And I'm sure the entire Dominica camp would be happy with the performance of the batting lineup. This pair showing that they are determined to get a formidable total and put some pressure on the St. Lucian batters when it's their turn to bat. Shonil Edward given the privilege of bowling the final over. Wide outside the off stump and call wide too. So they've been ragged, St. Lucia, in the second half of their bowling effort. Shonel Edward, 2 wickets for 49 runs. That's now his 5th wide. Extras continue to increase. 48 extras. And as I said, in line to become the second highest score. This one is played down to Manuel Long. Who fumbles first of all, return comes in, but the Dominicans are back quickly, so the St. Lucians really ragged in the outfield. A slight bubble down there, the long of boundary, and the batsman capitalizing and coming through for the second run. So good positive cricket by Dominica. Anselm goes to 15. He's batted well. Courtney Anselm, 15 of 7. Very good effort from him. 214.29 is strike rate. Very good contribution in the back end. This one is slapped down to the field at the wide mid opposition and can't cut it off. Another boundary. So what a end to the Dominican innings. They're continuing to pile on the runs. Anselm slapping that one wide of the deep extra cover all the way down to the boundary. So Shonel Edward giving too much room on that occasion and paying dearly for it. Anselm moving up to 19 and Dominica to 315 for 9. Still 4 deliveries left. Batsman is getting one shot down the leg side and appeal and given out caught behind, so the innings comes to a close. It'll be off the glove or just brushing the on the edge, given out, and a good appeal, good take by Leo down the leg side. So Leo ends with 5 dismissals behind the stumps, 5 catches, and Shonel Edward, his tally of wickets will now go to 3 for 55. The Dominican innings coming to a close at 315, but it's certainly been a great effort by the Dominican batsmen. So it's been a hard toil for the St. Lucian players. It seemed to have had the ascendancy in the earlier part of the Dominican innings. But in the end, Gian Benjamin certainly provided the backbone for the innings of a knock of 120 of 100 balls. 1 4 and 4 sixes, and had very good support from Jelani Robinson at the top of the order, who got 49. Taj Tavernier, 26. Also, Gillan Tyson, 22 of 44. And Kurt Anselm, who had 19 of the 9 deliveries. He was the final wicket to fall. And Dominica have the total of 315 for all out of their 50 overs, or rather 49.3 deliveries. Shonel Edward finishing with 3 for 55. Keon Gaston, 4 for 55. They were the main wicket takers for St. Lucian this effort. 1 for 39, Eli Box. 1 for 42, McKenny Clark. And 1 for 28 to Tariq Edward, who went at 14 and over. So a good comeback by the Dominican team. 1 for 32 to Shadrach Descott. So that's the position here. Dominica winning the toss and batting 315 all out of 49.3 against host team St. Lucia in Windward Islands Super 50 Cup here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We'll take a break between innings. When we have more action, we'll be bringing it to you.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we are getting ready to get the second innings off and running. The reply of St. Lucia men versus Dominica men's 315 all out. From the 49.3, and first delivery to be bowled by Lewis. Vincent Lewis. Bit of moisture on the mountain to the south of the ground, but that's not going to trouble us. The ground staff not even taking it on. First delivery, Lewis to Melius off the back foot, guiding it down to the point fielder. So Dominica rallying with a partnership of over 100 for the 8th wicket. Tyson and Gian Benjamin reviving them from precarious position, and they got to 315. Benjamin 120. Struck on the pad, and appeal going up. So we look at it on the replay once again. Lewis to Melius. Good delivery. Maybe doing a little too much. The left arm seamer swinging into the right-hander. And maybe going down the leg side, doing a little too much. First slip. Keeper, bowler all wanting it. Lewis again to Melius. Melius driving. Mid-off fielder has it covered. Stavanier. And there's no run. So St. Lucia not without loss. Lewis again to Melius. Ooh, that's going to be a no ball. That has gone straight up in there and caught. And, well, caught by the keeper. That was full. That was head height. And no ball called. And Lewis putting up both hands in apology. I think that was one that slipped out of his grasp. And and of course, mandatory warning to him that this is the one that he can bowl. Another one and he'll come off short, hooked away for 6. Yes, over mid wicket. Melius had to fetch that from fairly wide of off stump. The free hit coming after the no ball. So Melius getting off the mark with the maximum. St. Lucia 7 without loss. So Dominica in the innings at one stage 6 for 2, then 169 for 7. That was in the 30th over. But Gian Benjamin had a very useful partner in Gillan Tyson. Lewis to Melius, back in defense. Ball on target, played away on the onside. So Tyson combining with the little keeper to take Dominica close to that 300. They eventually got to 315, but the partnership was worth 113. 113. Benjamin finishing with 120 of 100 balls. Tyson 22 from 43. On the front foot goes Melius. As Lewis is on target to complete the over. So apart from the high full pitch delivery that was called a no ball, and then the 6, a decent over from Vincent Lewis, the first of the St. Lucia innings. 7 without loss. They are. The rain is still around towards the eastern part of the ground now, the sort of southeastern part. The ground staff may be taking it a little bit more seriously, and but it's not heavy. It's in the mountain to our left. We are at the northern end, and from the reaction of the ground staff, think we may have an interruption. The drizzle is with us, and we're continuing. Kyron Phillips starting the second over to Ogis, who's driving nicely, sweetly, beats the dive in mid-off, and away to the boundary for 4. Oh, what a delectable stroke. Pitched up and just coming forward, and check drive, timing it nicely, finding the gap, and away to the boundary for 4. So Ogis off the mark with for 4, and I think the umpires are going to call on the covers. I think they've done that now. So players are going off. Ground staff will bring out the large tarpaulin to protect the playing square. So we've got an interruption here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Light rain driving the players away. St. Lucia, 11 without loss. Boundary in the over before the rain interruption. So ground staff getting the covers on the square. Let's recap for you what happened in the previous innings. Dominica winning the toss and batting, so they got to 315 all out from 49.3 overs. Benjamin getting 120 from 100 balls. Tyson 22 from 44. These two put on 113 for the 8th wicket. Good contributions coming from Jelani Robinson, who got 49 from 43, 26 from Tavernier, and a quick fire 19 from Courtney Ansem towards the end, 19 from 9. And the bowling for St. Lucia, pick up the bowlers again. Keon Gaston, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 55. Gaston taking his tally to 12 wickets from the free games. Edward, 3 for 55. And a wicket each for Eli Box, 1 for 39. Clark, 1 for 42. And Descart, 1 for 32. So we've got a rain delay at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and so we take a break and come back with the resumption. So we resume. So a very short rain break, and we are back. 7 minutes lost as Philip will move in again to Ogis, who's forward and plays away to backward point. There's no run. So Robinson behind the stumps. So 2 slips in Hodge and Pascal. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg and deep backward square leg. Philip to Ogis. Ogis whips that away. 6 over backward square leg. Well, Joseph had some interest in that, but he found that sailing over his head and away at the base of the Johnson Charles stand. So 6 to Ogis. Picking that up nicely with some flourish. Way over the leg side boundary for 6 is quickly to 10. St. Lucia 17 without loss. Their target is 316. Philip to Ogis. Ogis gets a good delivery. Comes across and pushes it back along the track. So dot ball. 17 without loss. So Ogis with scores of 55 and 51 and 48 in the previous 2 games. Philip to Ogis. Ogis is missing as he's looking to pull a short one, hit in the midriff. And another dot ball will be recorded. So St. Lucia needing 299. The required rate is not demanding, 6.12. In fact, we saw St. Lucia get 307 in their first game against Grenada. So they will fancy their chances of getting to 316. Back goes Ogis, but good work by Pascal at second slip, cutting that off and resulting in a dot ball. So good end to the over from Philip. His first, the second of the innings. St. Lucia in search of 316. They are 17 without loss. So the rain gone now. Nice green hills around us. We are looking from the northern end. Lewis to Melius, who squares up and defends away onto the onside. So Melius will give you his returns in the first 2 games. Lewis to Melius was across his stumps and defending. In the first game against Grenada, Melius caught Jackson Bowl Ned 27. And at the Mendo Phillip Park against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Give you that after this delivery from Lewis. Melius chopping away into the gully. No run. Melius was caught. Walters bowled Lewis for 5. So 27 and 5. So just 32 in aggregate. Don't think Melius would be happy with that. Former West Indies under 19 captain, a man with 4-day experience regionally. Drive into the onside. They feel that square leg comes to his left. They stay at a single. As gets the return back in, Jelani Joseph. Melius to 7 with the single. Auguste 10 comes in to strike. He was caught net ball Murray 51 in the first game. And in the second, caught Douglas Bowl Pope 48. Takes a good look at this delivery from Lewis. Finds it too wide to bring out a stroke and allows Robinson to do the work. Dot ball. In the fifth over of the fifth delivery of the third over, St. Lucia 18 without loss. Would be looking to keep their 100% record. The latter half of their innings in the field was not impressive as they let Dominica get away. Good delivery from Lewis. Auguste defending, tight delivery on the off stump. And Lewis ending a good over, just the one coming from it. 18 without loss, St. Lucia. Dominica 169 for 7 at one stage. And at that stage, St. Lucia would have been looking for a chase under 200. Well, that was not to be, because Benjamin and Tyson came together in a wonderful partnership of 113. And good end to the innings from Anselm. Push Dominica to 315. Indeed. In fact, Robinson is the keeper for Dominica, and I just thought that was strange. And off the back foot, or really from the stance position, looking to slap that is Melius. And straight to extra cover, no run. So the man doing the wicket keeping for Dominica is Jelani Robinson. Gian Benjamin, who's the keeper, has not come out. Maybe the effects of his long innings. 120 from 100. Melius with a big drive. I would say head in the air slightly there. And therefore missing that. See it on the monitor. Yes, maybe not keeping the side on position. Left leg not really getting across to the line of the delivery. Missing, 2 slips are waiting. Philip to Melius. Off the back foot, pulling out towards mid-wicket. Can the fielder come across? No, he can't. 4 runs to Melius. Hitting it well enough away from the fielder, who's actually at square leg. So giving him work to his left, but getting good power, good purchase on it. And so not successful. There was the fielder. Melius with a second boundary. In fact, he has had 1-6 or maximum. This is his first 4. As he goes to 11. 22 without loss. Philip to Melius. Melius, big drive. And missing outside off stump. And, well, similar to what we had 2 deliveries earlier. Yes, that's in the slot. And maybe Melius, they're looking to go for a little too much power. Needing to be more exact with the footwork and just maybe looking to punch. A check drive would have been good. But going full-blooded. Philip to Melius down the track, missing. With a big drive again. And again, Melius looking to go for power. When maybe what is needed is a better shape in terms of technique. In fact, I thought that Ogis demonstrated that well. The first ball of the second over, just coming forward and punching nicely. The same bowler through extra cover, mid-off for 4. Forward goes Melius on this occasion. Maybe a pace-off delivery on about that same line that he had played and missed on 2 occasions early in the over. End of the over. A good one from Kyron Phillip. He's second. 4 completed. St. Lucia 22 without loss. Their target is 316. Windward Super 50 Championship on here in St. Lucia. Bright sunshine. Lewis starting over number 5. Ogis gets a delivery on the off stump. Comes across the stumps and defense. 294 required at 6.32. Can St. Lucia keep that unblemished record? 2 wins from 2 matches. SVG struggling against Grenada at Mendefilla Park. Lewis to Ogis, edge over the keeper and down to third man for 4. Ogis coming at Lewis, swinging away, educated edge and over the head of the keeper and the slips down to third man for 4. Ogis going to 14, his second boundary. And Lewis ring his misfortune there as he concedes the boundary. 26 without loss, St. Lucia, 290 more to get. Lewis to Ogis. Ogis chops away. Backward point has work to do. Well, third man towards backward point, doing the job nicely. Cutting off the ball from the boundary. A couple to Akim Ogis. He goes to 16, 28 without loss. So in Castries and the Mendefilla Park, St. Vincent have lost 5 wickets in search of their target of over 300. Of the back foot goes Ogis, punch into the mid-off fielder, Anselm. And he gets one more. He's 17th. The total 29 without loss. Melius on 11 will come in to strike. Solitary slip for him. Long leg and deep square leg, the 2 fielders out. Lewis to Melius, back. And playing square into the offside. Pascal is there. And there's no run. So Vincent Lewis operating for Dominica. There's a St. Lucian guy by the name of Vincent Lewis. He used to be, I think he's still a performer. He used to be on television. Vincent Small Lewis. Lewis to Melius. Plays down to the edge of the circle. And bringing the over to an end. The 5th of the innings. Melius stays on 11. 29 without loss. After 5. St. Lucia scoring at 5.8. Require another 287. That's whipped away by O'Geese. Not the first time we have seen that. Picking that up and depositing that into the Johnson Charlestown. Well, just to the right of it as we look at it. And another beautifully executed stroke from the left-hander. This one was outside of the pad. And a nice wristy whip off the pads. Full value for the stroke. Getting 6 is second maximum. They have both gone in that general area. And, well, maybe Philip also likes the stroke. Because he has fed O'Geese there. And, well, that has been meat and drink for O'Geese. Lofting it away for 6, taking him to 23. And St. Lucia, 35 without loss. Philip now round the wicket to O'Geese, who's edging past the slip and will go into the boundary for 4. The man at third man is wide. And so the edge from O'Geese not proving costly at all. In fact, proving quite productive as he's eluded the solitary slip and into the boundary behind him for 4. O'Geese quickly to 27. Almost 200 his strike rate. 39 without loss. Philip again to O'Geese, who drives, finds the gap, 4 runs. Extra cover boundary being peppered on this occasion. Room presented. And the left-hander, nice flowing off drive. Didn't go with the full-blooded drive, just the checked version. And my word, it was good enough. Finding the boundary, finding the gap. And good balance as well. Knowing that he didn't have to run because he had done all the work in timing and finding the gap. He's 31-43 without loss. Philip to O'Geese. O'Geese is tempted initially, but lets it go. Gets the wide call. As Robinson takes. Robinson not happy with the call, but it's already made. The total advancing with the extra to 44. This is a good start for St. Lucia. Good platform. Good foundation. How will they build on it? We are in the 6th over. We are midway there. Philip, again wide of our stump. Called wide again. Umpire George being given the opportunity to have some exercise. This over 6-4-4 wide. Philip proving to be expensive in this over. His 2 previous ones had been decent. Just losing the radar on this occasion, this over. Comes into O'Geese. O'Geese is playing a very ambitious stroke, looking to whip that from outside off towards the onside. And maybe not surprising, lots of vacant territory. In fact, there's no man on the boundary on the onside except the long leg fielder. So you probably would understand why maybe he would look to do that, but he could equally have gone through the offside. It's the same. Nobody on the boundary there. Good short delivery, back of a length. And defending on this occasion is the left-hander. And so he stays on 31. 1 delivery left in the 6th. St. Lucia 45 without loss. As Philip will come in again. O'Geese goes back, punches it, finds the gap. Pascal not able to stop it. They will think of the second and go for it. So 1 more. Or is it two more? Two more to Auguste. At the end of the over, he's 33. St. Lucia 47 without loss. In search of a target of 316. Start of a new over from Lewis. Melius off the back foot, looking to chop that away. Not making contact. Update from the Mender Phillip Park. SVG 71 for 5. Lewis to Melius, who is squared up. Ball hitting him high up on the pad, maybe even higher in the midriff. And so no run to him. So still 279 needed by SVG. Driven by Melius. And not getting hold of it, straight to the mid-on fielder. So Lewis will come back. And we'll move in once again to Melius. Short, pulling to the square-leg fielder. Straight to him. So a single to the St. Lucia captain. He goes to 12, 48 without loss. So Grenada getting 349 in their innings. 100 to Johan Jeremiah. And SVG struggling. 71 for 5. Lewis to Ogi, who backs away and punches nicely. Finds the gap out towards the boundary. It will not go all the way, but they'll come back for 2. As the return comes into Robinson low down and brings up 54 St. Lucia. So Ogi's Melius partnership contributing 50 and establishing a solid start for the home team. Lewis moving into Ogis. Ogis is driving down the ground for 4 over the head of the bowler. One bounce, almost going all the way, in fact, just inside the long off boundary. And a nice, pleasant stroke from the left-hander. Another boundary to him, taking him to 39. In fact, this is his 5th boundary. 5th 4, 2 sixes already in the bag for him. Scoring at 195 or striking at 195. 262 more required. With St. Lucia now to 54. So Roland Cox assisting us. And the technical setup very much part of the production as we bring you the action from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Lovely conditions now, bright and sunny. Philip to Melius, who pulls away to backwards square leg for 4. Didn't quite come off the meat of the bat. The sound from the stroke was a bit muted, but it was contact enough There was no doubt it would have gotten to the boundary. So another boundary to Melius, attacking that short one and pushing his personal tally to 16 and the overall total to 38. Correction, 58. St. Lucia pushing along nicely, scoring at 8.09 and beginning to take the ascendancy. Philip to Melius. Melius top edge. That will go over the boundary this time. Almost the identical area. This time getting a lot more on it. And so much so that it went airborne and going the distance all the way, clearing the ropes. And 6 to the St. Lucia captain. 22 he is. A much more audible sound from the bat on this occasion, but it still didn't come from the sweetbread. But I don't think Melius will be too bothered. I think he's happy that at the start of the over he has 4 and 6, 64 without loss. One slip pulled away. Philip to Melius, who is checking the stroke, maybe pace off. Found that he was too early into it, but had the presence of mind to adjust it and play defensively to the wide mid-off fielder. So dot ball, solitary slip, third man, backward point extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and the backward square leg. Melius turns it away through square leg. Will take one look for the second. A bit of hesitation from Ogis. Diving in is Melius, but Robinson not picking up the return. It was an awkward one that came very low to him. In fact, bouncing in front of him. And so the 2 completed. Melius was not afraid to dive in because he knows that his life at the crease depends on it, and calling for a little bit of assistance from the dressing room. Maybe change of glove. Yes, a bit of sweat in the original one, and so getting a fresh pair. Maybe also the dive picking up some dirt from the surface as well. And he'll continue. A few opportunity to take a few seconds to recompose himself. 24 not out he is. And it's a 66 without loss. Philip to Melius. Melius drives. Doesn't beat Philip. Oh, that's run out. Ogis at the non-striker's end. Backing up, and the stroke straight down to Philip, who got the hands to it, and the ricochet breaking the stumps and finding Akim Ogis short of his ground. Oh, one of the most unfortunate dismissals that you can have in the game. Evidence there that Ogis is the man who's not in luck, and so a very promising innings from him being cut short in a most unfortunate fashion. So he goes run out for 39, and St. Lucia losing their first at 66 for 1. Noel Leo, the new batter, who is walking out. A best of 75 at this sub-regional level, and we'll look to continue the St. Lucian effort. It's been good so far, scoring at 8.43 in response to the target of 316. Noel Leo in the first game, Cotton Bowl ran John 4. That's against Grenada. And against SVG, Leo bowled Hayward 55. So a half century at the Mender Phillip Park on Tuesday. But it's a new over from Phillip. Melius driving. And straight to extra cover. No run. Well, in fact, it's the same over. Ogis being dismissed at the non-strikers end. So end of the over, the 8th of the innings. St. Lucia 66 for 1. So no wickets yet for the bowlers. Ogis going via the run-out route. St. Lucia still need 250. Lewis 4 overs costing 22. Karen Phillip a lot more expensive. His 4 costing 44. Leo getting ready to face his first delivery. Lewis continuing. 2 slips for the new batter. Lewis to Leo. Leo hooks it away over the head of Tyson, but he will pick it up before it gets to the long leg boundary as Leo gets off the mark with the couple. Luckily there for him, eluding Tyson, who's in the circle at 45 degrees from the bat, and the total going 6 to 68 for 1. This is over number 9. Dominicans continuing to be fairly attacking with the 2 slips. Lewis to Leo. Leo smashes it straight to the mid-off fielder. Doesn't quite get hold of it, so that the fielder is able to pick that up. I think had he hit that as he was looking to do, it would have gone maybe to his right or to his left and get the boundary. In fact, he now wants to change his bat. Not happy with the willow that he has and calling for a change. Quite remarkable how when it doesn't go well, the batter tends to look at the bottom of the bat and say, "Oh, you failed me there." But sometimes it's the timing that is off. Maybe a bit of a split somewhere at the toe end of the bat. So Leo gets a replacement. Of course, you need to have a few in your bag to call for them, but Leo has them. Outside edge, gone. Oh my word! Why did you change the bat, Noel? Oh, he's standing up there in disappointment, but he has to walk off. Oh, and what a thing for Noel Leo, changing the bat, and the very first delivery with the new bat edging to the keeper to be caught off the bowling of Lewis for 2. And Robinson really enjoyed that. So did Lewis and the rest of the Dominica team. Leo walking back and maybe ruined the fact that he called for a bat change. But he's gone. Caught Robinson, bowled Lewis 2. St. Lucia 68 for 2. Well, this game of cricket. I guess that's why they call it a game of shifting fortunes and glorious uncertainties. Because I think Leo would be saying, "Oh boy, that was a bad omen, that new bat. I should have stayed with my original." Well, he replaced the bat. Now he's replaced by Eugene. John L. was coming in. And he will face up to Lewis, who's picked up his first wicket. So 2 wickets now for Dominica as Eugene comes in. So Eugene got 15 versus Grenada, but got a half century to take St. Lucia home against SVG, remaining not out on 51. A gully has been posted for Eugene as he faces his first delivery. Yes, head was down as Lewis was maybe 60-70% there. And then Eugene looked up and says, "Ooh, I don't have enough time to get ready." Pulling away, doing the right thing. Lewis, of course, very eager to bowl to the new batter. He's just got the wicket of Leo. This is his 5th over. He's midway through it. Eugene, ready now. Lewis to him. Back, finds the gap, will get off the mark with the boundary. Hitting it away into the extra cover. Boundary for 4. So Lewis there. Too easy really for Eugene. Going back, standing up straight. And forcing that off the back foot to get off the mark. 72 for 2. St. Lucia 244 runs away. Lewis needing to be maybe a bit fuller, but it was that maybe more of a shorter delivery that he got Noel Leo with. He's coming in again to Eugene. Eugene gets one that comes into him and defends back to the bowler. So 24 is Melius, Eugene 4. So he's coming into this game with good form. So his 51 was quite brisk against SVG, 49 balls. And 5 fours and 2 sixes. Want to get along the same way here. Lewis to him. Plays a loose shot outside off stump. Too wide. Really not necessary at all. Luckily for him, no touch. End of the over. The 9th completed. St. Lucia 72 for 2. Their target 116. So Eugene just almost stand and deliver. Didn't really get the foot across at all. And I think with his father in the stands, taking a close look at things, I think Eugene knew that technically he wasn't equal to that one. As we're going to have a bowling change. But the question is for young batter, do you bat better when your father is in the stand, or are you under pressure? It's an interesting thing to explore. Does the presence of your father encourage you or put pressure on you? It could be a distraction. Tyson starts the new over down the leg side though, and it's a no ball. May well have been a wide, but he foot faulted in the delivery. So no ball called, and Melius will have a free hit to enjoy and express himself. 1 to the total, 73 for 2. Tyson will move into Melius. Free hit. Backs away. Hits it high. Will be caught at mid-on. Ooh, Eugene might be in trouble. The throw coming in, but umpire George is in position. And he says Eugene is okay. He was able to come back. But it was a short delivery. And Melius was backing away, looking to hoik it towards long on. It was caught at mid-on. And the only dismissal really was the run out. It almost happened. Of that delivery, Eugene coming back. Tyson to Melius. Melius works it away through square leg. That is going to go close to the boundary. Two fielders converging, but they'll both lose the race. Ball winning. Boundary to Kimani Melius, taking him to 28. 77. 77 for 2. As Tyson has come in and not landing in the sort of area that he would want to be in. Melius looking to capitalize. Tyson to him. Pulls away. Another boundary will happen here at square leg. The fielder diving away on the edge of the circle. But good execution from Melius. It was into the body, but he was very quick with his hands. Swiveling nicely, keeping it down and away from the diving fielder in the circle. And a boundary to him. Successive falls for him, taking him to 32. And the St. Lucia total 81 for 2. As the beginning of the spell from Tyson, not a good one. Starting with a no ball. And then 2 boundaries already. Fielder goes to the square leg boundary. Deep backward point comes into the circle. Tyson to Melius. Melius hooking. Fine. The fielder from long on. Long leg correction. Will come across. And it will be 1 to Melius. On this occasion. Not getting hold of the short delivery. He goes to 33. 82 for 2. At the end of the over. Ryan O'Brien, the veteran, will come in to give the descriptions. 2 deliveries left in the 10th. Target 316. Tyson will now bowl to Eugene, the left-hander. Goes back and plays defensively upon the offside of the wicket. No run. Current rate 8.3. Required rate 5.83. So the early momentum by St. Lucia making the rest of the chase relatively easier. Showing the importance of a good start, good platform, good foundation. Tyson to Eugene. Eugene gets a short one. Nods under it. End of the over. Well, umpire saying 1 for the over, but that was the final ball, so not quite necessary. But end of the over, the 10th. 39 Ogis, who's been dismissed. Melius is 33. Eugene 4. And St. Lucia need a further 234 at 5.85. Ryan O'Brien.
So 85 for 2. Joseph. 4 deliveries. In his first over. So far, Dominica using Lewis, Phillip, Tyson, and Joseph. Joseph into this one. Melius is working it off the pad. They have sufficient time to get a single as the long leg has to come off the boundary, or rather the backward square. Leg by being signaled by the umpire. So the extras total moving up by 1. And St. Lucia now to 86 for the loss of 2. Joseph with his final delivery of his first over. And this one a loose looking drive outside the off stump by Eugene. Luckily for him, the edge not found. The over comes to an end. 86 for 2, the end of the first over by Jed Joseph. Just conceding 3 runs. Not bad at all, going past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. And St. Lucia, 86 for 2, being pegged back slightly with the loss of Ogis first of all, and then Leo pushing out one outside the off stump. The bowling of Lewis. And the edge found Robinson taking a smart catch behind the wicket. And a disappointing end for Leo. Melius has continued to play positively. His strike rate 91.89. Striking 34 of 37 balls. He's on strike, with Tyson due to start his second over. Being encouraged by his teammates out in the middle. He's got a slip, he's a third man, a bit wide. And this one is driven through the offside. Fielder just gets a hand on it, prevents it from going to the boundary or giving the challenge to the extra cover. It was a hand on it, reduced on the sting, and just a single for Melius. He goes to 35. Eugene on 5 comes into strike. 11.1 overs. Trailing by 228, said Lucia. Last wicket going down. Noel Leo caught Robinson off the bowling of Lewis for 2. The current rate 7.79. Eugene is standing tall, hitting out one square, looking a bit elegant, and they come through rather easily for the single. One which Eugene just got on top of it, and the Dominicans with the sweeper in place on the offside, able to cut that off. Kavim Hodge, the lone fielder, had slipped, so there's one slip being employed by Dominica for Tyson. Melius is looking to pull that one down the leg side. The appeal goes up, but instead they're confronted with the wide arms of the umpire. Umpire George signaling the wide on that occasion. So one more to the extras. St. Lucia will be hoping extras can be as generous to them as they themselves conceded when Dominica batted. Tyson moves in once again. Melius looking to pull, gets it off the high portion of the bat, will run down to the fine leg region, and in the process the batsmen go through easily for the single, no pressure there. Not really timing it, getting high on the bat. There was Melius, played some elegant shots off the back foot in the previous over from Tyson, but Tyson seems to have found a better length and hurrying the batsman on that occasion. He's on 36 nonetheless. Eugene on 6 comes into strike. Tyson from the southern end. This one is short and Eugene is forced to go under it hurriedly. Impressive short delivery, and it's into the gloves of the keeper Robinson. Nice hostile short pitch delivery. Tyson reminding Eugene of his capability. He's got some protection because there's a long leg and there's also a deep backward square. But there's lots of real estate between himself and the mid wicket, which is halfway from the boundary. Another short delivery. And Eugene just bends backward, allows it to pass around chest side and through to the keeper, who takes it very neatly indeed, Robinson. Dominica looking to press on in terms of taking wickets, to put the St. Lucian team under pressure. They're looking for 316. Nice rear guard action by the Dominicans when they batted, thanks to a lovely century, 120 by Benjamin when they batted. Again, another short delivery. This time Eugene just bows ahead and lets it go through to the keeper. It's end of over number 12. And Eugene remains on 6. And Kimani Melius, who's on 36 from 39 deliveries, will take strike at the start of a new over. So a quick look at the St. Lucia scorecard, or rather batting lineup. Hopefully the lower order can assist in getting them as close as possible to that total, while Dominica will be banking on the bowlers to make early inroads. Joseph continues on his down the leg side, will be called wide. A good tumbling stop by Robinson. So the right arm just falling away. Head maybe moving to the left. Missing his line there. Jed Joseph. Vincent Lewis, the man of the wicket, getting the edge of Noel Leo's bat. Caught by the keeper for 2. Joseph is forcing a defensive shot from Melius, just coming across his wicket, pushing it back up for the bowler himself to field. So this partnership building slowly, worth 22 at this stage. Coin run rate 7.50. I'm sure they like to step that up. Joseph turns at his mark. As delivery is just coming off the inner portion of the bat, you can hear the sound from here. The Dominicans going up in appeal, but a bit of an inside edge there to Melius. A bit casual in coming forward. And the inside edge found the bowler and the keeper going up quickly. And some bat on that one. Melius looking a bit casual there. Not really pushing out far enough. And maybe beaten a bit for pace by the bowler. So good delivery from Joseph. Needs to be given the credit. And Melius taps once more at the stance. This one again wide on the leg side. So he's been inconsistent. Previous delivery brought so much pressure on Melius. But he's gone back to the delivery before that, wide on the leg side. Again, challenging Robinson behind the stumps to pull off a good save, and indeed he did. 92 for 2. St. Lucia looking for some sort of platform after the loss of 2 wickets in relatively quick time. This one is well up to the batsman. He's bowled him, playing again very loosely, very casually, and losing his middle and leg stumps, playing casually, playing a bit late, and Kimani Melius losing in middle, and it could have been some swing in the air or off the pitch, and still playing casually on bowl. And the celebration as Jed Joseph sees the back of the St. Lucian captain Kimani Melius, and the St. Lucian dressing room having something to think about. 92 for the loss of 3. Melius not able to negate the inward movement of that one. Good delivery from Joseph. Wonderful ball from the Dominican, putting St. Lucia under further pressure. 92 for 3. Kimani Melius who started off quite well for St. Lucia, was bogged down a bit for the last couple of overs and has now gone bowled by Jed Joseph for 36. And St. Lucia now 92 for 3. Will definitely need a solid partnership to prop up their reply. But the Dominicans, Cocker Hope, taking 3 of the St. Lucian top order and 3 of their more pugnacious batsmen. Melius, the captain, just going bowled by Joseph for 36. The early advance of St. Lucia. Okay, let's imagine that this pair here had a partnership of 66 in the previous game against St. Vincent the Grenadines at the Mindo Phillip Park. That helped St. Lucia pull off victory in that game. 5 wickets, so they will need to provide another stabilizing knock here for St. Lucia. Outside there was some lovely looking drive, but can be this feel at the short cover position. So Descartes coming forward. Nice, powerful drive, but a good stop by the fielder. So the Dominicans, their tail would be up. With the fall of Melius. Looking for further inroads. Joseph in the second over looking to penetrate further. This one is pushing out that one outside the outside, beating the outside edge. Another good delivery. So you can see it is getting some movement off the pitch. And on that occasion, Descartes genuinely beaten. And that one through to the gloves of Robinson. So the Dominicans are very encouraged. Probably sensing that another wicket would really put some pressure on the St. Lucian dressing room. 92 for 3. So it's been a good steady over from Joseph. This one is on the pad, worked off airily for some time, but there's no one close by. The square leg fielder having to run in some distance to pick up, and in the process, Descartes gets off the mark and St. Lucia ends over number 13 with the score on 93 for 3. So lots of work to do. Reigning batsmen Keon Gaston, Jaden Eli Box, Terrell Chico, Shawned Edward, McKenny Clark, and Tariq Edward. Every partnership from now on will be crucial. Ogis with a strike rate of 195. Rather unfortunate in his dismissal. Backing up at the non-strikers end, the ball ricocheting off the bowler's hand, out of Phillip. Kyron Phillip. And he was out of his ground, but it's Gillan Tyson who will continue. And this one is wide outside the off stump. And a loose looking shot coming there on that occasion from Descartes. He would definitely need to steady himself, cannot play as fluently as you would want at this early stage, would need to set some sort of foundation for himself and the St. Lucia team. He's just come in. He's known to be a flamboyant batsman, like to feel bat on ball. Looking to bring the attack back to the bowler. This one is played off the inner portion of the bat, looking to push into the offside. And that one gets in the inside edge and goes down to the long leg region. They come to you for a single. So a psychological boost for the bowler, getting the inside edge. Descartes continuing to take some time to find some fluency. That single brings him up to 2. And the score to 95 for 3 St. Lucia. Dominica getting a useful 315 when they batted. Dismissing the final over of the allotment of 50. Tyson, and this one is work off the body. Eugene just coming inside of his wicket. Has stayed calm. A couple of occasions have offered a loose bat outside the off stump. They seem to have dug deep and realize that it's very important that he stays out there for as long as possible. Try to accumulate a score, build a partnership with Descartes. So far, it's just yielded 4 runs. They need many more than that. 96 for 3. Tyson, strongly built. Descartes is just coming across, pushes it into the offside, and no run. So the Dominicans not giving anything away. Not allowing the batsmen to free their arms. Deliveries are off the stump or wide enough, either to have been called wide or sufficiently accurate to ensure that the St. Lucian batsmen were not able to get bat on ball. 96 for 3, they'll be looking for the first landmark of 100 runs and try to get the score in segments. Dominica looking for wickets. He's playing outside the awesome, gets the edge, and is caught behind. So Robinson takes another catch. Descartes playing loosely, and the credit should also go to the batsman. There'll be some movement away. He had a couple deliveries in which he had looked tentative, and on that occasion, not getting sufficiently in line with that delivery, pushing at it outside the awesome. There was Descartes, and the Dominicans, they're totally confident now. Just coming across, hanging his bat, didn't really carry the feet with him, and Robinson did the rest behind the stumps. So St. Lucia losing another wicket, 96 for the loss of 4. The Dominicans, well, they're very elated. Tariq Edwards, the next batter out for St. Lucia. So it is a situation that they will be ruined for some time. The slide started with the unfortunate dismissal of Akimogis, backing up too far. So right now the only 2 St. Lucian batsmen so have got to double figures at the opening pair. Akimogis was run out for 39, backing up too far. And since then, we've been seeing a pretty consistent trek back to the pavilion. We had Leo caught by Robinson off the bowling of Lewis for 2. Sajak Descartes just going, caught Robinson off the bowling of Tyson for 2. And then Melius was bowled by Joseph before that for 36. So partnership only yielding about 4 runs, not really what the St. Lucians wanted. So can Eugene and Edward put a partnership together? Edward, no slouch of the bat, but he'll be tested. He'll be under some pressure. Tyson forces him to come forward, gets off the inner portion of the bat. Ball thuds into the right boot. Testing time for the St. Lucian pair. Eugene on 7, and he's faced 13 deliveries. That gives an indication as to the sort of dominance that the Dominican bowlers have held on the St. Lucian batting lineup thus far. Tyson, this delivery short outside the off stump, and a good stop by Robinson. Wide call to by the umpire. That one pitched at least another set of stumps outside the off stump. Robinson did well to jump up and to prevent that one from going all the way to the boundary. But Tyson put in extra effort on it, looking to put some more pressure on the new batsman, Edward. I'm surprised Dominicans haven't probably even employed an extra slip fielder. This one is coming across and playing it into the outside. Gets a single. Good run. Eugene deciding to come through immediately. Was Edward's call. And Eugene set off immediately, making the run more comfortable. Any hesitation could have brought some alarms. But in the end, they were able to complete the run. 98 for the loss of 4. Conversation between the two batsmen, as Edward will retain the strike. and the man who's been causing some problems, Jed Joseph, 1 for 6. He will continue from the commentary box end, media center end, wide outside the off stump, and rather aimlessly, Edward is just hanging his bat, looking to just push a ball in front of him. They describe that as a nothing shot, just looking to offer the side of the blade to one that could have easily taken the outside edge. Robinson has been happy to receive them behind the stumps. He's already had 2. The keepers have had a good day so far. Edward looking to turn that one down the leg side. On this occasion, just dragging it down a bit too straight on that occasion. So the wide being signal. So the 100 comes up for St. Lucia with that extra. 100 for 4. And that's coming up in the 15th over, rather. And Joseph moves away from us once more. Wide outside the off stump again. I'm sure the St. Lucians wouldn't mind. They conceded their fair share as well. If you're keen on coming out to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, I don't think there's any problem with space. There's no entry fee. Entry is free. For the meantime, the home team up against it. They've been unbeaten so far in the competition. Looking to stay that way, but it's going to be a real battle today. This one is driven back past the bowler airily. And there's a gasp of exasperation by the Dominicans as Joseph looking to stretch out the left hand. This one played in the air, solidly pushed back up the track, and again Eugene calls his partner Edward for some consultations in the middle, reminding him that the team is in a precarious position and they need to ensure that they stay out there and build a partnership. Head not getting over the ball on that occasion by Edward, driving in the air. Good shot, good looking shot this time, playing that one over the infield. The fielder coming off the square leg region, and they get too easily. A nice little whip off the pad on that occasion, well up to Edward, just getting inside of his wicket and whipping it down to the forward square leg position. Fielder having to come around, and the batsmen were able to pick up 2. Pushing the score 203 now for the loss of 4. Comes across again, presents a full face of the bat. Lovely feeling by the man at the extra cover position. So the Dominicans exhibiting from very good work in the field. The mid-wicket jumps across the entire square to congratulate the fielder on that occasion. Stefan Pascal putting off a brilliant stop as Edward pushed that one solidly into the offside. Here's Joseph once more, and he's looking to pull a delivery well over his shoulder. Doesn't make contact. So Edward, we're looking to get more bat on that. Should also be minding that he shouldn't get carried away. Must have felt a couple balls off the meat of the bat. But Joseph has also been bowling well. 2 deliveries left in his third over, 1 for 11. Goes away from us, and Edward is looking to drive. This time he squeezes it out square. Can't get any runs. They're feeling really tight. On that occasion, there's Kevin Hodge, who comes across to his left, prevents any runs. So every dot ball continuing to build up the pressure. And Eugene, who's not really had that much strike of late, will also need to concentrate very hard when he gets back on strike. Normally when a batsman is starting to strike, can play a bit loosely. So outside the stump on this occasion, Tariq Edward allows it to go through to the keeper, wisely too. The end of the over, end of over number 15, and St. Lucia men 103 for 4. They target 316 following Dominica's first inning effort of 315, winning the toss today and guided by a brilliant century by Gian Benjamin of 120. So we're going to have a break, first break of this innings, and we will take a short break here from our commentary position, but we'll be back as soon as play resumes. We are just about to resume after the water break. Just a quick reminder, Dominica's 315, Benjamin 120, Robinson 49, Tavernier 26, Tyson 22, they were the leading scorers. And Keon Gaston, he bagged 4 for 55, and Shawnell Edward 3 for 55. And at 315 and 49.3 overs with 48 extras contributing. Start of a new over, and this time Tyson is forcing the batsman to play on the offside. No ball called by the umpire. So it's Eugene. Squared up a bit. Score goes up to 104 for the loss of 4. Gillan Tyson, 1 for 20. And Eugene is giving himself some room, and this one splices off the bat. One bounce to the fielder down at third man. They're coming off the boundary, picking up cleanly. For a moment, thought it would have gone to hand. That's Chet Joseph. In the end, the single taken without event. Joanel Eugene. Looking a bit loose on that occasion. Looking to that short delivery square. A free hit. But didn't really get sufficient bat on it. Tarek Edward waits for Tyson. This one is paid into the offside. They're thinking of 2. Ran the first one quickly, but the return comes in just alongside the stumps to Robinson. restricting the batsman to 1. It's 106 for 4. Tyson has shown to favour the shorter deliveries, looking to rattle the St. Lucian batsman. Eugene gets on the back foot, opens the face of the bat and guides it square of the wicket on the offside. Fielder coming across, Stefan Pascal. But the batsmen have sufficient time to cross for the single. Tyson, strongly built fast bowler. Into the right-handed Edward. This one is again forcing the batsman to get under it. Wide call by the umpire as well, forcing Edward to take evasive action. A little extra effort being put in that one there. And certainly reminding the batsman that he's got that in his armory, forcing Edward to hustle under it. Edward on 4 from 9 deliveries. Both batsmen have had to consolidate. Just a free hit in the over. Apart from that, everything else has been a struggle for them. This one is coming forward, pushing it into the onside. Again, the Dominican fielders on their toes. Well picked up at the short mid wicket region there on that occasion by Hodge. So the Dominicans showing the standard in the field. Hodge, who was at slip previously, is really patrolling the mid-wicket region with precision, keeping the pressure on the St. Lucian batsman. Edward is coming forward. Lovely push, too powerful, straight to the middle fielder. Can't get a run. Good tight stuff by the Dominicans. Courtney and Sam doing the fielding there on that occasion. 108 for 4. Slow going, but at this stage of the innings and the fall of 4 relatively quick wickets, they've got to consolidate. The right to pull. This one is short. A lovely pull there by Tariq Edward, showing his ability. This one was short, had sufficient time, and it went all the way over mid-wicket for 6. A lovely shot by Tariq Edward, showing Tyson that he's not afraid to go for it, and this is the 5th 6 of the innings. You had 2 previously to Melius, 2 to Ogis, and a lovely shot by Edward on that occasion, showing Tyson that he's not afraid to take on the short ball, which has been the mode of attack by Tyson. But Edward facing fire with fire, bringing the over to an end. We've had 16 completed, 16 extras, 114 for 4. St. Lucia still needing another 202. And this partnership building slowly up to 18. So Edward has gone past Eugene with that massive strike. Eugene will continue to face to Joseph. Eugene on 9. He's shown some responsibility. He's looking to drive as well. This one is aired. Born, 3 fielders converging. This one, what a beautiful catch. Having a long way to run. More running from long off. And a bit loose in the end. So Anselm pulling off that catch there for the Dominicans. And St. Lucia losing Eugene. A loose drive looking to go over the infield. He had more height than distance. And St. Lucia losing their 5th wicket with the score on 114. Now 114 for 5. And the pressure certainly on the St. Lucian batsmen to get this target of 316, with Jonah Eugene going caught by Anselm off the bowling of Joseph for 9 of 17 deliveries, and more pressure on the St. Lucian batters. Courtney Anselm. What a brilliant catch. There were three fielders converging. Anselm started his run from the wide long on region. There was also the extra cover converging. There was the orthodox mid-off also interested in it. But in the end, good running. He got to the landing zone. Lovely stretch. And to take a brilliant catch. Well appreciated by his teammates. So after some resolute batting by Jonel Eugene, 17 deliveries, offering a catch, gladly accepted by Anselm. And Joseph picking up a second wicket. This time, new batsman just coming across, Jaden Eli box, plays this one into the onside. 114 for 5. Some pressure on the St. Lucia lower order to retrieve the situation. They haven't done a great job of it at the moment. Eli box. Joseph is eager to get at him. Had to abort his run. Hustles back to his mark and is in now to Eli box, who is driving the offside. This one is actually peeling off the inner portion of the bat. Looking to play through the outside of the inner portion of the bat. And in the end, ball finding its way to the mid-on position. So Eli box gets off the mark with a couple. 116 for 5. This one is forced into defense. Good delivery there to end the over. Not yet. One delivery left. Two more left. It is a slight drizzle I see coming across the ground. Roland Cox. Seems like there might well be. No movement from the ground staff. Very, very light drizzle. Nothing to get the players off the ground. This one, the shot is pulling with a lot of power. Good shot there. Will go all the way. Signal now by the umpire. So a bold shot there by Jaden Eli box. Just easing the shackles a bit and hitting Joseph deep over mid-wicket and picking up 6 runs. He moves up to 8. Yes, and our statistician Roland Cox reminded me that he brought a victory in the previous game with a 6 off the first ball he faced. And he gets in one and he comes across and plays it down to the slip region. The shower getting a bit heavier now. I think the ground staff being called on. So we're going to have a break in play with St. Lucia 122 for 5. It's getting a bit heavier as well, but hopefully this will cross the ground pretty quickly and we'll be able to bring you more action as soon as we can continue. So just before we take a break from here, let's remind you that St. Lucia looking for 316 for victory in this match under some pressure at 122 for 5 after 17 overs. And Kimani Melius and Akim Ogis, they open the innings. Ogis ran out, backing up, ball coming off the hand of the bowler in his follow through, and he was run out, backing up too far for 39. Noel Leo was Scott Robinson of the bowling of Lewis for 2. Melius eventually going bowled by Joseph for 36. Jonel Eugene caught Anselm of the bowling of Joseph for 9. He was the last wicket to fall, and before that, Shadrach Descott was caught by Robinson behind the stumps of the bowling of Tyson for 2. Tarek Edward, he is on 10 not out. And Jaden Eli box, 8 not out. Bowling for the Dominicans so far. Vincent Lewis, 1 for 28 from 5 overs. And Gillen Tyson, 1 for 30. And the Dominicans having a good spell so far from Jed Joseph. 4 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets. It's raining heavier here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. The covers are on the pitch. We'll take a break. We'll be coming back when there's more action on field. Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we are about to see the resumption in play of this Windward Islands Senior Men's 50-over tournament between St. Lucia and Dominica. To bring you up to date, Dominica getting 315 when they batted, having won the toss. Innings dominated by Benjamin, 120. Robinson, 49. Tavernier, 26. Tyson, 22. Keon Gaston, 4 for 55. Shonel Edward, 3 for 55. And that was off 49.3 overs. 48 extras also in that innings. And St. Lucia, at this stage, 122 for 5 of 17 overs. And Dominica in the ascendancy, the not-out batsman, Tariq Edward on 10 and Jaden Eli Box on 8. We're just going to confirm if there's any change to the status of the game in terms of overs. We have it maybe just over half an hour for the delay. And it's going to be Courtney Anselm who is going to continue. Anselm who's going to continue for Dominica. And Tariq Edward, who's looked quite good, who is going to face up. This one is just playing quietly. This backward of square in the offside. Fielder coming in quickly. Stefan Pascal prevents the possibility of a run. So the sun is back with us. Outfield maybe slightly damp following the rain. It was not heavy, but was around for a little more than 20 minutes. A little sprinkle before that. Next delivery to Edward, just played into the offside. He's looking to push out one even further. The fielder on this occasion can cut it off. So one more to Edward. He moves to 11. 123 for the loss of 5. To give you an idea of the St. Lucian batting, bowling for Dominica. Jed Joseph, 2 for 19. He's been a outstanding bowler thus far for Dominica of his 4 overs. Anselm being introduced after the break. He's just bowled 3 deliveries, conceding just 1 run. So keeping the pressure on for Dominica. Right arm out spinner coming wrong the wicket. This one is played into the offside. Fielder coming quickly across to prevent the possibility of the run. Jaden Eli Box, who's on 8. 123 for 5. It's coming forward, and this time of the inner portion of the bat, a stifle appeal. They're considering maybe a part before bat, but certainly from our vantage point, off the bat. So just got any update. There'll be no adjustment either to the total or to the overs possible in innings. This one is pushing to the offside comfortably by Box, and the 2 cross for a single. So Anselm doing well for Dominica, and the over completed. So the Dominicans have kept the St. Lucians in check, keeping on the pressure. 18 overs gone, 124 for 5, restricting the St. Lucians to a rate of 6.89 after the early free scoring effort of Kimani Melius, 36, and Aki Mogis, who was the first to go for 39. It's been a struggle since then. First time in this game, Kevin Hodge being introduced, has been very active in the outfield, cutting off lots of runs close to the wicket. So the left-hander will be coming over the wicket, and it's Jaden Eli Box will be facing him this time. He's coming across and playing it quietly, square on the offside. There's backward of the fielder who tries to underarm it to the keeper. Robinson wasn't able to get down quickly enough, but no damage done for the Dominicans, as both batsmen had settled for the single. I wasn't really going to risk the extra run, so I was just looking to get a proper grip. Wonder whether that'd been a good idea. Just having a shower. This one is short down the leg side and gets inside of his wicket. It goes all the way down to deep backward square for a lovely maximum by the batsman Eli. But just getting inside of his wicket, and Hodge too short on that occasion, presenting a wonderful opportunity for Eli Box to get into his wicket, free his arms, and making good contact and getting it all the way over the rope at deep backward square. So useful strike for St. Lucia, pushing the score up to 130 for 5. They will need many of those if they are to get themselves into an ascendancy. Rate gone over 7.09. Eli Box to 15. He waits for Hodge inside the 19th over. Obvious rag in his waistband. This one is pushing to the offside. Feel unable to hold it cleanly there. Pascal. In the end, they get the single. 131 for 5. St. Lucia. Still trailing by 184. Edwards looks around the field. Hodge now coming round the wicket. The left-hander to the right-handed Tariq Edward. Who's coming forward. Bats and pad relatively close together. Head over the ball. Not really bending that front knee. Just pushing out at it. Trying to negate any turn that Hodge might have presented. And there's no run. 2 deliveries left in Hodge's first over. The 19th of the innings. We're back with the sunshine. This one is just played quietly up on the onside. Pascal moves in. A slight genuflect. Collects from the keeper Robinson and passes it back to Hodge, who uses the towel being afforded by the umpire. Umpire Cuthbert McVeigh. And he's coming with a fine delivery. Can he end with a dot ball? This one is played into the offside. He can't. The fielder coming off the deep extra cover boundary to pick up. And Edward gets a single to end the over. And at the end of 19 overs, St. Lucia men 132 for 5. They're still trailing by 183. They're looking for 316 for victory. And so far, the Dominicans have really pegged them back, picking up 5 crucial wickets and keeping things tight here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Or rather, so it's going to be Anselm continuing from the southern end. This one is played quietly back in front of him by the batsman, Edward. The keeper comes from behind the stump to pick up, relays to the bowler. The slow bowlers getting through their overs rather quickly. He's short, he's standing tall, is Edward, but Anselm knocks it down initially, feeling well to his own bowling. Just 2 runs so far off 8 deliveries in his spell. And Edward is coming forward, opening the face, guiding it square on the offside. An easy single there for the taking. One more to him. So he'll probably need some time to settle down after the break. We had a stoppage for a little more than half an hour. She just delayed us slightly, but there's no alteration to the conditions. This one is forcing the batsman Eli Box to play quietly into the offside. Partnership 19. Anselm, very economical. None for 3 of his 10 deliveries. Now, extra run conceded off 11. This one delivery to close off his second over. And St. Lucia slowly moves up to 134. The loss of 5. He's coming on the back foot. This time Edward plays it to the short mid wicket. Can't get the single. The over comes to an end. So we've had a completion of 20. And just to tell you that Grenada, they pulled off victory in the other game being played, or that was rather played, at the Mindufile Park. Grenada 349 for 6. St. Vincent and the Grenadines in reply 131. So, with 134 for 5 at the end of 20, the next commentator, Claudia Simanuel.
Outside the off stump, Hodge and Eli Box playing and missing. 134 for 5. Hodge over the wicket to Eli Box, flighted, driving down to long off, straight to the fielder. And one taken to Eli Box to 18. 135 for 5. 181 needed. At 5.97. Right-handed Tariq Edward coming in to strike with long off and long on. Hodge to him, punching it down the ground, bringing off Lewis from the long on boundary. And one more to Edward. Goes to 14 and 136 for 5. Hodge also has a fielder in the shadow of the Johnson Charles stand. He's at extra cover for Eli Box, the left-hander, who runs down the next delivery to backward point. No run for him. Deep square leg, long on, long off, deep extra cover. 3 fielders on the offside. Hodge to Eli Box. Back of a length delivery. Standing up straight. Playing it back to Hodge, who's in his second over. This is the 21st one of the innings. Clipped away nicely by Eli Box, down to long on. Tavernier is there, and they take 1 to complete the over. From Hodge, 137 for 5, with Edward 14, Eli Box 19. So with the victory by Grenada over St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it means that they both end up on 4 points. St. Lucia already on 8 from the 2 victories at the top of the table. Should they lose to Dominica, Dominica will also go to 8. Eli Box is brought forward by a new over from Ansam and plays a dot ball back to the bowler. 137 for 5 over number 22. Bright sunshine. Round the wicket to the left-handed Eli Box. Edward wants a non-existent single and has to go back as he plays into the mid-wicket. Eli Box. Dot ball. So the tall figure of Courtney Ansem, the off-spinner, coming in with a hop into his run-up as he gets about halfway there. Another dot ball played by Eli Box. Solitary slip in Hodge. Long off, long on, deep square leg, deep extra cover. Comes in again. Full toss, clipped away to long on. Along the ground. Fielder is posted, so easy single. Eli Box goes to 20. 138 for 5. Ansem over the wicket to the right-handed Edward, whose back turns it, will not beat the bowler, who's actually allowing mid-wicket to pick that up. 138 for 5. Comes in again, short, pulled away from the mid-wicket fielder. Long on, will not be able to come around. And a boundary to Edward, showing good wrist work here. Clipping that, turning it from outside off stump. and sending it to the right of the long on fielder for a boundary. Edward going to 18 at the end of the over, the 22nd of the innings. St. Lucia 142 for 5, still needing 174 for victory. So St. Lucia 2 wins, 8 points. Dominica 1 win, 1 loss on 4 points. If they win here, they'll go to 8 and they'll join St. Lucia, and the two would be separated by net run rate, with Grenada and St. Vincent both finishing on 4. SVG, they will be the ones to play the third place playoff on Saturday at the park. Eli Box playing to mid-wicket from Hodge, who comes in again. Is driving out towards the mid-on fielder to his left. Couple of bounces, just a single. Eli Box ambling through for his 21st run. 143 for 5. Hodge round the wicket now to Edward. Forward, plays that airborne for a while, but dropping short of Pascal at straightish mid-wicket, in line with the non-striker stumps. Hodge again. Edward back and not really putting a good stride. He's a tall man, but just bending the left knee, but not really pushing out. Getting himself into a little bit of trouble there. As Hodge will come in again. Edward getting one on about middle and leg, clipped away. Straight to Pascal. No run. 3 dot balls from Hodge to Edward. A little bit of pressure building on the batter. What will he do? Hodge to him. He goes back. Faster delivery. Played away off the face of the bat. Maybe the outer portion along the ground to backward point. End of the over. 143 for 5. 23 completed. St. Lucia scoring at 6.2. Needing to go a little faster if they are to get to the target of 316. So this game here, sort of a dress rehearsal to what is going to take place on Saturday. These two teams, well, not necessarily. I think we're talking a little bit too quickly there. That's if Dominica wins, it will be those two. Delivery that's lofted out towards the long on fielder and put down. Ooh! Oh, that was not difficult. Number 6, who's that? Kyron Phillip putting that down. Eli Box presenting an easy catch to Phillip at long on. Got both hands to it, but not able to hold on. Eli Box getting the single. Going to 22, 144 for 5. Edward in strike. Goes back and hits over the head of the extra cover. Out towards the boundary, and it will get into it ahead of Phillip, who has himself to blame, because had he taken the catch before, he would not be running to try to stop the ball from going into the boundary. So 4 to Edward. He goes to 22, joins Eli Box on that score, 148 for 5. And Sam again to Edward, back, turns it and finds the mid-wicket fielder, Tavernier, and there's no run. And Sam again, flighted delivery, beaten slightly is Edward, clipping it away to Tyson coming off the long on boundary and sending a return into Robinson. So 149 for 5. round the wicket. Ansem to Eli box, who's forward. In defense, plays to extra cover. Or wide mid off, no run. One delivery left in the fourth. Ansem to Eli box, back looking to turn it, but not cueing it properly. Straight to the fielder. And the over coming to an end. 149 for 5. St. Lucia still need 167. So 2 wickets for Jed Joseph, 1 for Philip, 1 for Tyson. Kavim Hodge yet to pick up a wicket. It's been economical. 4 overs for 15. Edward dispensing with the helmet as it's all spin. You expect that against Dominica. Forward he goes and playing up to Ansem at extra cover. No run. So Hodge again. Come in to Edward, who goes back and finds an arm ball coming into him and squeezing it out with some discomfort. Hodge again, flighted delivery forward. Much slower delivery on this occasion. Looking to attempt a drive out of Edward, who's not falling for the bait. 149 for 5. Hodge, Edward gets a full toss, hits it through, and Sam at extra cover, and they'll go for a second. As Tavernier from long off, not able to prevent them from taking the 2. Edward going to 25 and bringing up St. Lucia's 150, 151. That's come from 163 deliveries, 12 fours, 7 sixes. Edward waits for Hodge, bowls a flighted delivery and looking to clip it away. Maybe he could have even made that into a full toss by advancing a little quicker. Hodge again, driving into the offside square, brings the sweeper off the boundary to his left. They'll come back for the second and will get it comfortably. In the end, 2 to Edward, going along nicely. He's 27 and 153 for 5. So, should St. Lucia win this game, they'll go to 12. And 3 teams will end up on 4 points. And of course, it will have to be net run rate to determine which of those will place St. Lucia in the game here on Saturday. That game is for teams finishing first and second. Because with Grenada's victory over St. Vincent, they have joined Dominica and St. Vincent on 4 points. But of course, this game is still going on, and so it could be victory or defeat for Dominica. Back goes Eli Box to the start of a new over from Ansem, the 26th of the innings, getting himself a single to long off. Tyson doing the fielding. 154 for 5. Edward in strike. Flighted delivery, hit back to Anselm on the box. As he continues to be quite economical. Just the 16th run from him at the start of his 5th. Looking to clip it away. An appeal going up. They take the single. And, well, no signal from umpire George, so bat on that. Maybe inside edge onto the pad. 28 now to Edward. Eli Box on 23 in strike. Ansem the off spinner with a solitary slip. A bit of bounce there as Eli Box is able to get the single on the onside. Pascal and Joseph not able to cut it off. And Sam to Edward, the right-hander, who drives cotton ball. Oh, loose shot from Edward, beaten in the air, pushing back at Ansem. Was very happy to accept that flighted delivery, and really a nothing shot from Tariq Edward. Not in defense, not looking to score, maybe a fancy sort of clip, maybe even for a single. But it has proved his undoing. Cotton ball. Ansem taking the catch. So the end of Edward, cotton ball, Ansem 28. And St. Lucia losing wicket number 6 as the all-rounder goes. And a setback here for the home team as Keon Gaston comes in. And well, that dismissal, not really surprising. A few deliveries earlier, I think in the previous over from Ansem, it was Edward looking to drive, balls being flighted, and you just got the impression that he had been beaten in the air. And the one bringing about his dismissal, really a nothing shot. And a catch to Anslem, who was very happy to see it come back to him. Easy catch. So Keon Gaston joining Jaden Eli Box. St. Lucia still 160 runs away. They are looking to spoil the good work that they have had in the 2 previous games. Ansem to Gaston, goes back to a delivery that on about the off stump, pushed away into the offside. And the over comes to an end. A successful one for Ansem, picking up the wicket of Edward. So he's 1 for 18. And after 26 overs, St. Lucia still needing 160 at 6.67. And the game had an interesting phase. Maybe even Stevens, or maybe Dominica ahead. We'd have to say Dominica ahead with just 4 wickets remaining. Eli Box receiving from Hodge. Start of a new over. The 5th by Hodge. He's gotten on for 16. Hodge to Eli Box, flighted, driven. Will get a single too long off. Vincent Lewis comes off the boundary. 157 for 6. Hodge will come into Gaston. Gets a faster, flatter delivery. Arm ball. Playing it away to the mid-on fielder, no run. Hodge again to Gaston, driving nicely, using his feet somewhat. Driving away to mid-off. Long off, correction. Gaston getting off the mark. 158 for 6. Hodge in the previous game bowled his 10 overs straight, picking up 3 wickets. And is into his 5th. Eli Box playing back. But can't beat Pascal at extra cover. No run. Long off, long on, deep extra cover. deep square leg. Faster delivery. Hodge over the wicket, completing the over. Going through it quite quickly. The 27th of the innings. Eli Box remaining on 25. Gaston 1. Hodge finishing his 5th over, not for 18. The rest of the bowling figures. Lewis, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Philip, 4 overs, no maidens, not for 44. Tyson, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Jed Joseph, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. Ansem continues. Bowls to Gaston, back, forcing to long off for his second run and taking St. Lucia's total 1 to 159 for 6. Ansem in his 6, 5 overs, no maidens, not for 18. And Hodge, 5 overs, no maidens, also not for 18. Ansem to Eli Box. Full toss, clipped out to long on. And the return coming in as Eli Box gets his 26th run, 160 for 6. St. Lucia losing Melius 36, Ogis 39, Leo 2, Eugene 9. Ansem bowls to Gaston, goes back, slaps it to long off for another single. The third run for him, 161 for 6. So Leo 2, Eugene 9, Desca 2, Edward 28. The 6 batters dismissed. And Ansem to Eli Box. Outside the off stump, faster delivery, let go by the left-hander. And into the gloves of Robinson, who's substituting behind the stumps for Benjamin. Turned away by Eli Box. And played to square leg, no run. Pascal fielding in a very happy way, happy with the progress of his team. Forward goes Eli Box, good delivery, thrown up in the air, looking to tempt the left-hander. But he was composed as he played it away. 161 for 6. 28 overs completed. St. Lucia scoring at 5.75. Needing a further 155 at 6.7. So we saw a lot of Gian Benjamin in the St. Lucia in the Dominica innings, but we haven't seen him since. Back goes Gaston, plays to extra cover, no run. Hodge starting his 6th over. Round the wicket to Gaston, goes back looking to pull, but in the end just punching it down to wide long on. Fielder is there. One more to Gaston. 462 for 6. Hodge goes over the wicket to the left-handed Eli Box. 26 from 37. Who's back, turning it, a bit of football, not working. And Eli Box getting the single. So the left boot there of Kavem Hodge suggests that he will not make the Dominica team in football. Left back getting that ball to go right through him. He's coming in again to Gaston, who's forward, stretching himself to smother any spin that Hodge is able to achieve. I haven't seen a lot of spin from him. Good control though. Pushed up to long on the next delivery. A faster one into the leg stump. Gaston gets away from strike. Goes to 5. 164 for 6. Hodge to Eli Box on the off stump. Standing up straight. Punching it into the offside, no run. Hodge very quickly through the over. Just a 3 coming. Good control. And that has been his performance right through the innings. He has delivered 6 of them, conceding 21, yet to take a wicket. 164 for 6. 152 more required. Courtney Anslem up for his 7th, 1 for 21, his figures. Comes in to Gaston, playing hard into the ground and can't beat the extra cover fielder. So he stays on 5. The total stays on 164. 6 wickets are down. And Sam to edge. Oh, put down at extra cover. In fact, it wasn't an edge. It was from the face of the bat. Put down by number 2. As Jet Joseph. Just powerfully hit. Should have caught it though. It was about waist height. And put down. So Gaston gets a life. 165 for 6. Swinging away is Eli Box. Long on fielder. Puts in the long barrier. And completes the fielding. Eli Box goes to 28. 166 for 6. Gaston in strike. Big drive at one outside off stump. A bit of room presented there by Ansam. Gaston looking to take advantage of it, missing. The off spinner again. Gaston is long forward, stretching and keeping that away from the keeper, from the slip, from his stumps. Ansem again, faster delivery, turned away, slapped away to the onside, not picked up cleanly by the short mid-on, but he's able to recover. Tavernier, and one more to Gaston. 767 for 6. The Dominica spinners going through their overs quite quickly. 30 completed we have had. Oh, it's time for a change in voice. We'll do one more and then it will be Ryan O'Brien. Almost unfair to Ryan that those 10 overs have come so quickly. A quick single taken in the spirit of speed of doing things. The 2 batters quickly from one end to the next. 168 for 6. Hodge very quick between his overs. He'll bowl to Eli Box, who's forward. Pascal picking up short extra cover. And there's no run. Hodge over the wicket, flighted, hit down the ground, out towards long off, who's interested, but he likes to take it on the bounce. Vincent Lewis, well, may have put in the big dive, but decided to be a bit more conservative, protecting the boundary. Not the victory, but the boundary. And they took one off the back foot, Gaston, banging it to extra cover. And there's no run. Ryan is chuckling in the background. I'm not sure why. As Hodge. Inside edge. That was a close thing. Lucky there. Inside edge onto the pad. And away into the offside. 169 for 6. Hodge to Gaston. Gaston is in control. Drive into extra cover. Straight to the fielder. End of the over for the first of the innings. 169 for 6. And Lucia still need 147 at 7.74 as we bring in Ryan O'Brien.
So the struggle continues for St. Lucia, and Courtney Ansem will continue for Dominica. The tall number 11 waits for Eli Box to settle. Eli Box on 29, the left-hander just driving into the offside, and the catch taken just pushing rather casually straight to the fielder, and St. Lucia losing wicket number 7. So another bad entry myself for the Dominicans, able to take the catch. So Tavernier taking the catch smartly. This one well pitched up. Leibox coming forward, driving eerily, and Tavernier picking up a sharp catch. So one more wicket going down. That of Jaden Leibox, who looked so good out there. Wasn't really doing anything too injudiciously, but instead of keeping head over it, Drove couldn't keep it down, and Tavernier pulled off a smart catch. The Dominicans have been good generally in the outfield today, and they found themselves in a very good position. St. Lucia still trailing by 146 with just 3 wickets remaining, and definitely the win predictor definitely in favor of Dominica, who are looking to play themselves into a second position in the preliminary stage of this competition and set up what could be a rematch, as you've been hearing from Claudius Emmanuel, on the final day of competition on Saturday. Top 2 teams in the league format will meet in the final here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and 3 and 4 will play for third place at the Mindo Phillip Park. So can St. Lucia make another effort at building a partnership as Tyrell Chico comes in to join Gaston? This delivery, he's on the back foot, gets it up the inner portion of the bat, and it goes again up on the onside where Tavernier again fields, and no run. Chico gets off the mark, striking out one deep to long off. So Ansem, his figures looking impressive. 2 for 26. Economy of 3.33. Chico's off the mark with that single. And coming forward, there is Gaston. We get a single as the field having to come off their long off boundary. Can't stop the batsman from crossing for the single. 171 for 7, St. Lucia. Flattered early in the innings. The 2 batsmen setting off rather busy, but since then, it's been Dominica keeping the St. Lucian batsman in check. This one is off the back foot. Nice straight bat. Punches that one. Long to long off is Chico. Gets another single. 172 for 7. So the boundaries for St. Lucia, few and far between. 12 fours in the inning so far. And this one is played out to the vacant mid-wicket region. The field have to come across to his right. Again, the Dominicans are quickly swooping in on the ball and restricting them to 1. And they've only been able to go over the rope 7 times. So St. Lucia really finding the boundaries hard to come by. And the Dominicans have really done well in the outfield today. Catching has been on point. And they've cut off a number of boundaries, keeping the pressure on the St. Lucian batters. So Kian Gaston on 10 comes in to strike. Kavim Hodge is tossing a delivery well up to him. He's played it down to the long off. Will cross the boundary. No diving effort there at the long off region. But a good shot there from the batsman Gaston. And a very useful boundary for the St. Lucian team. They're pushing the score now up to 177. And Gaston's personal contribution up to 14. That one was well tossed up by Hodge. And the man at the long off couldn't cut it off. This next delivery just played into the onside for Pascal to field. Valiant effort from Tavernier there on the boundary, the previous delivery, but couldn't cut it off. This next delivery from Hodge played on the onside. So Tavernier with that very sharp catch to see the back of Eli Box as Hodge is in once again. Finds the face of the bat of Gaston. 14 from 24 deliveries. Next one is playing empty onside. Solid shot down to long on. Coming up the sweet spot of the bat. So Gaston definitely showing his all-round ability. Picked up 4 for 55 when St. Lucia bowled. And Kavem Hodge, who didn't really get among the runs today. Going for just 2. Looking to get some wickets to his name. He's bowling wrong the wicket to the right-hander, who keeps it out. Terrell Chico just playing it back up to the bowler. The over comes to an end. 16 extras so far in the innings, 178 for 7. 33 overs already completed. And it's left to be seen how deep the St. Lucian batsmen can go into the 50 overs that are allocated for them, and how close they can get to the 315 target that has been set. They've still got 137 runs. They need a big partnership if they are to remain competitive. This one is played into the offside. Good run in between the two. They set off immediately. And Pascal, quick as he is, couldn't prevent the single. So Anselm continuing with his spell into his 9th over. It's been pretty economical, just 29 runs conceded so far. This next delivery just played back on the square in the offside. Pascal coming in quickly, preventing the run. The Dominicans on their toes. Anselm back at his mark. Turns. Looking to keep the pressure on Chico. Chico gets delivery, which he eats it on the back foot again. He finds Pascal square on the offside, but on this occasion the return eluding the keeper, and Robinson admonishing him for the return, and in the end they get a single. 179 for 7. Chico on 2, Gaston on 16. It's Chico on strike. Plays out on the onside, past the vacant mid-on, the field off the long on boundary. Has to come in to pick up. And just one, Gillan Tyson doing the fielding. So again, Anselm being very miserly in his 9th over, 2 for 31 his figures so far. Chico back into strike. Gets the delivery, he tries to turn around the corner, doesn't really get where he intended it, just spills out into the offside. No call from the umpire. Yes, it must have been just the outer portion of the bat. And a single also taken. So we've had a completion of 34 overs. 182 for 7, St. Lucia. Dominica would be feeling happy with the situation. So it's Gaston on strike. Plays this one down to the mid-wicket region. Come in for 2. The fielder was under pressure, then overran the ball, and in the end allowed them to get the 2 runs rather easily. So Hodge continuing. He's bowling his 9th over. None for 28. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's kept things really tight, keeping the pressure on the St. Lucian batters. This one played into the offside. Again, no chance of a run. Anselm coming in to pick up. This one is just played on the onside. Oh, yeah. Hodge. Again, keeping the batsman equal. And he's coming forward an appeal. Batsman stretching forward. It doesn't make contact. And, looking to play that one back up the track. Well fielded by Hodge in his follow through. Yet another over completed. 182 for 7. Our scores will update our scorecard in a bit. But Hodge continuing to keep things tight for Dominica, who's going to continue with Anselm. Anselm. This one is played down to the region between extra cover and the wide mid-off rather, down to the boundary for 4. So useful boundary being picked up there by St. Lucia. Playing to the offside, so these two trying to play as freely as possible. Anselm to the delivery. Batsman just standing up tall and pushing it back up the track. Chico is getting a delivery that is turning into the onside. The mid-wicket comes across quickly. They'll get a single. So they've been playing a bit more freely, these two. It was Gaston who's backing the strike. So Gaston facing up to Anselm. This one is played but can beat the short extra cover.
Because we're missing things and I cannot put a wrong score on the screen.
So it's at the end of the spell from Anselm. Very good effort by him. Kept things tight, kept the pressure on the St. Lucian. So we have it from our end that Anselm has completed his spell. Just for our viewers, we're just looking to get our stats up to date on the screen for you. It's another single. Down to long on. As Hodge continues, they're going to get an extra. We have an overthrow. Hodge continuing from the northern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So this delivery just playing off the inner portion of the bat. Chico. This one is just whipped off the pad. They're coming for the second. Very boldly, very bravely, completing it too. So trying to stay in the hunt for these runs. Just trying to keep track of all our stats here. It's delivery from Hodge, forcing the batsman in defense. Plays it back up the track. And no run. Again, offering the full face of the bat. It's Chico. Are we going to have a message coming out? Or some adjustment, glove? Will we have a drink break? Which will probably assist us from our end in getting things back up. Bring the score 194 it is for the loss. 13 overs remaining. So quite interesting. So we're going to take a break, just like the players. And we'll be back when play resumes. So we have the resumption 194 for 7. Kevin Hodge continuing and a single Hodge. The over completed 195 for 7. And we have it. And we have it 12 overs remaining.
So what does that cost? 38 or 37?
That was the 47. It's the 48 now.
Okay, so 30th over starting. Tavernier being introduced for the Dominicans. We had 195 for 7. Tavernier into Chico. This one is an attempted swing away on the onside. No contact. Tavernier not using too much energy in his approach. Couple paces. This one is short. Pull down outside the off stump. The batsman just getting on the back foot and helping it down to the deep extra cover area. Getting a single. Gaston comes into strike. So the bowler just dragging that one down, Tavernier. Batsman was equal enough to get it down to the deep extra cover boundary for a single. Commentator's catch. Back to Tavernier by Gaston. Who is on the back foot, place it into the offside. Can't get any run. Fielder coming around to pick up. This one played down to the wide mid on, long on position. The batsman coming back for 2. So the over coming to an end. That opening over from Tavernier. And Lucia battling their way to this title, to this target rather. 190, 198. We have it. So we've gone a bit manual here now in our commentary position. But we're still happy to be able to bring you the pictures, and we'll update you as soon as we can give you the pinpoint scores with all the accuracy. So now they're going to bring Tyson back. This time from the northern end. He's got the ball in hand. Hodge completing his quota. We'll give you his full analysis in a moment. So it's Tyson. So Dominica very much in the ascendancy. Just 3 wickets remaining for them. But so far, Gaston and Chico putting up some resistance, but they'll need to also get some runs on the board. Tyson. They're stretching out that right leg a bit. It's been off the attack for quite some time. And he's changed ends now. He passes umpire McVeigh. This one is played into the onside. They go for a quick single. And the fielder coming in quickly can't prevent it. And no ball called too. So we're going to have a free hit as well. The fielder coming in quickly. That was Vincent Lewis. But couldn't prevent the single. And one more to Chico. And the St. Lucia score. Score now up to 200. Getting a good run in tally manually. Free hit. 200 for 7. Little over 10 overs in which to get those runs. Umpire McVeigh continually signaling the free hit. As Tyson is wrong the wicket. This one is wide outside. There was some lovely looking shot there. Goes square. Well pitched up, giving himself some room there. And striking out one square on the outside. There was Chico. And all the way down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. Just taking that left leg to give himself some room to hit that square on the outside. A sweet spot on the bat. And the man at the extra cover had no chance of cutting that off because there's lots of space between him and the third man. And in the end, another useful boundary to Chico. Tyson. Once more this time, he's coming across, covering up well. It's Chico. No chance of run on this occasion. Gaston just coming across, covering up. Both batsmen now helmeted. Chico with the red helmet, slightly taller. His delivery is forcing the batsman into defense. So a good comeback from Tyson. That delivery on or about the off stump. Robinson applauding his bowler. This one is played square on the offside. Opportunity for a second run and they're coming for it. No, decided against it as the fielder was quickly onto it. Sends a return back into the keeper. .205 for 7. Overs quickly descending for the St. Lucians. Next delivery, Tyson is offering a bouncer to which Chico is getting on there very quickly. Putting a lot of effort into that one. The broad shoulders of Tyson really putting some power in that one. Bending the back and getting the shoulders into that one. Chico having to get out of the way rather quickly. Much more defensive feel for this pair. This one is down the leg side and called wide to by umpire McVeigh. Chico just keeping the blood flowing, keeping the legs active. Tyson serving up a couple of short deliveries. See if he could unsettle this pair. Looking to drive home the advantage to pick up the final 3 wickets. So we are coming close to the end of the 39th over. Tyson is being struck firmly into the offside, but the middle fielder will come across quickly. Chico will be restricted to just a single. The over coming to an end. 207 for 7. And the St. Lucians not being allowed to get away. So we're just going to come under to the final 10 over. The St. Lucians will have to go well over 10 if they have to pull off a victory in this game. And if 7 wickets down, really going to be up against it. The batsmen remaining, Sean Hill Edward and McKenny Clark. So they too would really have to bring out the long handle if St. Lucia will really have to challenge the Dominican total. And Dominica certainly looking to be the ones who will pull off the points in this match and secure themselves a spot in the top 2. So we're going to have more spin from the Players Pavilion end. Tavernier will continue. Tavernier just passing his hand in the rough. Ensure proper grip. Umpire George just turning around to make sure all is well. Tavernier. First delivery just played back up the track by Gaston. Again, Tavernier into Gaston. He's driving. We get a single. Chico is driving. So another single to Chico. Brings Gaston into strike. Gaston is driving. We get another single. They'll need much more than a runner ball if they're going to bring out victory. 209 for 7. Tavernier in again. So this one is just played into the offside by Chico. So a good tidy spell by Tavernier, proven useful for the Dominicans. This one is played back up the track. Hodge comes to his left to field. And there's no run possible. This one is short. Looking to pull out one through the onside and appeal by the Dominicans. Chico in all sorts of tangles. Robinson gamely just pushing him out of the crease. Another good over there by Tavernier. And St. Lucia continuing to struggle. 200 and... We got one more. Okay, 209, we've got the completion of the 40th over. It's going to be more from Claudius Emmanuel, and hopefully we'll come to the end of the play today.
So 209 for 7, we reckon. Start of the 41st. Tyson to Gaston. Gaston is beaten outside the off stump. Ball going into the gloves of Robinson. Tyson to Gaston. Gaston playing down to third man for a single. So one more to the total, 210. We make it. Tyson to Chico. Chico looking to play missing, going through the keeper and down to the boundary for 4 byes. 4 byes. So 4 to the total. 214 now for 7. Tyson to Chico. Chico back and plays a dot ball. Remains 214 for 7. Tyson to Chico. Chico plays nicely square on the offside, out towards the boundary. They think of the second. They will come for it as there's a misfield. So 2 more to the total. 216 for 7. So 216 for 7. So 1 delivery left in the 41st. Tyson to Chico. Chico slaps that down to long on. The fielder coming off the boundary. Chico picking up 1 to take the total at the end of the 41st to 217 for 7. So 217 for 7. We will get that graphic up to update you. So Tavernier will continue, and he'll bowl to Chico. Tavernier to Chico. Chico back slaps it down to long off correction for a single, moving the total to 218 over number 42. Gaston back, but plays hard into the ground. Back to Tavernier. Tavernier again. Gaston pulls it away out to mid-wicket. The fielder is there, and they take the single. $219 now for 7. Tavernier will now bowl to Chico. Chico to Tavernier to Chico. Chico forces it past Tavernier out to the long on fielder. These two are doing it in circles, in singles, correction, not circles, singles. 220 for 7. Tavernier coming into Gaston. Gaston goes powerfully, but straight to extra cover. Benjamin is there. Benjamin has come out, didn't start the innings, but he has come out as we come to the end of towards the end of the 42nd. Short, pulled away, high towards mid-wicket. It will go into the boundary. No, the fielder picking it up on the bounce. So they take 1. So the 42nd completed. 221 for 7. St. Lucia looking to get the target of 316. Start of the 43rd. Tyson moving in to Gaston, who plays down to third man. So Gaston picking up another single, taking the taking the total to 222. 222 for 7. Chico coming in to strike. 1 ball bowled in the 43rd. Short delivery into the ribs of Chico. Getting the single. Chico. Gaston coming in to strike. Tyson to Gaston. Gaston quick single. Benjamin with the direct hit missing. Another single. The third of the over. 224 for 7. So these two keeping St. Lucia's hopes alive, running well between the wickets. Tyson now to Chico. Short. Chico looking to uppercut. Not making contact. So dot ball bowl. So Gaston 32, Chico 26. And they have done quite well in keeping things alive. Tyson to Chico. Chico backing away, piece off delivery and playing and missing. So Tyson in his 7th over, 1 delivery left. So we're in the 43rd over. 91 needed from 43. So although they have done well, but the asking rate has been going up and up. Close to 12 now. Tyson to Chico. Chico pace off, runs it down to third man. Single. To him at the end of the 43rd. So 43 completed. Chico has gone to 27. Gaston is 32. St. Lucia needing 90 at almost 13. So clearly some big hitting required. Just the 4 runs coming from this over. And you wonder when will Chico and Gaston look to hit some maximums, clear the boundary, and look to get what is now a very challenging ask of almost 13. Tavernier will continue. They have really not gone after him, the off-spinner. Chico whipping one away to backward square leg. They've gone for 1, they'll get the second. As a low return comes in. Chico going to 29. To 28 for 7. 88 needed from 41 balls. Chico has the ability to clear the boundary. Will he begin to go? Well, he's gone. Down to long off. Could be a catch to the fielder though. It is. Straight down the throat of number 6. That's Kyron Phillip, who had put down a catch earlier. Not this time. Straight to him and taking the catch there. Well, Chico thinking that it was time to go big, did attempt to do so, but not getting hold of it. And long innings from Chico in terms of balls ending. Caught Phillip, bowled Tavernier. 27 as McKenny Clark comes out to join Gaston. So St. Lucia losing their 8th wicket to 28 for 8. So Chico and Gaston putting on a useful partnership. So a good partnership between Chico and Gaston, but now coming to an end. Tavernier picking up the catch. So McKenny Clark will face his first delivery. Tavernier to him, back, and a bit of collision between Gaston and Tavernier. Tavernier going for the ball. Gaston looking to stay in his crease, not to be run out. No damage done. Tavernier will continue to Clark. Clark turns it nicely. Brings the square left fielder off of the boundary. And they settle for 1. 2:29 for 8. 2 deliveries are left in the 44th over. Tavernier to Gaston. Gaston goes over extra cover, 4 runs. Well hit. Clearing the front leg and hitting over the infield. And hitting it nicely over the head of Benjamin in the circle. And out in vacant territory behind him for 4. He goes pushing along, pushing the total along. This time he goes out towards long on. Could be caught. Oh, yes, taken. The end of Gaston looking to go aerial. This time over long on. Not getting hold of that. Hitting it to the fielder who's taken that, number 11. That's Ansem taking the catch. And the end of Gaston maybe getting a little bit of friendly tongue lashing from McKenny Clark as he goes away saying, come on, Keon, you could have stayed around for a little bit more. But that has not been the case. Gaston perishing. Caught Ansem. Bolt Tavernier 22. And in fact 36, 36 to Gaston as Shonil Edward comes in to join McKenny Clark. So Edward coming in to join Clark, and Dominica, well, they are very close to getting a victory here. Well, we did see a 10th wicket partnership between, it was Shonil Edward and Keon Gaston in the first game against Grenada. St. Lucia needing something even better. 83 needed from 36. Vincent Lewis is brought back. Clark, a swing and a miss. As the 45th is started. So 83 from 35. This is a big ask. And St. Lucia, well, they let the Dominicans off the hook when they were 169 for 7. And paying for ring short, a swing and a miss again by McKenny Clark. The ball is angled across him and looking to hoik it away. So 2 dot balls to start the 45th. Dominica doing well. They would have gone down against St. Vincent in the first game. Came back with a victory. The second game and poised for another here. Lewis to Clark. Clark turns it away. Out through mid-wicket, the fielder comes off the boundary. And they take one. 234 for 9. McKenny Clark getting off the mark. Edward coming in to strike. Midway in the 45th over, the shadows lengthening at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. Change of glove for Clark. Certainly not a case of the previous one having experienced sweating. He has just been there for a few deliveries. Lewis to Edward. Full toss driven nicely, straight to extra cover. And there's no run. 234 for 9. Over number 45. 2 deliveries are left. Melius 36, Ogis 39, 28 Edward, 29 Eli Box, 30 Gaston. Proving to be insufficient. Lewis to Edward. Edward forward will get the single towards cover. Hodge picking up as Edward gets off the mark. 235 for 9. St. Lucia needing 81 from 31 deliveries and needed a miracle to get across the line. Lewis to, oh my word, what a massive hit from the batter. That has gone clean out of the stadium. McKenny Clark, what a strike. That has gone a long way. The biggest we have seen in this game, perhaps all tournament. That has cleared the Johnson Charles stand. And that has gone bouncing in the car park out of the stadium on the western side. 241 for 9 at the end of the 45th. My word, talking about miracles, can McKenny Clark continue to unfurl those hits? That's what St. Lucia needs. 241 for 9. 5 overs are left. And what a blow from McKenny Clark. He's on 8. And Tavernier will continue. 75 needed. Can Clark and Edward tear into Tavernier, who picked up 2 wickets in the last over? Clipping away is Edward. Down to long on. And bringing Clark back in strike. 242 for 9. 74 needed from 29. Can Clark find his range in this over? Tavernier to him. He's back and looking to smash it away to mid-wicket. Inside edge will get him a single near the square leg umpire. He's 9. 243 for 9. Edward in strike. Tavernier over the wicket to Edward. Goes back. Oh, misunderstanding the throw. Oh no, he comes in, but Clark is able to arrive. Little indecision there as to whether he should go for the run. In the end, it was taken. Edward going to 3. 244 for 9. McKenny in strike. Backs away. Hits into the backward point region. Out towards the boundary. The sweeper will get onto it. And they'll come back for the second. Clark to double figures. 11. 246 for 9. 2 deliveries left in the Tavernier over. It's the 46th of the innings. Clark needing to continue to go for maximums. Tavernier to him. He's gone long. Mid-on taken on the boundary. McKenny Clark flinging the bat away in disgust as his efforts to go aerial and over the boundary is not successful. It has landed in the hands of, looks like Hodge, number 22. Kavim Hodge taking the catch. And so victory for Dominica. They have beaten St. Lucia with their target of 316 being unachievable. St. Lucia falling for 246. And so victory to Dominica by 69, I make it. Not sure if my maths is correct. 70, 69, 70, one of the two. So Dominica getting their victory. St. Lucia falling short by 69, and so a very comfortable victory in the end by the Dominicans. So 246 St. Lucia, and Dominica coming away with a victory, and in fact joining St. Lucia on 8 points, and confirming, we think, that it would be those two to take part in the championship game right here on Saturday. The teams ending on first and second position. So pleasantries been exchanged by the two teams. Dominica playing the better game. At one stage, Dominica 169 for 7. And then there was that partnership of 113 between Benjamin and Tyson. They were able to push that total eventually to 315. And St. Lucia, although a decent opening stand, but they lost wickets steadily and were just not able to reach that target of 316. So success for Dominica, and they will meet St. Lucia right here on Saturday. And of course, Grenada and St. Vincent, who played at the Mender Fuller Park, will do so again on Saturday, but for the third place result. And so that's where we will wrap up the proceedings here from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And just reminding you that Dominica won the toss and they batted, so they got to 315 all out, with Gian Benjamin getting 120. And there was 4 wickets for Keon Gaston, the pick of the bowlers for St. Lucia. And in their reply, St. Lucia getting to 246. And nobody getting to a half century. And the Dominicans with the wickets shared. Tavernier picking up 3. There was also wickets for Tyson, Lewis, and I think Hodge. Hodge didn't quite pick up a wicket, but bowled quite economically. So all in all, the Dominicans with a good team effort, and so victory for them. So that's where we say goodbye. So on behalf of the entire team, Ryan O'Brien and the support staff from the production side, our statistician Roland Cox, we thank you for joining us here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, but asking you to come back to us on Saturday at 9:30 a.m. where we'll have the championship game between St. Lucia and Dominica to see who's going to be crowned the Windward Super 50 champions for 2025. So on behalf of the entire team, Claudius Emmanuel saying good night from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.